It's never a good sign when I come onto an episode before the theme music starts. It usually means I'm giving a warning because someone is swearing, or there's adult themes, or maybe I'm just doing something dumb. But Scummers, this episode went strange places. We went proper old school with this one. The opening is like 35 minutes long. It's obscene. It's old school Lorekeepers episodes. So I will put the show notes. Sorry, I'll put the actual start time in the show notes, and you can just jump through to it. If this is your first time listening to our show, stop. Change your direction of your life. Pick a different episode. Otherwise, yeah, the start times will be in the show notes. Strap yourself in, kids. We are talking about some squats. Enjoy the show. Hello and welcome to another episode of the Underhive Lorekeepers podcast. As always, I am your glorious host, Spamiel, and to my right, he's got more gravel in him than the Goblin Jew's pockets after a long walk down a country road. He's digging trenches and hurling wrenches. King of the combat engineers, Nathan. How are you, buddy?
I'm very good. I didn't know where you were going with that. I was like, is this going to be in relation to our episode? Is this going to be something dirt grub related?
No.
But no, that was excellent.
Yeah. I feel like I could have done it with more gusto. It's like, he's got more gravel in his pockets than the Goblin Juve after a long walk down a country road. He's digging trenches and hurling wrenches. King of the combat engineers.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, that would have been better. But
yeah, that was very much a wrestler, announcer type vibes on the other one. The other one was good. But, you know.
I feel bad now.
Sure
I feel bad now.
No, we'll just edit it out and later. We will not, obviously.
We will.
So, yes, how am I? How am I? I am good. I'm good. I am in a complete, hobby emulsion, we'll call it. I can't think of a word now from what I'm saying. Right, great. Are you okay? You know we're recording an episode, yes? Yeah, and we keep our intros tight. Yeah? No. Talk through your mouthful of ice cream. Please.
It's not ice cream, it's Greek yogurt and berries.
Oh, right. Yes. Yeah. Couldn't fit that in before the show?
No! You made that really awkward. So, because podcasting is an audio medium, I had a spoonful of Greek yogurt and berries halfway in my mouth, and Nathan then locked eyes with the camera, stared at me, and it sort of dribbled out of my mouth.
Yes. So, welcome to our tight intro, folks.
Sorry, hobby emulsions.
Yeah. No, I'm fully embracing everything hobby at the moment. Painting, gaming, terrain building, you name it. I am just non-stop thinking about it. I'm definitely going to get myself hurt at work because I'll be thinking about night goblins, and they will have won. They will have won knowing that I hurt myself whilst thinking about their stupid little mushroom-based missions.
The obvious plus side is you get hurt at work. You get to go home, they still pay you, and you get to make night goblins.
Yeah, combo. Yeah, that's probably what their plan is. They're just like, get him home, get the big fella home. You know, I'm their most favourite troll. Yes.
Build the wire. Build the wire.
And like everybody else, yes, my miniatures do talk to me.
Yeah.
That's an obvious thing. They're like, yes, let's get them, boss.
Mine are
But we
currently
need
yelling at me.
paint
Eat
bases."
your yogurt. Eat your yogurt.
Your Slanesh warband. Yes, right, fair enough.
So you're
Right.
good. Lots of hobby.
I'm good. Lots of hobby. How have you been? What have you been up to?
Good. Lots of hobby. Working. Lots of hobby. Lots of hobby. But if you want to hear about our lots of hobby, wait
Yes.
a week for our next Hobby Diary episode. It is going to be an absolute doozy. The Necro Olympics were this weekend just gone, which was
And we-
fantastic. We loved
We
it.
had my adventure in there.
We have.
which,
There is an adventure which you will all hear about on the Hobby Diary. That will be available over at our Patreon. But before we jump into Patreon, we have a single correction. I doubled down on something that people were upset about last episode, ladies and gentlemen. And I doubled down on my view of dog owners, and the response to that once again has been offensive, to say the least.
No, I think you misunderstand the use of the word justified, but go on, continue.
The messages I've been getting, and not just from like strangers on the internet, from people I know in real life, people I've known for quite a while, are just like, there is something wrong with you. The attacks on me need to stop. Can't we go back to insulting the way Nathan says words?
Just let me clarify, because do you know what? I'm actually surprisingly on your side. The attacks on you do need to stop.
Thank you,
They
Nathan.
they are mildly offensive, although very funny. But I think we need to clarify something. For these attacks to stop, just reiterate again your viewpoint on dogs and dog owners. Now, considering about a month's worth of attacks you've had, where do you stand now?
You know the people, and I don't know what side of the street people walk on in other countries. In Australia, because we drive on the left, typically you walk on the left. And
Yeah.
like we have escalators. People, what do they call them in other countries? Like, I think the Americans call them like starey movies.
The magic stairs.
Magic
in some
stairs.
countries.
Lifter-uppers.
Yep.
But dog owners sit currently, in my mind, just below the people that get onto the escalators and then immediately stop instead of continuing to walk. And the ones who stop in obnoxious positions so you can't get around them. Cats are better. Dogs suck. And dog owners, I want you all to know that you are little better than the towel.
Oh my god. People,
No,
folks.
no.
Valued
There is
listeners.
there is nothing. No, there is nothing. You sick
People,
of me.
folks, valued listeners, escalate your attack as much like the person on the escalator, and really just double down, because you, sir, are not the only one to be attacked. I have been attacked by the meowing masses of cat owners.
Well, the mewling,
I tell
meowing
you-
manvent is that's what you should have been.
What I will say is, to those cat owners out there, especially the ones of the badger variety, you know who I'm talking to specifically, go eat a handful of kitty litter, used kitty litter, because I will not move on my stance.
Love you,
Doggos
Badger.
is best.
You're my boy.
As I said, if he was an American badger, 10 times better, but he's not. So,
So let's keep
dog
this
owners,
bad boy tight.
bestie,
Dog owners,
cat
bad.
owners?
Cat owners, the best.
no, poo.
Also, weird thing. I was at a job this week, and someone had one of those. Is it the Sphinx cats where they have no fur and they're just like skin?
Yeah, I know what
Like,
you're
they're
talking about. I don't know
weird.
what they're actually called. They're just
They're
another
weird.
weird type of cat.
I genuinely thought it was a tentacle. I walked in and I'm like, what the And it sort of springs around and gives me that cat look of like, bow to me, human. I genuinely thought a tentacle had come to life. It scared the bejesus out of me.
There we go. Classic cat.
Yeah.
Untrustworthy.
Yeah, no, simply dominating the inferior human. Why don't you quickly jump into our Patreons there?
Yeah. All right. Well, we've had some serious movement towards butt tattoo, haven't we?
We have. We have a lot of Patreons come in since the last episode.
Yes, we have indeed. We have DC Liska, Will, Dustin. That guy's always cleaning. Get it?
No, we got it. Yep.
Oh. Mike the Spytrion.
So his name is Mike, and I call him the Spytrion because he's a Patreon purely out of spite. He messaged me and yelled. He yelled at me. He was telling me off, and kind of hurt my feelings. But it's just like he literally signed up to Patreon, and has immediately made an episode request. That disgusts me, but it will be done, Mike. Don't you worry about that.
Oh, yes, I know this.
I've told
This is
you about this one.
Fantastic, Mike.
Yep.
Mike, you are a gem. You're a valued member of our community, and you belong dearly in the heart of this podcast.
And I'm haunting his dreams. But continue, Mike. You are my nemesis.
David, Fabio, his favourite name so far, and then absolute nonsense, total gibberish and garbage. But will be read out because you are a valued member of the Patreon. But it's read out with disgust. Cats are better than dogs, comma, full stop.
And in brackets, I've had to write, this is a real Patreon.
I know, I saw it get added, and I was just like, that is the name this person is choosing. Respect to you for your anger, but my word, sir, my word. I can only imagine their episode will be something referencing cats. I imagine
It's going to be great.
but yeah, would be. Yeah. Anyway, so we've had quite an influx. We are very much on our way to butt tattoo territory for Samuel. So if you are still sitting on the fence about our Patreon, I will give you our numbers right now. We have 69 paid members. So I think if we get to 95 odd, I will rustle up my workplace and rustle up the nearest and dearest to me, and we will get you 100 just so that we can stain your butt. That's the way I'm going to refer to it.
Stain my butt.
Stain your butt.
That is horrific. But if you do enjoy the show and you are interested in supporting the podcast and possibly staining my butt, please shoot over to patreon.com/the Underhive Lorekeepers podcast. We are 100% funded by the goodwill of our audience, though we do this for the love of our hobby. Each month we have Patreon exclusive episodes as well as competitions, polls on episodes and other bonus content. If you are looking for another way to support us, get onto our social media, Instagram, Facebook and YouTube. A like, comment and subscribe helps us grow and get our particular brand of lore out into the world. All the links are in our show notes, of course, and please don't forget to give us a 5-star review on your preferred podcast platform.
Yeah, so the 5-star reviews definitely help us. But another announcement that we do have, which we are working on, and people are sending things through, is our listener lore, our big bad. So
Yes.
I think purely based on the nature of who and what we are on this show, we have forgotten to mention it. Disorganized.
Terrible people.
I was trying to avoid the
Cat
very specifics,
enthusiasts.
but yes, you
Anti-union.
already said terrible people. Yeah, cat enthusiasts, terrible people, same thing.
Pro-tofu, but not the taste or texture.
Yeah, no, just for the vibe of it.
It's the vibe.
It's the jiggle. But
Continue.
No, that was good. I like that. Right. So remember to put your entries into our latest Listener Law competition, and this is the Big Bad.
It's for our second
So-
birthday.
Second birthday one.
Yes.
Yeah. So that is coming up in July. I think July.
Yeah, it's
8th
like
is,
I think it'll be the first episode of July. Will be our next Listener Law. So they've just got people just have to get it to us by the end of June. And
perfect.
Yeah,
Give us some reading time. Give us some. I don't know if you want to add more to it, and you thought about something that gives you sort of like a couple of weeks to bolt on something. But we need the reading time. Obviously, we do read them as they come in. But please submit them because that'll be part of our second birthday celebrations. Obviously, guys, the obvious big bad is anything related to cat ownership. So if you do one of those, just ensure that you'll probably be in the top 5. Sam, is you're my...
No. Yes, we've got some great ones so far, but people then also keep saying, when's your next Listener Law? And I'm like, we talk about it every episode. We don't talk about it every episode.
We don't. No,
because
we're terrible at it.
We are terrible at it. So yes, send us the law for your campaign's big bad. We want to hear about that end campaign boss or that shadowy figure pulling the strings behind everyone. You know, we want to hear about rampant capitalism and, you know, how it is destroying the society of Necromunda from the inside. We want to hear your theories on why child labour laws are ruining the tithe output of this country. The children yearn for the mines. They yearn.
So you're not giving off big bad vibes there. You're giving off sound economic advice vibes. So, I don't know, you might have missed the brief
Genuinely
yourself.
shocks me as to why I didn't even get a single vote in this election. But I'm not bitter. Yeah, send us your Listener Law by the end of June, and we will
Get ready for a birthday.
read a bunch of them on our birthday episode, and someone is going to win free stuff.
Yes, exactly.
Perfect. Good spiel.
Do you want to do an episode?
We should do this. We should do this for a job.
I know, it's all just like we've got practice with it.
We do.
Right. Do you want
Alright.
to get into our episode?
I do. Well, Nathan, before we get into the episode, I want to talk to you about stereotypes. Now,
Yes.
there exist certain stereotypes within this hobby of ours, and I think
Of course, because it depends on what you want to listen to. Big stereo, small stereo, all the different type of stereos.
Nathan, I have one ear. Everything is mono to me. But the stereotypes I'm talking about are the gangs themselves and the type of people who play them. So I think we can both agree that, for example, people who play Goliath, their favourite colour is T-shirt, their favourite food is crayon, and their favourite game usually involves headbutting something or someone. They're very dim-witted. I think we can both agree on that. Neither of us play Goliath.
No, yeah.
Yeah.
And I do know some Goliath players, and they do a lot of headbutting. So
Correct.
Yes.
No one who plays Escher should play Escher. People who play Delac usually order extra mayonnaise on their Subway footlongs. Vansar, all very attractive people. Who else is there? Orlocks.
Boo.
No. Orlocks, a lot of denim. A lot of denim. Band T-shirts of bands no one's ever heard about. Who else is there? Cawdor.
Stinky.
But this is just the players. We're not talking about the gangs. But I want to talk to you about the type of people who play squats. Now, they're typically...
They have excellent pelvic floor muscles. Couldn't help myself. Go on, continue.
Well done. They are an odd group of people. They are the type of people who get angry at the slightest inclination. And I'm going to go out there and say most of them somewhat unhinged. And we have a tendency to say things on this podcast that do offend some people. The way we describe words or the gangs themselves. So, in preparation for this episode, I reached out to a subject matter expert. on squats. I've actually reached out to an actual squat. I have gotten someone who lives and breathes this culture and has been willing to step in as a cultural ambassador of sorts to aid not only us, but also our audience in understanding the squats themselves. And I have a pre-recorded message from them right here. Would you like to hear that, Nathan?
I absolutely would. Please.
Here we go.
Hello, humans of Necromunda and the wider segmentum solar. My name is Gareth, son of Andrew, brother to Ian, who was beget by Hugh, the first son of his line, who was himself born by Hugh, him that was christened Spud, by his years of great service with the League as a kitchen hearth quartermaster, especially during the times of the great peril of Antashan, for there was a particular shortage of fortified mead. I am exceptionally proud and honoured to be here today as a duly self-elected representative of the combined Ironhead mining clans of Necromunda, located here in Hive Primus. It is my sacred duty to ensure that the information relayed by these two tumshies is not only accurate, but befitting of the glory of the great Ironhold Mining Consortium. There can be no doubt that at least one of these sleeked hosts has indeed besmirched the good name of our noble squat ancestors, insulting not only our great and storied history, but our language, customs, or indeed our very way of life. I will ensure that the proud heritage of our stoic and noble peoples is not met with callous and insidious misrepresentation, mirthful mispronunciation, salacious lies, and outright slander. Truly, a never-ending task whilst amidst the presence of the uncouth denizens of Hive Primus. A curse be upon their names for their petty blind avarice and blatant disrespect for the walls of this, our great and unyielding mother halls of arcology.
So, the loogie he hawked up there was actually in the package that I received that recording in.
That's commitment to the cause. I don't know why, but I enjoyed the fact of being called, what is it, Tumpsy?
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 I don't know.
I'm assuming it's supposed to be offensive, but coming from such a short little bearded thing, you're like, oh, that's a cute little made-up word you've got there, isn't it?
So, kind of offensive that this individual was like, oh, he's going to make fun of the way we talk and our history and everything about us. But I need to lay out a couple of ideas I have there about squats. So, by any chance, have you ever seen the movie Braveheart with Mel Gibson?
Mel Gibson?
Yeah.
I have.
Sick.
Surprisingly so. Do you know, actually, when that was nominated for an Academy Award, I believe, or won an Academy Award or something, it had already been out in the cinemas in Australia. They actually went and put it back in the cinemas as a way in Australia of just going, oh, wow, that movie's so great. Mel Gibson's so great. Yeah.
Really?
Anyway. Yeah, it was amazing. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
They put it back into the cinemas. Anyway, continue.
So, one of my favourite actors is in Braveheart. He's a fellow by the name of Brendan Gleeson. And do you remember the characters in Braveheart?
Oh, I know Brendan Gleeson. He's one of my favourite actors.
Yeah,
because
awesome.
Also, his two sons are amazing actors as well.
Yeah. So his character in Braveheart was named Hamish. And whenever it comes down to like the way I picture squats, ironically, I picture squats being Scottish people, but with the accent that Brendan Gleeson had in Braveheart. Brendan Gleeson is Irish.
Yes.
So to a lesser extent, maybe like Angus McFadden or like Brian Cox. So a bunch of the other actors sort of from Braveheart, but I always picture the Squats as being Scottish, much like our friend Angry Gaz with the message he gave us then. So I'm just going to go ahead and refer to the Squat language as Squattish.
Yes, yeah, no, that's cool. That is definitely it. I like that Squattish, the Scottish in the Scottish tongue.
In the Scottish tongue.
It's great listening to that actually, because I've been watching a lot of this show called Outlander recently, which is all about 95% about Scots. So it's just, I don't know. It feels like a familiar sound. It feels like something almost welcoming, even though the message was very much aggressive and offensive, very much like any sort of squat interaction. But continue.
Yeah. So with that in mind, I want to go with the mindset. So I talked a lot about the Squats on the Some City Radio Discord. And myself and someone, this idea mainly came from someone from the Discord by the name of Tom, or the Hive Hopper Hal. And he, in the middle of this conversation, from absolutely nowhere, we all agreed that the Ironhead Squats are Scottish, all right? They speak, lots of achs and ichs and, smoking, I guess. But then there's three types of squats on Necromunda. We have our Ironhead Squats, who are out in the waste doing their thing. They're going to be the main focus of this episode here. Then you have squats within the hives themselves. These are typically seen as renegades, exiles, the outcasts or mercenaries who are sort of on the planet and have been there, may have moved from the outlands into the hives, or possibly from other planets into the hives. And we've decided they are basically speaking the same way as Australian bogans. A lot of mates and scarnons. Just imagine these two squats. They're walking as scarnon, mate. Yeah, you know. Yeah, you know.
So that interaction between somebody speaking Scottish and somebody speaking Australiana, right?
Yeah.
Which would be, I will call it Squazzy.
Squazzy. Oh my god.
They speak in Squazzy.
The hive squats, they speak Squazzy. Very bogan. For those of you who don't know what a bogan is, it's basically like an Australian redneck. I guess what would the British call them? Like an Aussie chav, a squatty chav.
Chav. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. But it also
the rest of the world just calls them Welsh. But it's not just dog owners.
What about actually just this slight little derail here? You just got me thinking a Welsh dog owner.
Two wrongs make a right.
Oh.
Yep.
Oh,
I'm actually pro Welsh dog owners.
Yeah, right. Hey, that's interesting. Makes no sense whatsoever, but yeah. Anyway, continue with Squazzies and Scottish.
Squazzies and Scottish. And then we have the third group, probably the least common group of squats on Necromunda, which would be the squats from sort of other planets. Now, this would include things like the squat proper, but also the Leagues of Votan, etc. And we've sort of decided they speak sort of halfway between... like your maybe current modern like Dane or Swede, very Viking in the manner. The words but it's very clipped. So it's halfway between that and the Swedish chef from the Muppets.
Right. I don't know if I mentioned this on the show before, but the Swedish chef, I think in Sweden, is known as like the Danish chef or something like that. So that they go, oh, we don't speak like that. This is wonderful because nobody wants to be associated with that's the way we speak.
Yep.
And
except every Australian has just been like, yeah, Squazzy, mate.
Oh, Squazzy, yeah. All the Aussies are just like, oh, yeah, total cultural representation there,
Yeah.
mate. That is top notch. Thanks very much, Cobber.
Challenge
they
to
would
the
say
podcast
copper.
listeners. I want to see a squat drinking VB or 4x gold.
Yeah. Oh no, except VB, 4x gold, at a stretch Fosters, or if you really want to go obscure, Great Northerns.
Oh,
Great Northerns are
Great
the
Northerns
Great
are
Northerns
delicious.
are the somehow in the last decade became the bogan drink.
Yeah.
But this idea that they speak in like the but it's more clipped.
Yeah.
So it's sort of like
Yeah. So
this. Hey, this is good content. Go on.
this is pure lore. But and the reason I want to differentiate between them in this respect is because they are all the same people. So
Yes.
getting into the serious stuff here. So we know that the Ironhead Squats themselves are the descendants of the descendants of the original 13 Great Bastion vessels that came down to Necromunda in the years after the Horus Heresy. And we now know that the squats we've known for just decades, like they've been around since, Rogue Trader. We know those squats are now simply a prospect fleet of the Leagues of Votan, as confirmed in the Leagues of Votan Codex. Now, that original Votan fleet, those 13 Bastion vessels, they came from a group known as the Confederation of Erlish, who were basically setting out from the galactic core where the Votan themselves live and where they've evolved from the baseline humans there were originally into the abhumans we know today. And they were traveling from the core and basically heading to the segmentum solar. And their sort of overall leader was someone by the name of Oryith Ironeye. And she was sort of the ship lord of this whole fleet. Now, she basically sees what's going on. She's seen that the Necromundan system has basically just been stomped. You've had the Imperial Fists, come in and basically take the entire system from the Iron Lords, and then as soon as that, what we now have is Necromunda is surrounded by the fleet in preparation to be taken in completely. That mysterious Xenos race, who definitely weren't just Necrons, have come along.
They were Necrons, yes.
Have come along and basically just corpsed the whole planet. And Oryith has basically gone, or Oryith, I think I should be saying it, Oryith Ironeye.
I think it's Oryith.
Yeah, I'm going to say
I believe
Oryith.
so.
It literally says here that she understands that what's going on. Her adventures have involved fighting off bands of Eldari pirates to escaping gigantic void kraken. So her fleet's come in, has seen what's happened, and they're just sitting there going, we understand the pain and frustration of having to fight off all of these Xenos. So she literally goes to an Imperial capital ship, just wanders up onto the deck somehow, says to the master of the ship, goes, "Who's in charge of the planet? I would like to talk to them." And she gets brought to Planetary Lord Vargas and the garrison commander, who just happened to be First Captain Agados of the Imperial Fists Space Marine chapter. Boo. And she gets her shiplords, each of them representing one of the 13 clans of the Erlish League, which is the overall League of Votan that Oryith Ironeye represents, and has basically said to the people of Aranaz Prime, we will help rebuild everything. We will bring your planet back from what it is now. We will take it as close to what it was previously. And they've basically said, We have technology, we have the ability, we have the workforce, we have the knowledge. And what we will do is do this for you. And it is absolutely free. But we want the rights to salvage everything on the planet. Every bit of scrap, every remaining source of precious metals and materials. And
it's a really abusive mining contract. It really is. It has some sort of similarities to some stuff that we hear about in our modern world of where a more developed and I guess colonial sort of power comes in and goes, we're going to do this and it's going to be really good for you. However, we're going to bleed you dry. And that sounds exactly like what the Leagues of Votan have done here. In saying that, it just reiterates my point and my vibe towards them. But continue.
Yeah, well, interestingly enough, of those 13 ships, one of the ships just goes, we're not cool with this. We don't want to rebuild this world for this Imperium. Now, for those people who don't know, the Squats and the Imperium didn't exactly have the best introduction to each other during the Horus Heresy. Sorry, not pre-Horus Heresy, during the Great Crusade and the expansion for it through the Segmentum Solar. In fact, from what my memory tells me, I think it was it Mark II or Mark III armor that was designed sort of to counteract the Squat exo armor and for void warfare. Although it might not be current law. I think it was Mark III.
From what Mark III is what I remember hearing, because Mark III is very sort of like this. It's more robust type of armor.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? It lots of hard plates and so forth, whereas the Mark II was just an evolution from Thunder armor. I think it was Mark III. But that was obviously built in with the Squats in mind of like,
this is what we're fighting right now.
Yeah. Like we have found a rock, and it has become very difficult to fight against. Yes.
And that's exactly it. So this 13th clan has basically said, listen, we're not doing this. And that leads to a little bit of mystery, which is great, especially for the setting of Necromunda. So, and it says here in the Halls of the Ancients book, some say the 13th clan made their home on one of the system's other planets, or perhaps even on one of Necromunda's numerous moons. Others tell of how they returned to the galactic core, carrying tales of the folly of Oryith Ironeye and her shiplords, claiming the mantle of Erlish for themselves. There are even a few that claim the 13th clan returned to Necromunda centuries later, making their home in secret in a remote polar region, for reasons known only to the clan's shiplord. So this would definitely be addressed later on in the episode, but this is just adding a little bit to the sort of mystery and weirdness that these Squat clans have brought to Necromunda, and we haven't even gotten into our first read. We're literally just talking. It's like, so
this is our prehistory to their history.
Prehistory to the history.
Yeah.
If you want more prehistory, episodes 1 and 2, a brief 10,000-year history of Necromunda. Go listen to all 4 hours of that.
Yeah.
But so that's what's happened. The Squats have come along. Basically, they've gone, walkabout from the galactic core to the Segmentum Solar, have found Necromunda, have basically said, hey guys, looks like someone kicked in the front door and set fire to your living room. How about you let us clean up, but anything we find that we want, we're going to keep. And one of their ships goes home and might have come back, we don't know. And I guess now we can talk about sort of like the reconstruction of Necromunda.
Yeah. So I guess it's the development and the bringing up, which I guess, the Squats involved in Necromunda, and we're going to go into this obviously in the episode, is something that is not really incorporated in their in the sort of the imperial history of it.
Absolutely
and there's probably there's two reasons for that. One is that it's imperial history and goes, we're not going to have the squats taking any credit for what has gone on here. Secondly, I think the squats were more sort of brought into the setting after the fact. So all of that history and that lore that had been established is now having to just sort of wedge the squat influence into it throughout its history. Yeah. And that's more of a, they weren't really around back in the day, so that established history doesn't have them. Now they are a prominent and obviously significant part of modern Necromunda. So where can we sprinkle their elements and their influence throughout our history? So it's something that we probably haven't been able to touch on a lot before in the past, but this book has opened up that door massively and said the understanding that we have of the squat / Votann influence upon Necromunda has been so minuscule. This is what they really are, and this is how much of an impact they have. And there's been lots of like a nod of the head towards their designs and their infrastructure that they created, but nothing that really stamped it with absolutely this is who they are and they did this. And the greater survival of Necromunda as a whole is due to their technologies and their early influence through the founding stages of Necromunda.
But that's exactly it. Like, we all only live on Necromunda. Speaking from a planetary perspective, we only live on Necromunda because the squats came down and had the technology to build the atmospheric condensers that draws the carbon dioxide and the toxins and the poisons out of the atmosphere, gets rid of it, and allows the atmosphere to stabilize and actually be there. Without that, there's no one on the great ash roads because there's no oxygen. Yes. You're all dead.
Yep.
There's no one in the hives because there's no oxygen. You're all dead.
And so it's the scourging of Ironey's Prime plus what the Imperials have done to it post that scourging that has turned it into basically a death world, and without the technology of the squats would be almost completely uninhabitable.
Correct. And the squats, when they got there, basically jumped straight into it. So thousands of skilled squat engineers, with the aid of millions of indentured human and abhuman workers, prisoners with jobs, spent the better part of 10 centuries restoring the world to its former glory. Now, Hive Primus was the principal focus of their efforts, and it is said that in the first millennia it doubled in size by the efforts of the squat builders. Other such wonders as the Necromagnium Underway and the Great Ash Road were constructed at this time. And remember, I think it might have been brief 10,000 years. No, it was the Aranthian Succession books. I want to say
Succession books, 100%, because that's when we first
Ruins
started doing.
Where it talked about
Ruins of Yardlin.
Yeah,
but it was definitely those books that opened up my mind and my knowledge of the squats a lot more. Because when we obviously first started the podcast, I'd mentioned this in the early days, I didn't know much.
Yeah.
I didn't know enough, and I really knew nothing about the squats other than that they are dwarves. And nobody likes dwarves, right?
Shout out to our boy Steve.
Right. But once we got into the Aranthian Succession stuff, that really began to give us a taste for it. Especially the destruction of Yardlin, where we begin to dabble more into the squats and the Ironheads and what they're about, and talking about where they've come from and what they've done. I began to get a real understanding of that, their influence is massive beyond belief, and exactly what you were just saying. But anyway, I did cut you off a little bit. Continue.
No. So basically, from that, the construction and everything that's been put into it, we've talked about how the Imperials have not acknowledged the squat contributions to the ongoing life of Necromunda, but the entire infrastructure that had to be rebuilt was rebuilt either by squats or under the immediate guidance of squats. Multiple books have talked about the machinery in the base of some of these hives, including Hive Primus, which was already there when it was Ironeus Prime. But when it's been rebuilt by the squats and turned into what it is now, the machinery that's been built and installed in the base of this hive is so massive and so ancient that, like, the fabricator general of today could go down there and sit there and just go, I have no idea what this does. Like,
Exactly.
it's like,
I'm gonna push all the
what does
buttons,
this
though.
button do? Like,
Yeah.
get me some incense, and there'd be a squat apprentice sitting there just being like, why is this guy smoking in the Prometheum storage room?
So he has lost the entirety of his tiny little robot mind.
You're gonna blow up literally the continent. Stop it.
Yeah, so I guess it is the old adage of, you know, the dwarf technology or the you know, the squat technology is always going to be better, more advanced, or beyond the. And I get to use this word. I've heard it so much in Outlander. Beyond the ken of the humans, because the Scots use the word ken as knowledge or know. And I've just got to use it. Yeah. I probably butchered it. There's probably our Scottish listeners going, "Hey, no, you say it wrong. You know, get your porridge." But yeah, beyond the ken of the mechanicus or the mechanicum or whoever was, you know, on duty that day. So it makes sense because they have a better affinity and understanding with technology. But I think the other thing as well is that, and we will get into it in the episode, but there is more time available to them. They don't need to do this for our one lifetime. It's nothing to them. Do you know what I mean? So building something
far beyond that.
Yeah, building something that's going to last an incredible amount of time. It may only just be a couple of generations for them, but for a human, that might be 5, 6, 7, 8 generations. And for a squat, they'll just be like, well, you know, my grandson might be taking care of this machine, so I better make sure it's up to scratch, or, you know, up to code at least.
Perfect. It also to the point of, we know, we will get into the read, but we know that when Old Night or the Dark Age of Technology or whatever we want to call it, when that occurred, a lot of the settlements of humanity, of mankind in general, didn't do too well. It was a pretty bad time for everyone. The squats didn't necessarily have that problem. Now, I don't want to go too far into the conversation about the ancestor cause here, but they maintained their ancestor cores, their STCs, the artificial intelligence supercomputers that, for anyone who knows anything about the Leagues of Votann, they are the Votann. They are the bastions of information that went out with every explorator fleet. They had the designs for everything, from a spork to a battle titan to the ability to clone your entire race and perpetually create new people. If only the Vansar or, you know, Escher had that technology.
But also, one of the key things for me from that is the ability to create AI.
The ability to create and maintain AI.
Yeah, and that, I think, is like, this is more Votann chat, but that's, you know, a massive difference.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of
between
that in
them.
this episode, though.
Yeah, and there will be, of course. But that like, I know very little about the Votann. I put my hand up for that, absolutely. But I do understand that the use and influence of AI is such an important factor for them that...
Oh, dude, it's so cool.
But you can definitely see that being used in Necromunda. Do you know what I mean? So, like, in the ancient machinery and so forth, being run by AI. You know?
Can you imagine it? If, like, Imagine if like the entire water reclamation system of hive primers was being run by effectively just an AI, and it's just like filth comes in, water goes out. That's what my life is all about. And that's just what he does, and it just snaps one day, and it's like water comes in, filth goes out. Something trout. And so this squat has to go down there, and he's just like, "Oh, buddy, are you okay? Nah, it's been a while since anyone was here. I'm just gonna hit that reset button there, buddy. As filth goes in, water goes out. That's what life is all about." He's just like, so you just gotta hit the reset button every now and then,
Yeah, just every so often, just make sure that the AI still remembers that it's loved.
Yeah.
But and that's the amazing thing with that AI. Like, you can imprint it anywhere into Necromunda, and it is ancient. It has come from those initial members of the Votan who have come there. So, like, even in the airships, there would be like small AI and so forth. So, and that's probably why they don't see them a lot, because they just like avoid contact with them because they are AI. So.
Oh, that's a cool idea. Airships. Maybe, like a Zeppelin.
Zeppelin. Do you know, actually, I don't want to ruin it straight away, but I do have a tiny little gang idea from the AI idea. So, but...
no, we're not doing that.
Let's get into a read.
So we have done the prehistory of where we're going. So a quick recap, and I'm going to put this in. Episode starts at like the 50-something minute mark. Heresy happens. Ironhead Prime gets stuffed up. Definitely not by Necrons. Squats show up after heading out on a wander. 13 people come down and go, "What's up? We'll fix your stuff." One of them says, "I'm out. See yous." They go. Squats come down, have a piece of paper that makes them own everything. They fix the planet, kinda. And so if they're in the ash wastes, they're Squattish. If they're in the hives, they speak Squazzy. And any of them from off-planet are basically the Swedish chef. Have I missed anything?
No, perfect. Perfect. It's on the money.
All right, well... let's start the episode.
Let's do a couple of...
that?
Let's do some squats to get into it.
Yeah.
Like, just get the blood flowing and then
All right.
start talking squats.
Do you want to pause and watch Braveheart?
Yeah, let's do it. Everything Scottish. We'll watch Braveheart, Train Spotting, and...
what's
I don't
that?
know.
Is there a movie on competitive smoking and like knife crime?
Yeah, Train Spotting.
Oh, it's basically just downtown Edinburgh. Is that in Scotland?
It is.
Boom.
It is, yeah.
I'm well.
Boom.
But seriously, we're not going to watch Braveheart. Let's get into it. First read, listeners. Let's do it. Squattisode. The builders. Squattisode. Builders. Oh my God! What are you?
No. There is a first read before our first read. I'm going to do it. And this will just help us set the mood and tone.
Oh my God, you do one?
Know the difference between your abhumans. Subjects of Necromunda may, during the execution of their duties to the house and hive, encounter humanoids of unusual size, odour, or hairiness. It is important that workers understand that these creatures are not human, and fraternization, sorortization, waving, smiling, holding open doors, and sharing rations are all prohibited.
Disgusting. Where's Gaz? Can he spit about this?
Okay. I just think that needed to be said before we got into the first read proper.
Finish that off.
No, you want me to finish that whole thing? Okay. Ogrins are the largest of these creatures and are common to many hive cities. while rattlings, as their name suggests, are kin to vermin, though adept in the culinary arts. Both variants are harmless to hivers. Squats are rotund miners of unpleasant disposition. They will claim not to be abhumans. Do not believe them. Also, do not speak with them or make deals, accept gifts, or give them directions without the express permission of the Makata Gelt.
Excellent read. So let's get into it.
We're not going to discuss it. It's clear as day is what it's about.
10 out of 10, no notes required.
Yeah.
So, the builders of Necromunda. The ancestors of the Ironhead Squat mining clans arrive on Necromunda and stake their claim. Under the leadership of Oryith Ironeye, the 12 original clans assigned the great charters with the rulers of the Hive world and land their huge bastion ships on the surface, transforming them into the first holdfasts. So obviously, we've gone on about how there were originally 13 of these vessels. Now, number 13, in true 40k fashion, has either fled into space, never to be heard of or seen again, has gone to one of the moons, never to be heard of or seen again, or is inevitably just later on gone into the wastes, never to be heard of or seen again.
Exactly. Yes.
But I love the idea of this because it gives an idea of finality, where these enormous bastion ships are, and I know you don't know a lot about the Votan stuff, but I read up a little bit about them, and I love the old Squat and Demiurge stuff from, what was the space game?
Space Crusade.
No, the ship one.
Space Marine.
The ship one with the ships. Man of
Battlefleet
War.
Gothic.
Battlefleet Gothic.
Man of War was very, very distant.
Man of War was
past,
distant.
But yes.
But in Battlefleet Gothic, there was Demiurge ships in the Tau expansion. And there
was, yes.
Yeah, these ships were like half transport ship for goods and services, half forge ship, half navy vessel, half like family caravan. So far it's two boats in one. But they had so many different uses. They were effectively the parts of these convoys that could travel the depths of space and never have to go anywhere because they could refit themselves, repair themselves, become trade way stations, and were in constant communication with other ships of their kind. And you have 13 of these things, 12, coming to Necromunda and then landing. So imagine the firepower. Imagine the production capability. Imagine the island of Manhattan landing in the middle of a desert, unfolding itself and going, we are now a manufactorium powerhouse. We have our own power supplies. And by the way, we're sending out convoys of heavily armed individuals to ensure our trade routes are not impacted by literally anyone else. And that's happened 12 times.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. So the impact, and so it's the period of time that matters as well, is that we really need to respect, is that this world has just been devastated.
Yep.
You know, this world is absolutely gone down the toilet. The Imperium is rocked on its heels, not understanding what exactly just came out and beat 5 different colours out of them and scourged the planet. And then suddenly you have 12 of these ships landing.
Yeah.
And this just is... you imagine the Imperial commanders just going, we have a world that is now being invaded again. Like, we've already seen the surface just... I don't think they'd even be able to stop it. No. Do you know what I mean? Like, they're already beleaguered and battered from taking on the Ironeyans, right?
Yep.
After having beaten them, the Necrons come through and start blasting and blazing, you know? And now they're just rocked. And suddenly these 12 ships come, and there is probably some realization of who and what they are, and it's probably a case of let's not fight them. Like we love our emperor and we'd do anything for him, but this is almost too much. You know, they are coming to planet. Let them land. They haven't opened up their gun bays. They haven't started shooting at their first option. So let's see if negotiation is a probability here. And
Just quickly,
as weird as it sounds,
are you assuming that the Imperial Governor and the Imperial First Captain, Boo, have both seen these squats and said it is better to agree to let them trade, sort of harvest the planet, but then also allow them to repair our infrastructure because it would cost us possibly the whole planet if we said no?
I would say so. I would say that.
Wow.
Well,
I never.
you
No,
imagine.
I agree. I hadn't thought about that until you said it just then.
Like even a space marine who is, you know, for the emperor, for all of that, would just be sitting there going, we do not have the resources to take on this known enemy. They know who the squats are at this time. They know their capacity and how vulnerable they would be. They'd just be sitting there going, we are going to go wiped out. So if we have the probability of having something that resembles a peaceful interaction here, can and should we do it? Yes, we should. Because we don't know, even though we're a stone's throw away from Terra, we don't know what the travel time will really be. Let us not engage in something that is a guaranteed loss. You know, if they want to come to planet and take our resources and do all that and rebuild and all this other stuff, that's fine. Let them do that for the time being, because we have the might of the Imperial Army, of the Space Marine legions, that at any stage we could snatch that back from them. You know, that would be my mindset. They just go, we'll just take this back. You know, if we activate another whole, if we take one of our legions and decide we want to take this back, we will destroy all 12 of those ships. Quite not with ease, but definitely we will be able to destroy all 12, and whatever contract we sign can just be thrown away. Doesn't matter. The Bastion vessels will have you. You know what I mean? But I think, knowing Imperial history, obviously the Horus Heresy gets in the way of that. You know, and suddenly the squats of Necromunda become so entrenched and so ingrained within the nature of that planet, and the demands of the Imperium become greater and more, I guess, zealous, in the sense that you're no longer just creating and building for a great crusade, you're doing it for a concept of it's almost like a religious tithe as well, of saying if you fail the Imperium, you fail the Emperor, you fail the Imperial Creed. And so the infrastructure and the support they provide suddenly becomes a fundamental part of being able to deliver that tithe as well.
You've actually blown my mind with that.
Oh.
Like,
Well,
I love that.
that's good. But do you not see that the might of the Imperium at the time, right, would say, give up the planet for the moment. Like, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
We will get it back. We'll get it back whenever we want. Nobody's seeing that old Horus would just drink the Kool-Aid a bit too much.
Oh, yeah, dude. They're literally looking at it like, you know, it's a minor setback for now, but once we've finished this crusade, we can get rid of these squatties and just keep what we want.
Exactly. Yeah, we will stomp them right the hell out. And I think if we hadn't seen the Necron attack on Ironhead's Prime, maybe they hold their ground and say, no, boot off. Like, we know who you are and we can fight you. But we're talking about a ravaged world and a beleaguered military that is just probably sitting there going, you want to come and dig? Go dig. Like, just leave us alone for 5 minutes. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, you've actually blown me away a little bit with that idea. I'd never considered it that way, and now that I'm thinking about it, it sets a whole different perspective on the Imperium, and their sense of we'll just put up with you for now. Like we'll let you sit here because we'll know where you are. You're just here. That's fine. You'll get our planet to a point that we just wipe you out and we can keep it going.
Yeah.
5 minutes later.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But also, I think this also represents a sense of finality for the squats because they were landing these ships, and when they transform them into these holdfasts, these fortresses, they've rendered them unable to leave as vessels again. So the only way they're able to get off the planet is if they can somehow turn these holdfasts back into these ships, or if someone else comes to get them.
Yeah, right. And well, we know in again, this is old ancient history I'm tapping on, but they have a little kerfuffle with the Tyranids at some stage.
Yeah, just a little one.
Just a little
It's
one.
just a little fight.
Yeah. So they're not going to receive the support that they need to get off the planet if they wanted to, and the whole galaxy goes into disarray, and this disarray sort of creates a sense of normality on Necromunda.
Yeah.
And the squats become part of that normality. So the idea of getting rid of them, the idea of booting them off, is not necessarily something that goes forward in Necromunda. And actually, it reminds me, out of that first little bit that I read before, there's another little part which was really quite cool. I'll just read it very quickly.
Yeah.
So, calling them filthy Xenos, spreading rumours about them abducting humans, or attempting to contact Imperial agents to eradicate them will not be tolerated. And this is part of the very first part of the book, right? So what this is saying, it's wonderful. I love this book. I love it from the Imperial point of view, by the way. Not tolerating the seditious information being spread about the squats because, yes, they're abhumans. No, they're not humans. Absolutely. We will not classify them as that. But they're not not Xenos either.
Yeah.
You know? So this is that, and I know we're talking very much in the early days history, but that establishment of normality is what we see in the modern day Necromunda, where we don't like you, we don't want you here, you don't belong here, but damned if we could keep going forward unless you're here.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? Because you're part of our normal cycle now. You're, so you come in and you get your 3 shots of recaf, and I hate you every day for doing it, but you're one of my most loyal customers. So I will always have your recaf with 3 shots in it ready to go at this particular time of the day when you come in. Because I don't want you here. I don't believe you should be here. The Imperial Creed says I should probably destroy you as a heretic in some way, shape or form, but you're part of this world.
Yeah.
And
It's too important for us to purge right now.
Yeah, and so if we dial that way back into the early history, with the galaxy going into so much turmoil, they become part of that normality. They become part of the buying the 3 shots of recaf every day. And they're even in those early days where you would have a lot of people with angst and frustration with them, they just go, well, what are we going to do? We're going to mobilize and fight somebody who's helping build the planet? No, let's just wait. And then they build the planet. What are we going to do? Help and mobilize? What are we going to do? Mobilize and fight against somebody who's maintaining this so that our population can grow? No, we're not going to do that. And then you get to the point where there's starting to be a tithe. Are we going to destroy these guys because they're helping us create a tithe? No, we're not. But we're not going to enjoy them being here.
Yeah.
So anyway, we'll jump into our next read. That
Read
first
one
point
done.
was a big one.
Yeah.
One done. Ironeye's legacy. Even as the squats work to restore the hives and roads of Necromunda, Oryith Ironeye makes deals with nobles, clanners and outlanders. Centuries later, this will become known as the Iron Debt, the obligations owed by billions of Necromundans to the Squat Nation, an obligation that future charter lords will use to ensure the humans remain dependent upon the abhuman empire. So I guess this part of the read further reiterates the point of the humans of Necromunda, the Imperium, still being dependent upon the Squat nation.
It's exactly
and
what you just mentioned. Like,
yeah,
they ingrained themselves so completely.
Yeah, it is not just part of that sense of normality or what I was talking about. This is a conscious effort by what are obviously devious and nefarious dwarves to what's nothing funny about that, just the truth, that to make sure that they are seen as a critical element of Necromunda. And almost, I say this not necessarily meaning it with much gusto, but a critical element of the Imperium on Necromunda as well. You know, the Imperium needs to look at them and say, you're important here. Not just Necromunda, because Necromunda alone looking at them would not be enough to say, we need to keep them. You know what I mean? It needs to be the Imperium greater that says, we need to keep the squats on Necromunda.
Well, one of the cool parts about the Halls of the Ancients book, obviously, is because it talks a lot about squats. Who would have thought? But it does talk about Lord Vargas, the Imperial Governor, and it does say that though the squats of the Earlish League would later turn their talents to mining, when they first arrived on Necromunda, they boasted an impressive number of engineers and inventors. And in the age of technological stagnation the Imperium found itself in, it's amazing how much that changed in 10,000 years, the skills brought by the squats were nothing less than revelatory. Lord Vargas, a man famed for his practicality and distaste of imperial bureaucracy, side note, he probably got executed for that, saw the potential of the abhumans and kept the Adeptus Terra and Adeptus Mechanicus at bay with administrative obfuscation? He kept them busy with,
kept them busy.
Like, with busy work.
And that's what I was saying. Sorry to interject here. That's what I'm saying. So somebody on Necromunda has seen how invaluable and important they are, but they understand what the administratum, what the mechanicum are like. And so what I was saying about the need of the Imperium saying, we have to have you here. This governor knew the Imperium's not going to agree to this. So I'm just going to keep pushing them back.
I'm just going to keep...
with mountains of red tape.
I'm just going to keep throwing pocket sand in their eyes.
Yeah,
and,
exactly.
You know, you do that thing where you put your thumb under your finger like that, and you go like, pulling my finger off. I'm imagining he has a bunch of jugglers.
Yeah.
And like the Adeptus Terra guy comes in and is like, hey, what are all these abhumans doing? Hey, I need a name for the Adeptus Terra guy. Gavin. No, we've already got a Gav on the show. Is that angry Squattish guy?
It is too. Let's call him
Winston. It's like, hey, Winston,
That's a good one.
have you ever seen someone juggle 3 knives? And he goes, I mean, I haven't, but I've got a lot of work to do. It's like, no. Hey, juggler. And there's this juggler throwing knives.
Yeah.
And the Death Terror's guy's like, hey, put an apple in there as well. Whoa, he's cutting the apple. And meanwhile, Lord Vargas is just like, yeah, what is it? You want to mine the actual hive, but we get like a new alarm system. Just do it, baby. Just do it.
Just consider it signed. You come to me, you say what you want to do, and bam, rubber stamp done.
Yep.
While he's got somebody just going around tapping like one of the administratum guys on the left shoulder while they're on their right hand side. He's like, what? Oh, do you want? Was that it?
Someone keeps trying to get my attention. It's like, well, hey, Winston, what's up? You know the juggler? He's got 3 puppies now. What?
No. What's a puppy? Go have a look.
Go have a look. What's he doing with the puppies? He's throwing them out the window.
Yeah. He's cutting an apple with the puppies.
With the
Amazing.
puppies.
Go have a look.
But then the
That's
Adeptus Mechanicus guy, like, obviously, you need to keep the Mechanicus away from the squats because, as it's already said, once again, we know the Imperial technological ability has stagnated since the Golden Age, whereas the Squats, because of the Votan, how they've gone through that, they have evolved. They are inventors. They are engineers. They have created things that the Imperium doesn't have. And it says with here, after the 12 massive bastion vessels of the Earlish made planetfall, the clans stripped down the void ships, transforming them into wasteland citadels, around which their holdfasts would be built. It was also at this time that the 12 Great Charters were forged and formalised, the Earlish League ensuring their contracts and compensations were set in stone before a single squat started work. Eager to milk the wealth of Necromunda, not to mention appease his imperial masters, Lord Vargas acquiesced to almost all of the demands of the Earlish, including enduring mining rights for the large swathes of Necromunda. And it's exactly what you read there. Everyone on Necromunda owes this debt. And this debt isn't just for what they owe for the Squats keeping everyone alive, but it's a physical debt of we need to take this much material out of your planet every year to keep our side of the contract done. Because if you screw with our contract, we screw back. And unfortunately, we screw back in rapid-fire bolt guns.
Okay, so just so we're clear, this is really aggressive unionisation. That's what, and the key thing was they didn't lift at all until the contract was signed.
Which is why we're so anti-union here.
We're not anti-union.
Lorekeepers
We're
podcast.
pro-puppy, acceptance, mild acceptance of cat owners, and sitting on the fence with unions. Let's say that.
But yeah, it's amazing what you said then. So the humans remain dependent on the abhumans there because the Squats are pulling material wealth from the planet, from areas that no one else can work in. They are underground to a capacity that no one else has the tools, the technology, or the ability to actually do
the knowledge. The knowledge, I think, is really important.
Lord Vargas is smart. He knows he can get so much out of the planet just by letting the Squats do their thing. And he needs to let them do their thing to pay his tithe. And that's another point there where the humans are so dependent on the Squats. Absolutely.
Is he paying a tithe at this time?
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay, of course
the moment you got pulled in during the Great Crusade.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got a tithe, baby. You people, armament, whatever. Yeah, and so you can imagine that Lord Vargas would probably understand that he's an imperial governor being put in control, but he would have seen what happened to other members of the Great Crusade who failed to meet their expectations. Shout out to my boy Lorgar.
The new series.
But anyway, just to reiterate that, so he's seeing this as, I'm not going to say an easy out, but certainly a better and more efficient way to set yourself up on a
No
world
one is going to pay
that
attention
is down the toilet.
Yeah, no one is going to pay attention to the fact you've just allowed 12 nations of abhumans to live on your planet. No one's paying attention to you if you're paying your taxes in full and on time every single time.
Yeah, but he understands the threat of what he's doing.
Absolutely.
So he understands how dangerous the iron debt is, right?
Yep.
And that is exemplified in his keeping the Imperium at bay, because he understands that the iron debt is a terrible thing to do to Necromunda.
Oh yeah, but
it horrendous against a nation and a peoples that could easily just cook them in a moment. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, if they decide they want to renege on it, if they decide that they're not going to do this anymore and help will be coming to wipe out the Squats, it's going to be too late for the residents and the people of Necromunda.
Correct.
By the time that help arrives, the Necromundans are cooked, and that is how dangerous the iron debt is, and it totally makes sense why he wants the Imperium nowhere near it.
Yep. Well, that takes us into our next read there, the First Nomad War. 12 great ash waste nomad tribes gather in the shadow of the equatorial spine to wipe the Squats from the face of Necromunda. In the bitter war that follows, the holdfasts stand defiant, breaking the war parties at the gates of Tapfakite, the nomads' great spirits declaring an enduring blood feud against the mining clans. So we know, and we will inevitably do an episode on the nomads, but the Ash Waste nomads themselves were the sort of quote-unquote original inhabitants of the wastes at this time.
Yes.
We don't know where they've come from, but we know that a lot of them, obviously, the Ash Waste nomads live in the Ash Wastes. And I don't know about you, but I know that if someone lands an enormous interstellar vessel in my backyard and immediately breaks it down and turns it into a fortress from which they're not only harvesting resources from my property, but also possibly killing my friends and family, I might get a little bit upset. And when the squats landed, they landed in the territories of the Ash Waste nomads. And they obviously consider themselves to be the true inhabitants of the planet of Necromunda. And they were the powerhouse of the Ash Wastes before the squats. So this obviously caused a lot of animosity there. But, and it does mention this in the book, it was a cunning move by the then rulers of the planet, as the hardy squats swiftly set about evicting the nomads from these regions, and in a series of bloody wars. It is a legacy of violence that has survived for thousands of years, and the two factions bitter enemies to this day. So you are automatically, and this goes back to what you said, this is one of the reasons it sort of strikes me so weird that I didn't consider it, because I always considered the worst of every faction. The Imperium told the squats, absolutely, land your ships, set up your fortresses in the Ash Wastes, because they would have already been having conflicts with the Ash Waste nomads. They would have been having these problems. And what's the best way to make sure that not only the enemy you currently have, but the enemy you might have later on don't get too big for their boots? You make them fight each other as well.
Yeah, the Imperium would not see that as a negative at all. It's like while we're rebuilding, while we're building, while we're establishing ourselves here, have at each other. We don't care. Wipe out all the nomads. If you do that and you keep giving us resources, fantastic.
You're fantastic.
We are fantastic. We are loving it. Or the nomads wipe you out. Well, guess what? We're going to go to where those bastion ships are, and we are going to be looting like a 10-armed man. You know, just like grabbing everything that is not bolted down, and if it is bolted down, coming back and unbolting it. So
shout out to 10-armed Terry, the new leader of my mutant gang.
And all they really are is just like strapped on arms. Yep. It's just for some reason desired to be a mutant, but was never gifted. So you can see why the Imperium would do that. But the brutality of what the squats are doing to the Ash Waste nomads, I think needs to be reflected upon as well. Mainly because I feel a little bit... You're looking at me aghast here. They are being brutal to them because the Ash Waste nomads remind me of goblins. And this is exactly what dwarves do. You be quiet, sir. You be quiet. The Ash Waste nomads are goblins, right? And they are just simple mushroom farmers, and all they want to do is just harvest a few mushrooms, raise a few squigs, just occasionally loot a few things and eat an orc here or there. But who interrupts that daily behaviour? Dwarves. And this is an exact representation of that via the squats and the Ash Waste nomads.
I may shock you with this, but I actually agree with you.
Yes.
The Imperium has definitely manipulated the situation so the squats are acting offensively towards the nomads straight away. But the squats are also the ones undertaking the offensive actions. And to them, I think it would have been, well, our contract says this land belongs to us now. So we don't care that you've lived here for however many thousands of years. This piece of paper says otherwise.
Yeah,
so,
and I don't imagine, these raggedy bearded monsters dropping down onto planet and just going, oh, okay, so this is your border. Okay, well, how about we use this area just to walk through. They'd just be like, yeah, we packed a lot of rapid fire bolt guns and rapid fire flamers and rapid fire auto guns, and we're just going to start shooting. I'm just going to start blazing, and that's it. Goodbye, ash wasters.
Yeah.
You shall be ash wasted.
But it's a big thing. It's classic sci-fi and fantasy dwarf culture where their word is their bond. Like once they have a contract, they have a contract, and the contract is a contract that shall be contracted. Like you do not not go against it.
Yep.
And the Votan Codex talks about how people are silly enough to sort of try and be sneaky with the wording of a contract with Votan, but they literally have like Chat GPT version 11,046 sitting there going, well, actually, no, because if we word it this way, that exclamation point you have there, and if the misspelling of this word or the misinterpretation of this word here implies that we actually now own your grandparents.
Yeah, yep. And you know what? We're going to go dig them up and tap them for resources. Yep. Yes. So this, again, reiterates my point that wherever there's dwarves, squats, anything like that, and they pick on goblin-based or goblin-alike creatures, shout out to Ashwaste Nomads there, the dwarves and the squats are in the wrong in this particular issue because
I will agree
goblins is nice.
Goblins are
nice. Is nice. Use the right lingo. All right. So let us move on to the next one, the Ghost Mine. Jorgen Half Skeen, a Svardvold chartermaster, discovered an abandoned deep core mine in the heart of the Dust Sea. In his greed, the squat opens its massive pit and begins plundering the untapped ore within. For cycles, the Ghost Mine, as the locals call it, produces high yields for the Svardvold, until one day, when the harvesting parties arrive to claim a fresh batch of ore, they find the mine abandoned, Jorgen vanished, and the pit covered over once more.
Okay.
And a sign out the front that clearly states, "Here be dragons." These are Necromunda dragons.
Wasn't it a Balrog? Isn't this basically Moria? There's going to be a bunch of halflings, and one of them's going to knock over a dead squat, and all of a sudden, the one grumpy human that was with them, is like, "Take the stratoplane, you fools!" And instead they walk there. To this day, he was clearly telling them to take the eagles and fly to, was it Mordor? To fly to Mordor. It was Mordor, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was Mordor.
Yeah.
But do you know what? I've never thought about it like that. Fly, you fools. He's like, you fools.
It's been a while since I read the Bible, but I'm pretty sure. And lo, Gandalf said unto the fellowship, "Take the eagles, you idiots."
Yes, yeah. Misinterpreted, and they're just like, "Oh, we'll just walk." There's some lady who with a mirror. We want to go look at that. Right. So this is. I guess this. You're right when you're saying this is a classic trope of dwarves digging. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Diggity dig hole dig, getting ore, getting minerals, doing all this stuff, and then something goes very poorly, very wrong. It happens twice in Lord of the Rings with Smaug, who basically comes and steals all their jewels and their treasure and so forth. But this is a
that
bit
in the
different
Wheel of
because-
Time?
Yeah, just alienate more of our audience. It's just, you're great at this. When they come for you, I will be part of the mob. I won't lead it out of respect, but I'll be part of it. So this is something that, it's sort of an expectation. If you're going to dig hard enough and deep enough, you will find something that you should never have touched upon, Yeah.
But you said it perfectly. This is what squats do. This is what dwarves do. They dig and dig and dig, and they like, if we can still see there's more and more and more, and eventually they get too deep, and either there's a reason it was abandoned, it's because something else is in there, or something else has claim that your average force is going to be unable to fight, be it Smaug, or be it a Balrog, or be it the fish people that run the Delac.
The Pisceans.
The Pisceans. Maybe the Pisceans are down there.
Oh, I like it. I really like that. They dug into, like, maybe a little aquarium somewhere, and they're like, oh, hang on. This ain't good. And their minds are getting corrupted, and they're hearing the voice. They're hearing the ancient ones.
Someone's stealing their eggs and olive oil.
Yes, yeah, exactly. But the key word of all that is greed.
Yeah.
And it's not something we've touched upon with the squats and the Votan just until now, but it is a big part of why they are on Necromunda. It is their greed. They see this as, we talk about opportunities and we talk about infrastructure and growth and development and all these things, but without their sense of greed, then they would not have ever come to Necromunda. They wouldn't have seen it as a exploitable resource, as something that could further generate more wealth and income in an already powerful empire.
Correct.
And that it's a good thing that they have. It's sort of, when you have a sports star or something, and they have arrogance and confidence about the way that they play. The balance needs to be right, and the balance needs to be right here. For the squats, is the greed needs to match the capacity, the ability, and the ambition. And obviously, with the ghost mine, it was too much.
Yep.
Their greed pushed them too far and took them to a point where they themselves were wiped out or abandoned, as they say, and covered up. But that is, I think, something that you see a lot in dwarf stories and dwarf settings and so forth. That greed is a double-edged sword. So it will punish you, but it'll also drive you to do amazing things as well.
Perfect. So our next one here is the Outlaw King. Uranthe Silverhand, Lord of the Calypso Hive Cluster, attempts to conquer the Anglish after hearing tales of the wealth hoarded within their holdfast. Riding atop a great tracked war runner, Uranthe approaches the gates of the Anglish fortress, his thousands-strong army at his back. He is met by the Charter Lord Horngear, who thanks him for his tribute of scrap and steel before turning the macro guns of the Anglish bastion ship upon the startled Gang King. This is really a fire truck around and find out moment. We mentioned this. They've landed enormous interplanetary vessels on the ground, and they've broken them down into enormous walled fortresses. What do you think they did with all the guns? Uranthe Silverhand, you absolute potato of a human. Like
they put them in storage, and they said, we're not going to use these because these are space-based cannons.
These are space cannons.
So, these are space cannons, and we're not in space, so we're not going to use them. No, you fool, Uranthe. They put them and they turned them into now land cannons.
Yeah.
It's just all they had to do was change the lettering. Yeah. That was it.
It's I love it. It's simple. It's a quick read. It's a quick bit of knowledge in that there. But it's hilarious because we joked about it. It's like, yeah, they just landed and they've just got all the regular ship guns. Yep, Uranthe found out. They've still got all the regular ship guns. And I can imagine that would have been one of the little guns. Like, just, like little ship-to-ship, like, weapons and that.
The battery guns, not one of the main guns.
Yeah, he's still got, like, the big gun that he just sort of swivels around and occasionally blows up mountains because he can.
We're going to mine that mountain.
Mined.
And just start... just start picking up the scraps. I will say, though, I love the fact that Uranthe is from the Calypso Hive Cluster. So all I can imagine is somebody with a very sort of island Jamaican style accent.
Say, do you think it's all Calypso music as well?
Yeah,
there's a guy
Calypso
with one of those
music.
steel drums?
Yeah. I can't do a steel drum, but you get my meaning. And then going up and being, I'm going to butcher this Jamaican accent and coming up with, your man, you got to, something like that. And this clearly is like Scottish or Squattish person just go, I don't know what you're saying. Like, I can't. And then as they're responding, the Calypso is like, I don't know what you're saying either.
The squad's shout out to all of our Squattish listeners. It's like, I don't understand what you're saying, lad. Just thank you for the tribute of, was it scrap and steel? Shoot him now, please. I don't know what accent that turned into in the end. I don't know what it started
was Scottish.
as.
It's Scottish.
It's
So it
Scottish.
doesn't have to be Scottish. And for
That's
those
right.
Scottish members who get upset about that, well, then you're just assuming that you speak Scottish. But I just see more of a communication breakdown in this moment.
Yes,
Where
yes.
maybe Uranthi was coming to say, hey, we want to mine with you. But just due to the heavy accents and the misunderstanding of Imperial Gothic, it was just a nightmare of communication.
Imagine, like, Uranthi thinks he's being really threatening, and this squad is literally standing there going... And he sort of turns to his friend, he's got the smile, he's like, what did he just say?
Yeah.
I don't know what... Just blow him up. We'll grab the rest of it and we can turn it into sporks or something. Sell it to those bogans up in the hives.
I believe that Mr. Silverhand, as I refer to him now, Mr. Silverhand, was coming there with peace and goodwill in his mind.
He was not.
There was just a misunderstanding in language.
Perfect.
So, we'll move on to our next read. Second Nomad War, Shock Horror. Led by the spirit of scavengers, the Shungar begin a war in the wasteland against the mining clan land trains. Avoiding the holdfast, the Ash Waste nomads are initially successful, and many prospecting parties are lost. Though in time, this leads to new tactics and technology on the part of the Squats, until the Ash Waste nomads are once again driven back into the wilderness. Look, the nomads have obviously understood that taking on one of the bastions is just straight up death. They saw what happened to the Calypso King, and they're like, we're not doing this again. We're not following in his footsteps. But they decide to take on the Squats in an area and a capacity that they can fight them best, which is out in the field. And it's not saying that the Squats are incapable, but in my mindset, the Squats would be more focused upon their task and their duty at the time, which is we are gathering resources and minerals and what have you. So they're not really focused on necessarily like fighting the nomads at this time.
Yeah.
So they're going to be a lot more vulnerable. And as it says, initially successful, and many prospecting parties are lost, blah, blah, blah. But that leads to new tactics and new technology for the Squats. And once again, they're driven back into the wilderness. And if I'm honest...
Never to be seen again.
Never to be seen again. Well, that is a lie, because we definitely know they definitely turn up. But if I'm honest, I would have to say that, I don't know, I'm not great with the American history at this period of time when they...
Don't worry, neither are they.
No, jeez Louise. About the interactions with Native Americans and all the rest of it and blah, blah, blah. But whether or not this is some sort of reflection about the colonization of areas and then
100%.
fighting. Yeah, okay. Yeah, right. So
I think you sort of definitely touched on it a little bit earlier, and we were definitely going to be talking about this. It is very colonial in its like sort of colonialism, expansionism. It's funny how it's sort of almost touched a little bit on the concept of the divine right of conquest.
yeah, exactly. Like we have a bit of paper, so that bit of paper justifies all the crappy things I'm planning on doing. Do you know what I mean?
Yep.
And that level of colonialism of like, well, it doesn't matter that you own or think you own this territory. You don't have a bit of paper. You know what I mean? So it becomes something where they're allowed to say, we own and we can do whatever we want with this territory. And it is only the sense of the nomads to say we need to fight back that is changing that. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, we can draw some correlations 100%. between. We can definitely draw some correlations between that, and I'm happy to be corrected on this one, guys, because it's a bit of history I definitely know very little about. But I sort of, and we'll touch on the nomads very quickly here. We know that they are a brutal and unforgiving race on Necromunda.
Yep.
They are not some beleaguered native who has had to put up with the machinations of the Imperium of now the Squats and all that. They can definitely hold their own, and they definitely are not ones to be trifled with. But there is almost a bit of, a bit of sadness associated with this, is that they are getting their teeth kicked in by these ships that have just dropped into, as you say, into their backyards.
Oh yeah.
And it feels low, it feels dirty, it feels wrong. But at the same time, I guess they're not innocent victims of this scenario as well. They are very much a brutal tribe that
Correct.
are capable of really hurting them. But I think that the key thing is that we talk about new technologies for the Squats.
But
and so this plays right into their hands.
Yeah. A lot of it also, it's definitely what you're talking about there, where they've realised that they can't just fight this war the way they would against the Imperials. They can fight the Imperials in this fashion. They can attack their settlements. They can attack everything. The Imperials are not of the same technological equivalent as the Squats. They don't have the capability. And so after the first Nomad War, or I guess the first Squat War according to the Nomads, they've started to avoid the holdfasts, and instead they're just attacking the transports, the prospecting parties, the land trains. They're attacking the what's what I'm looking for? The outliers, as opposed to focusing on their settlements straight away. And
Yeah.
it does show that raider mentality. It echoes back to what we talked about. It's when you have a more technologically advanced people sort of taking over the lands of a less technologically advanced people. Those who are less technologically advanced, supposedly in this case, because I have theories on the nomads, have to rely on their strengths, and the strengths they have here versus the Squats is mobility, is the ability to use the environment against a more technologically, supposedly, superior enemy.
And they need to avoid a traditional conflict.
Correct.
Of there's your battle line, here's my battle line, and we'll fight against each other.
Yep.
They need to do hit and run. They need to use exploitative tactics, and they need to fight in a non-symmetrical way, so that the tactics and the ideas of the Squats become redundant. But as it says in the read, the Squats change the tactics, which is, it's something that you don't imagine you'd see within the Imperium. They just
Absolutely
be like,
not.
no. We just keep pouring more bodies into that situation. Yep. Whereas the Squats are just sitting there going, wow, no, we're losing and we can't afford this. So what is a better way to fight? Okay, well, let's improve our technology. But that is only one piece of this puzzle. The next part needs to be, how can we fight against their particular brand of warfare?
Correct. And especially when it talks about the land trains. So land trains, if you go back to like Epic and that sort of thing there, they were it. They were Squats. I remember the book, was it the Squat Warlords, where they brought out the land trains. They had the different types of cars. There was like the shield cars, and then the ones that had like the huge auto cannons, and like they remember the big trains and that.
Yeah.
But so there was this is an interesting sort of really old lore. This goes back to the book Space Marine. Remember with we talked about this ages ago about the Imperial Fist Boo Marines that had come back to Necromunda. There was, and I've actually got this written down here. So there was a hive on Necromunda, Hive Trasia, and they actually manufactured land trains on Necromunda in the old days. They manufactured the Squat land trains in Hive Trasia. Obviously, very different to the law we have now.
Yes,
But
yes.
this one guy manufactured them and I believe sold them to the Squats. Whereas, obviously, given the newer style law and what we're talking about now, it would be manufactured by the Squats for the
Yeah.
Squats.
Yeah, exactly.
So so obviously that's older law. Squats
Yep.
wouldn't be buying anything Imperial anymore. It's just not the way it goes. But the land trains obviously now come into a lot of the modern law as well. The back in sort of the epic era, that sort of thing, land trains were these huge, just traveling, basically a train on tracks or wheels that was just mobile weapons platforms. They were
Yeah.
the things you would use to destroy continents. But
Yep.
land
When
trains,
they were put onto tables, like I remember
Yeah.
back in the epic days, if somebody was deploying a squat land train, you're like, I need to know how to kill that. Like I really need to kill that. That can't just be allowed to roam around and do what it wants willy nilly. So yeah, but continue with your land train conversation.
so modern land trains, according to squat law, are very, very different. So the squat land train is a mobile mining platform, and they basically travel the wastes, going from area to area, and they consist of a dozen or more gigantic tracked vehicles, each of which is twice or even three times the size of the largest super heavy Imperial tanks, and they form an interconnected convoy that can stretch for kilometres across the wastes. So each of these, so let's say there's 12 of them, each the size of three super heavy tanks.
Yep.
So imagine just a convoy of 36 Bane Blades. Now,
Yep.
that's just the size. It also says here, each vehicle is a settlement in its own right, some given over to storing and refining ore, others carrying termite mining vehicles or automated drill arrays or housing living quarters, workshops, hydro gardens, or comms towers. So I'm genuinely picturing, like, the front one is your command deck, your command vehicle,
Yep.
it's where you're driving everything. Then you may have your living quarters, then your manufactory, then your weapons, and etc. Each of these trains is going to be a completely different section of your town, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
And these things are traveling the wastes, like these, sort of the what was that movie series, Immortal Engines? We joked about it a little while ago.
Really?
It
Yeah,
literally
yeah,
is
yeah.
Immortal Engines.
It is. Yeah. Squat style.
Squat style, but it's called it's a lager. I want to say a lager though, because it's the good type of beer. So these lagers travel, and we've joked about this with the sort of nomad caravans. Remember a couple of ages ago we talked about these nomad
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
caravans. I'm
Yeah,
picturing
absolutely.
these squat caravans that are effectively traveling with the seasons, and as they're going, they find their location, they turn into a circle, and then everything in the middle of that circle is just drilled down. It is just harvested. So
So do you see these on Necromunda though?
they are on Necromunda. These are on Necromunda.
But they're so big.
They were built in the holdfast cities and are now being sent out. These were on those 12 vessels that landed.
Oh, so I've always thought of the land trains as like more of a combat type thing. But I guess what you're saying,
It's evolved.
okay, it's evolved. The law has evolved it, and so yes, it makes sense that these would be on Necromunda because
It's not just the
it's
law
the
that's
perfect
evolved
way
it,
to
though.
get.
It's their need.
Yes,
These
yes,
would have
yes,
been
yes.
combat vehicles, but they've now
yeah.
said, we've got this whole planet that is so chock full of resources that
Yeah.
and let's be honest, the enemies aren't that tough. We don't need the enormous anti-air batteries on this. We can rip those off and put some temporary housing up to house the workers. Like,
Yeah.
it has evolved.
Yeah, we're not fighting. this is not being used on a battlefield anymore. This is being used to ensure that it's more to ensure the safety of our mining crews or our our scrap gathering crews or whatever the case might be. Yeah, right. So you would almost like, the giant macro weapons and so forth would go on them. You might only just need one, and even then,
Exactly.
then you may go several generations without ever actually even turning it on to shoot it.
Exactly.
Because the majority of the fighting is going to be done with small arms or like heavy cannons and stuff like that. Just small.
The
in
Votan
comparison,
fought wars. The Squats fight skirmishes.
Yes, yeah, perfect. So, in saying that, then you could see how their tactics and technology would have been enough to wipe out, no, not wipe out, but drive off the Ashway Nomads.
Absolutely.
So instead of going out in small prospector teams of, maybe 30 to 40 or whatever the case might be, you start to deploy 50 or 60, but you begin to create a plan of, well, we're not just going to go to this point and start extracting materials and ore and so forth. We're going to go to this point, and eventually come back. But our teams are now going to be housed in, maybe a micro version of a land train or something like that.
Perfect.
And we are going to now have, a larger deployment of personnel, but we're also going to be able to capture more, and we're going to be able to defend ourselves better more. And yeah, right, I can see this definitely playing out. Even if you're not deploying necessarily the land train, you're deploying something with a similar sort of elk.
Correct. But the land trains themselves, so each vehicle connects to the front or the back of any of the others around it. So that front command section, when it spins into the circle, it's kind of like a train coupling. It will couple with the rear of the rear carriage and form a completely solid circle. And from that, all of the gun mountings, observation decks, and weapons firing platforms are situated. They form interlocking defences and are all on the outside of the lager that is now a fortified structure. Then on top
It's
of
a city.
it's become from a mobile city, your immortal engines, to it is now literally a stationary city. And then when lagers are in place for any sort of longer period of time, typically, as it says in the book, as part of a deliberate mining effort, the Squats then start setting up a settlement on the outside of the lager. So tents, towers, and prefab structures are erected, often around the vast drill head that forms the focus of their new mine. Trenches are dug and new roads laid out, connecting the areas around the lager. As while the Squats are always ready to see off the perils of the wasteland, they also often trade with any friendly locals. Representatives of the Makata Gelt can be found making the journey to a lager to broker deals with the Squats, Squats, not Scots, along with other hivers, as it is rare for humans to enter the mining clan's holds, while the Squats themselves are usually not found within the hive cities, although there are several in Barley Hive, where they are drinking a bintang style fungus beer. But
that's interesting information about the land trains and the idea that they set themselves up, but they also like, you don't come in here. This is this is not a place where you step foot. This is sacred and hallowed to us.
I'm imagining they would erect sort of like a trader's hall, where that gets put up on the outside of the lager, and then the Makata Gelt or the traders or the hivers and that looking to trade and buy and sell and that sort of thing will go to this almost like market, like open air market that the Squats would set up, and you'd have humans coming to exchange, I don't know, archaeotech or crops and that with the Squats for some of their technology. And it would be lesser technology to the Squats, or it would be lesser materials to the Squats, but in their mind, as long as they come out on top of that deal, it is worth it to them. So,
Yeah, exactly. And they can use that for something. They can trade that to somebody else. They can boot it off. It doesn't matter.
Yep.
But yeah, I'm really liking the idea of this land train sort of concept. Like not necessarily a big mama jumma one, which I imagine would house potentially hundreds to thousands of members. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I'm talking about like a more sort of, I don't know, a lesser version of one. I sort of have a bit of a gang
like
idea
a land
from this.
tram.
Like a land tram, exactly. So something that they go, well, we don't need this much, but the concept and the idea of how it works and how it fights is exactly the same sort of thing. So you'd almost have like these mobile crews, and they're all prospectors. They're all doing that squat thing, but they're very much upon the idea of trading. So they just go set up, and it doesn't matter how much material they get, they're always trading. So the gang members themselves would just be covered in ridiculous amounts of gubbins. So not like your normal Ironhead look, where, I don't know, I feel like the Ironheads are, and rightly so, are so aesthetically different to everything else that they look almost alien. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so I would take this gang and I would really Necromunda it up. Like remove shoulder pads and armor plates and maybe have one with a forge plate on or something like that, where they're just constantly on the move. To get back to a bastion city might take them a generation. So they're always out there, always gathering, always doing more things. And they're doing that sort of cyclic trading that I was talking about before, where they're going, yeah, this is a piece of garbage for us. We're never going to use this. This fuel cell or this generator or whatever the case might be. But we definitely know it's valuable to the local here on Necromunda.
This is
we take
crap
it
to us, but those humans love this stuff.
Yeah, they gobble this up. So we'll take this to the next settlement, and suddenly we're bringing not only our own technology, which we're not going to really part ways with a lot of the times, but we're bringing technology that is we're happy to part with, but is familiar to the humans. Yeah. So they're going to start to go, oh, I really want that. They're not going to look at a piece of squat tech and go, oh, I really want that, because they're going to go, I don't know what it does. I don't know what its purpose is or what it's used for or how long it's going to take me to learn to use it, or will I be able to sell it on? But a particular power cell or generator, I know exactly what I need that for. I know exactly how to use that. I will give you whatever you want. You know what I mean? Yeah, so this is upscaling. But in that process, they gain more and more resources from these Necromundans. You know what I mean? So I would almost go as far as to create this as a Venator gang, mainly because the squats I would want in it would just be picking, like you'd have so many weapons coming out of the trading post. So over time they've been able to maintain their weapons, but at the same time they've also had to suffer with weapons jamming, depleting, whatever the case might be, and they have to use more of the local tech because it is, as I say, a generation.
Because they're generational travel.
Yeah.
Well, it might not even be out of necessity. It may be out of desire. Or
a choice to use it. They've seen a needle pistol being used, and they're like, "Yeah, I like that. I like that. That was dumb tech. That really screwed somebody up. I want one of those as my holdout weapon. I've got good targeting systems in my suit. I'll be able to just pick that little chink in the armor and fire that dart in there. I'm getting me one of them.
Yeah, perfect.
Anyway, we spent a long time on the second Nomad War, so let's. What is our next read here? It's
The Horrors of the Deep. Deep beneath the surface of the Poison Sea, the Halmaeoth mining clan bore through into an ancient subterranean ocean. There they discover strange and ancient creatures eager to reach the surface and wreak havoc. Fleets of Halmaeoth ironclad submersibles battle tentacled sea beasts in a war that eventually sees the mining clan sink a floating hive over the tunnel, sealing away the horrors beyond. there's nothing to discuss after that one there. We might just move on to the next read.
No, it's very, very vague. Yes.
It's very vague. It's very... wait, no. So I'm just going to rewind real quick there. Okay. I have 2 words for you.
Yes.
Squattish pirates. All right.
Oh.
Picture Long Drong
yes.
Slayer pirates for the old
Yes,
fantasy Regiment of Renown. Now give one of them what are they called? The Techmites. But make it give it a parrot body.
Yes.
But it still has like the Ironkin voice and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And he is basically like Captain Ahab, and he's in this submarine. And remember, as we know, we've talked about it before. We've talked about it on several episodes. All sailors are horrible people. Shout out to our sailor listeners. But this guy is basically, he's hunting one of these creatures. His whole crew, his particular gang. I'm picturing them as in this ocean. What do you harvest from an ocean? Imagine claiming pearls that have been formed in the toxic waters of Necromunda's undersea ocean, where they are literally like, you know how you get the pearlescent colours, ironic when we're talking about pearls, but picture like the black pearlescence that would be coming from some of these things. They're pulling up all these rare materials, and I'm picturing them with like the huge sort of diving suits, and they're instead of necessarily bolt weapons, there is like pneumatic air powered, and it fires almost like crossbow bolts. I'm picturing.
Yeah, right.
Did you ever play a game called Fear? First Encounter Assault Recon.
No, because it was called Fear.
It was actually a great game, and they had this stake launcher where you could literally fire it and it would like pin people against the wall. I'm picturing these squats under the sea with those, where because it's not
But
bolt
what kind
weapon,
of, like, how did it pin somebody against the wall? Was it like a ribeye? Oh, it would have been a T-bone or something.
I'm picturing these squats where they're basically under the water, and they're these crabs or these squids or the Pisceans or whatever they are coming out. And
definitely Pisceans, but yes,
definitely Pisceans. But they're firing these like long stakes of metal instead of bolt weapons. Like it would just be so cool. And
look, do you know when you talk about like using pirates and deep sea suits, what are they called? The Caradon Overlords?
Yes.
Like,
yes.
Because they've got that really sort of like steampunky sort of look to them. Then you just put the diving helmet on top of them. You get harpoons. You get all manner of little giblets hanging off them. You also have like a powder monkey as well. That is also a Techmite.
Oh, everything would be
so
Techmites.
Cool. Yeah, so many of these different Techmites, and you'd have all the different levels of deck crew and all that, which is already done for you in a Necromunda gang anyway, because you've got your gangers and your Jubes and so forth.
Yeah.
And just have them teamed out with all these like weapons that you know are going to work in like a wet, hostile environment. Exactly. You know what I mean? So if there's a bit of moisture or something, it doesn't matter. All it is a click and shoot type thing. So even flamers would work, where you use them to drive back the creatures, not necessarily to kill them, but pushing them back. And they've all got like these magna clamp boots and so forth, so that they can't get knocked overboard. They can't get if their chamber is flooding, they're not going to slip over or anything like that. They magna clamp themselves to the floor and they just start fighting from that point. Oh, This is a cool gang, man. I can visualize this already. What they would look like, the nature, the vibe of what you want to give them. You just really go for you embrace that fun aspect of the Techmites, but at the same time, you give them practicality of their weapons and so forth, like what they would be using. But that is also a little bit further away from what we should be talking about from this raid, which is the ancient creatures eager to reach the surface and wreak havoc.
Yeah, they were straight up fighting the Pisceans. I think they'd somehow drilled through into the under oceans of Necromunda. And, yeah, like, with all jokes aside, I believe they were fighting the Pisceans and the forces of the Pisceans, because we know the Pisceans are the weird shark folk, but what's to say they don't have squid allies and that sort of thing, and that sort of other type of undersea creature down there with them.
Yeah. Definitely something that's evolved.
Exactly.
Something that they have maybe even manufactured themselves. You know what I mean?
That's the word I wanted.
Okay, we're going to they genetically modified this creature to become worse and worse and worse. And then suddenly, where they've been spending generation after generation trying to work out how to get to the surface to go, actually interact with their Deliquetian brotherhood, they suddenly get a hole popped in the top of their roof, and they're just like, absolutely, brother, it is on. You have just popped the cork on a whole bunch of tentacled nonsense.
Now, I want to go back to talking about pirates, absolutely. But can we just talk about the fact that they sunk a hive? And not just a hive, a floating hive? Like, they push it. I'm just imagining these submersibles pushing the floating hive over the tunnel and blowing it. Like, the bottom, let's say, 50 or 60 levels of this hive, sorry, it's a bad day for you. But all of a sudden, all these people have gone from, living in lakeside shithole to it is beachfront property. Like,
well, you say that they've gone from living in lakeside shithole to now living in the lake.
Living in the lake, but I like to think that it's somewhat airtight, and eventually you're going to get some idiot, most probably a Goliath, drilling a hole, and all of a sudden water is just coming in. And he's just like, just sort of sticks his finger in it. Just like, I think I live here now.
I've made a big oopsie doopsie.
Yep.
Thankfully, I packed at least 3 crayons, so I have 20 minutes of survival time. I want to, and I will believe this, that the members of those hives were told to evacuate. Let us believe that.
They definitely were not.
They definitely were. They were told, evacuate. We have done a big stuffy uppy down in the ocean. So we are going to try and fix that the only logical way we know how, and that is to sink a hive.
I know we joke about it. I genuinely think that the squats in this situation would simply sink the hive. And not worry about notifying anyone, because they see it as, we need to make sure people don't find out what I've just done.
Okay, you can live with those horrible, disgusting thoughts. I know they definitely evacuated a lot of the hive.
Yeah,
definitely.
I mean, that's fine. That's fine. We will go with that then.
Yeah. All right. Let's get into our next read. After centuries of rebuilding and harvesting the surface of Necromunda for its resources, the Ironhead mining clans delved deeper into the hollow heart of the planet. Millennia of industry has plundered much of the world's mineral resources, yet the squats still find untapped wealth. And this is, there is a term for this, but I don't know what it is exactly, where you hold back a certain amount of wealth and you just trickle it down. You trickle feed.
Reaganomics.
No.
It's trickle down economics, just
it's
the
not
squat
that,
version.
Yeah, well,
It's like trickle up economics.
Yeah, they're just feeding the small amount of resources back into the Necromundan community. It's like, oh no, we can't find anything. Oh look, we hit an amazing seam. Oh wow! Whilst they're sitting on an untold amount of wealth, just holding on to it. Yes, fantastic, loving every second of it. And
is that how you see that? Do you see that as they are holding off on what they're giving versus, 'cause I read that as no one else can get anything from the planet but the squats, because of how advanced their technology and how advanced their skills and how good they are at actually mining. that's why they're able to find the resources?
Dwarves are sneaky. They're sneakier than Skaven.
Okay,
That's why they don't like the Skaven, because they're just like, at that level, you're better than us, so we're upset about it.
it's like what's the saying? Every accusation is an admission of guilt.
Yeah.
They hate the Skaven because they're sneaky, but in reality, it's just like those goddamn Skaven just copying our sneaky ways.
And doing it better. To hell with them. To hell with them. So, yeah, no, that's why I see it. They're just holding back. Oh, we found more untapped health. Oh, we found more untapped health. Wow, we're so good at our job. Really, they've mined the planet. Well, they mined it dry a millennia ago, but they just keep trickle feeding this small amount of resources to the Imperium, so that they're seen as a necessary force on Necromunda. They're keeping Helmor's boot away from their throat just a moment longer.
You don't genuinely think that, do you?
I do now.
Okay.
Now,
fair enough.
now that you're aghast at that, yes, that's absolutely what I do think. Sneaky, dirty squats, holding off, making people suffer, enjoying the torment of gang warfare, mainly because they're just like, ooh, we have a whole bunch of shiny ore, but I just like looking at it. It's like one of my favourite things to do. Just having a good old look. Having a butcher's
Isn't that
look.
what who was the king under the mountain in The Hobbit?
Thorin Oakenshield was
it's like-
his son.
Like Timmy Oakenshield. Remember 'cause he
Yeah,
had
call him
the-
that. Yeah.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
guy. Didn't he just want the money back, not because like he was going to do anything with it, but he just wanted to look at it because he had that dwarf gold lust?
Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about now. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Thorin Oakenshield who just
Thorin,
has
that's it.
Yeah, I did say that earlier. But
Oh, did you?
yeah, he's just refusing to listen and guzzling your now blitzed yogurt and berries. And just a peek behind the curtain again, guys. You would think that occasionally a co-host would pay attention to the podcast, but they don't. They just sit there painting.
I'm multitasking, I'm painting, I'm consuming even more yogurt and berries, and I'm podcasting because I, unlike apparently the sneaky dwarves, are multi-talented and are able to stash my skills without people realizing. And then when they need them, boom, surprise skills.
I don't think you understand the word skills, but yes, go on.
I genuinely see this as the squats are much better at harvesting the planet's natural and unnatural resources than everyone else. So everyone else is only obviously taking it to like the surface level. They can only get to a certain point before whether their skill or ability or even maybe they just aren't brave enough to keep digging, because the ever-present fear of Balrog. But
Oh, no, but it wouldn't be I was thinking about this after you mentioned the Balrog earlier. It wouldn't be a Balrog, it would be a Balbul.
it would be like the mother of ambles.
Yes, exactly. The Balbul.
The Balbul. No, we
Or
are
an
not. We are not
Ambog.
inventing Xenos right now.
Ambul. Yeah, what would it be? So a Balbul or an Amrog? An Amrog.
Amrog
Okay,
actually sounds like a new pickup truck by Ford.
Yeah, I was going to say that sounds like a component or something.
Yeah. The new Ford Amrog.
Aye, boss.
What was the one from The Simpsons? The
Oh, the
Canyonero.
Canyonero.
Can you
2
name
lanes
the
wide.
truck with 4-wheel drive? Smells like a steak and seats 35. What did you call it?
Canyonero.
The Amrog.
Yeah.
The Ford Amrog.
Yeah, I can just imagine one of the prospectors coming out. Boss, I've discovered an Amrog. He's like, oh, what does that fit onto? Does that go onto one of our machines? No, an Amrog. Yeah, no, just tell me. Is it like a hydraulic thing? Sure. Too late. Everybody dead. That's exactly what happened to the ghost mine. They found an Amrog.
Done. They found an Amrog. So, oaths and charters. As the line of House Helmea strengthens its control over Necromunda, the mining clans renew their claims. In a rare ceremony, 11 of the most powerful charter lords enter the spire of Hive Primus to stand before Lord Helmea and representatives of the Adeptus Terra, where the humans recognize their contributions to the planet and reaffirm the power of the great charters. This goes back to what you said earlier. This is what, a couple... How long have they been there now? Only a few hundred years, I want to say, from the sort of first landing, which was... if I just bring this up here... 376 of M31, and we are now at 399 of M34. So it's been almost 3,000 years.
Yeah.
And once again, looking at it and what you said before, that the Adeptus Terra, the Imperial government, everyone knows that they cannot necessarily deal with losing the squats right now. So on what other planet would the Adeptus Terra and the Imperial Governor be going, hey, non-humans, you are incredibly valued and essential to our society, and the absolutely scandalous contracts that you've given us that has us absolutely bent over this barrel, we love them. We would like to extend that contract for another 3,000 years. Is everyone cool with that? And those 11 charter lords would just be rubbing their grubby little mitts together and licking their incredibly hairy lips, going, this is just more profit for the clans.
Yeah, right. I totally agree with that. I see a slightly different viewpoint from the Imperium as well, though, and that is get them all together. Let us understand exactly what their numbers look like, who they are, and are they still on this planet? Because we're talking post Horus Heresy here.
Yeah, by a few thousand years. I think by this point we've even seen through the scouring.
Yeah, so the Imperium's in recovery, right? And they're probably sitting there going, okay, let's work out exactly who these Xenos are on our planet. And we're not going to get them together by saying we're going to have a shindig and talk mining contracts. They're going to say they've got to give them something big to get them all together. And it's saying, let's reaffirm the Great Charter together. Let us sit here and, make sure that we're all on the same page. But I honestly believe that the Imperium would be sitting there going, okay, we know these 11 lords have turned up. So that means that there are 11 bastions out there that are still active, that are still able to communicate with us. So it's just mapping out your enemy.
Dude, I genuinely think you're giving way too much credit to the Imperials here. No. I think it's they're still at a point where it's the House Helmea are trying to strengthen their control over the planet. They know that the fact he has the Adeptus Terra right there means they are still watching him, saying, you have X number of years to get this planet under control. You still need to be ensuring that tithe is coming to us. All Helmea is doing there is saying, I cannot afford to get rid of the squats right now. I need them. I need them way too much to run the risk of them packing up and buggering off, or creating an enemy, and an incredibly powerful, well-equipped and technologically advanced enemy, not on my front door, but literally in my yard.
Yes, but then what is the purpose of their representatives of the Adeptus Terra there?
To say, we understand what you're doing, we understand how much you are contributing towards the tithe. If we redo these contracts, are you able to maintain your output? All the Adeptus Terra care about is that the tithe gets paid, it gets paid in full, and it gets paid on time. And if it isn't any of those things, They want to know who's to blame.
So you're saying that, okay, it could potentially be Halmea, but they're showing, Halmea is showing the Adeptus Terra that this is an integral part of our tithe. It
Correct.
is the Lord's here. So when
Correct.
the boot does come a stomping, if it does ever come a stomping, then by all means stomp it on some beards too.
Stomp it on the beards first.
Right. Okay, I see that. Yep.
Hey, I'm trying to make sure you guys get your tithe. I love me emperor, love me tithe, love me imperial governorship. But first off, I love the Adeptus Terra.
Yeah, right.
You aren't the thin-necked pencil pushers that everyone says you are. You're an integral and super important part of this civilization, and I want you to know that I know that.
Yeah, see, that'd be too far. They'd be like, no, you do not love us that much. Get in, boys. We're going to write an incredibly strong-worded memo to you. Ooh, you've got me. Yeah, right. I totally, I'm on board with that. So, like, yeah, the Adeptus Terra will be like, okay, if the tithe is not met, yes, the blame falls on Halmea, but we understand that he's working with Xenos because the planet is totally reliant on Xenos. So we'll do some beard shaving.
I think they would be recognizing them as abhumans at this point.
You think so?
Yeah, because you got to remember, by this point, you've already had the abhuman sort of squat regiments during the Horus Heresy and the Solar
Oh, of
Auxilia.
course. Yes.
The
My
Alliance
apologies.
has sort of been there.
Yeah.
I think Halmea would definitely be leaning on the it's not me, it's the filthy abbeys. But...
Yeah. I like that,
but-
the filthy abbeys. All right, well, actually, that rolls beautifully into our next read here, abhuman alliances.
Hey.
When the wasteland ironworks known as the Thunder Farm are overrun by ash waste nomads, thousands of slave ogrins flee into the wastes. These powerful yet dim-witted creatures are taken in by the Troken mining clan, forming the foundation of a new hold where Squat and Ogren will work side by side. This is actually a nice one. This is a good one.
This is a rare piece of good news.
Yeah, and I don't see it as a nefarious act by the Squats going, ooh, cheap labour, free labour, nice. We'll give these slaves some jobs, fantastic. I think they would definitely see this as another cluster of individuals or peoples who have been put under by the nomads, and as such they now regard the nomads as their enemy, so therefore they become our friend.
Yep.
And we know if we ever need to push against the nomads, we've got giant slabs of muscle to kill.
We have thousands of literal flesh bastions to hide behind under, like, whatever. Yeah, no, I agree completely. I think this is the Squats not only just wanting to help, the enemy of my enemy, but at the same time, I do see that they would have looked at this and gone, well, hold on, we can really benefit from this. We can benefit from this because Ogrins are natural workers, and having thousands of them that we can form this new hold around as not only workers, but as equal partners within the hold, like, our profits immediately skyrocket.
Yeah, 100%. So if, we imagine now that we look at machinery and equipment that we attach to Squats, and we say, okay, well, it needs to be able to do X, Y, and Z to increase the potential.
Yep.
Now, we don't need to put a full exoskeleton on somebody. All we've got to do is just, increase the carrying weight of an Ogren. That's it. Doesn't need an exoskeleton because its frame is able to take the pressures of that arm setup or that rig setup. Right?
Its regular skeleton is an exoskeleton.
Exactly. Yeah, he's tough as nails. So we don't actually need to do too much more to get more out of this individual.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, perfect. This is a good news. One of the rare good news stories that we have out of Dwarf, Squats, Votan, Squazzies, whatever you want to call them.
What would you call a? Oh, because they'd be like Ogren Squattish, because they'd be around the Squattish versions. Damn.
Yeah.
What would you call just like an enormous lump of a Scotsman? Hamish, like the guy from Braveheart. I called them the Hamish.
Let's not call them the Hamish for reasons you know why. So anyway,
So the next read there is Grunson's Last Stand. During a savage storm, Grunson Gergier of the Vosinki crashes his mining airship into the Demon's Spur, a peak that pierces the toxic cloud layer above the equatorial spine. Stranded high above the rolling storm, Grunson and his crew fight off wave after wave of rampaging, sky-blind mutant warriors until the chartermaster finally triggers the plasma coils of his wrecked ship, taking the tip off the mountain in a massive explosion. So, I'm going to give you one guess what my favourite part about this whole thing is, and I think you will actually guess wrong.
it is the Sky Blind Mutant Warriors.
Actually, yes, it is.
Oh, okay, all right. I thought it was the.
Yeah.
I just picked something random.
The concept of these mutants living at the top of the mountain, and because they're through the toxic storm, right? The toxic cloud. The sun is obviously too bright, and it's burned away. They're obviously sort of devolved. Devolved is a word, isn't it?
Yeah.
They're obviously devolved.
devolved.
Eyesight, like it's actually damaged it. And in reality, I just made that up on the fly. My favourite part is quite clearly the fact he has a mining airship. I love that.
The vindication in your voice and your demeanour is like, yes, they said it. It's an airship. They do listen to the podcast.
They do listen to the podcast. You all mocked me.
The chartermaster is actually known as a rabbi as well.
As a rabbi?
Yeah, that's why he was able to take the tip off the mountain. We'll leave that in if we want to. It's gold.
I'm going to leave that in because that was very funny. No, I genuinely love this because the concept of these sky-blind mutant warriors, I would love for them to be riding like... kind of like pterodons, almost like in Avatar when they fly on the bird things. Like I'd love for them to be blind and maybe almost guided by like a bat-like sonar.
Oh yes.
Yeah, like that would.
They're mutant warriors as well, so they can sort of like they glide on the jet
dude, so
streams
they
and
have like skin wings, like those weird flying squirrels.
Yes, exactly. Squirrels, yeah.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, something like that. Do you know, I will say, when I read the book the first time, this point really annoyed me, right? And the reason for that, it is a classic thing that we have to deal with on this show, and that is, the Demon Spur.
Yep.
Mining airships.
Yep. The Skyblind Mutant Warriors.
The Skyblind Mutant Warriors, yeah. And blowing the top off a mountain, right?
Yeah.
That's all encapsulated with that. And they're just like, here you go, Lorekeepers. Extrapolate on that. Yeah. You're like, there is so much to go with and so little.
So much.
But there's so little. It's like what I've said on this show so many times. Like sometimes we get a sentence and we're like, all right, imagination, do not fail me now. Let's go, Yep. But... yeah, just the idea of the plasma coils being triggered and taken out the top of this mountain, I think is just phenomenal. And surely the Imperials who are monitoring the Necromunda at this time would see that explosion.
I'm genuinely picturing like
happened?
I'm picturing some PDF pukes in like a in like a monitoring station. They're like, oh, okay, this squat ship's dropped down. They've got like ornithopters flying past, and they're like, yeah, it's definitely landed. I'm being attacked by mutants there. Should we help them? Command hasn't told us to do that. We'll circle a couple of times to see what happens, and then the comms depot, the communications cut out. And they're like, I don't know, T227, come in. Have you? you guys aren't going to believe what the Squats just did.
Yeah.
Did they beat the mutants? Kind of.
Yeah, they did. They also beat the mountain.
Yeah, come back to us, Captain. What have they done? They blew up the mountain, sir. I'm not going to lie. It was pretty freaking cool.
Like, colour me impressed. I haven't seen no Imperial do that.
They blew up that whole mountain, and he was drinking beer while he did it. It was pretty rad.
That is a great way to imagine that. Like, he's just overcharged the coils and just walks out of the deck, just guns blazing, brewski of some description in the other hand, just shooting and just going, I don't care if I kill you, hit you, whatever. Doesn't bother me. Because in 3, 2, 1, kaboom, we all gone.
His last words were just, "You fool of a toque."
Yes, absolutely.
Wait, didn't Gandalf say that?
Gandalf said that to Peregrine Took after he dropped a bucket down a well.
Beer, wasn't it? Oh.
No, it was a bucket.
Yeah,
But in the actual book, it's significantly worse. Like, I think from what I remember of the movie, he accidentally knocks the bucket or something. In the book, he's just like looking at this thing and he just like pushes it just to see the noise it would make. And that's why Gandalf's just like, I am gonna beat you up so badly, but I'm a nice wizard, so I will not. Anyway, moving on to our next read. A matter of honour. After an ex-Astra Militarum officer saves the life of the Charter Lord Oryith Greyhammer during an Ashwaste nomad ambush, the master of the Skragfried mining clan pledges to tie a generation of kin to Necromundan 8th Spiders Regiment. Within a decade, 1,000 young Squats take up the uniform of the 8th and are set off-world to fight in wars of the Emperor of Mankind. This is the best part of the read. So the 1,000, right? So obviously the way that a regiment is made up in the Astra Militarum these days is even back then, it's not like a traditional modern day regiment or per se. The numbers are much larger and so forth. But 1,000 Squats taking up arms with a regiment. If that when the 8th deploy and they've got like 1,000 of these Squats, or even just several hundred with one battalion or something like that, right? Imagine what the other Astra Militarum regiments are doing, what they're looking at. Imagine if there's a Dark Angel strike cruiser nearby and they're going, what is that? Because the Dark Angels are renowned for not fighting alongside abhumans.
They hate abhumans. But I love the fact that it's just like this Lord Oryith Greyhammer. He'd just be like, this would make complete sense to him. He goes, well, you saved my life, and what do you need? Who do you represent? Oh, I'm a former member of the Astra Militarum. I was part of the Necromundan 8th. Well, my clan owes your clan. You belong to this 8th clan. Okay. Yep. And your warriors? I'll give you a generation of warriors, and you can imagine this officer just be like, all right, mate. Yep. Sweet as, no problem. Gotcha. Yeah. And then 10 years later, there's just at his office door, and the adjutant adjacent.
Adjutant.
His assistant.
Adjutant.
Adjutant. The adjutant walks in. He's like, "Sir, you need to come to the muster field now." So why? What's that? And he walks out, and this Oryith Greyhammer comes up, and he shakes his hand, and he goes, "Oh, I've been told you humans do it this way." And he's like, "What is going on?" It's like, it's the soldiers I promised you, and I'm picturing literally 100 squads of these Squats, and they'd be decked out in Squat gear. Picture like Leagues of Votan, but in sort of more human style armor.
Well, more so like that Ironhead Squat armor, but like remove the helmets, remove the prospecting aspect to them, and just more sort of trimmed up, ready for battle sort of thing.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. But anyway, continue. I'm enjoying your...
Basically, I'm an idiot. It would literally be them showing up in what the Squats were originally wearing, that layered leather
Oh,
style
the padded.
armor.
Yeah. What's his name?
Yeah.
The mercenary you can get the Dramatis Persona.
I was about to say Gotrek Gurnison. No, it
No,
is
it is not him.
Grendel Grendelson.
Yes, Grendel Grenison. That's it.
Yep.
He's the one.
Basically,
So-
them it showing up in the uniforms are like the Vega Rams, and this Imperial officer is just like, I didn't realize you were serious. And he was like, "What do you mean I wasn't serious?
I made a
Like,
pledge,
you saved
brother.
my life, and I promise you a generation of warriors." Like,
Yeah, yeah. Which is crazy. And the other idea I can see here is that when those squats first rock up to say first go into deployment, and they're being issued with standard issue las guns.
yeah,
Just like, what? What is this thing? Like, what are we intending on heating up with this?
yeah.
Oh,
no,
we're
no,
going to kill an
we
enemy
don't
with
do
this.
that here.
Yeah, we don't. We're fine. See my bolter. See how it fires so many. I've got just a stupid barrel on it, and I've got a stupid amount of ammunition on it because once I pull this trigger, I make things disappear. They call me the magician. Actually,
Or
there's
there's
a
a,
thousand of us.
There's just a squat engineer, and he's like, "All right, lads, take the guns, take the guns." And you can imagine this one sergeant. She rounds up her squad and grabs all their weapons, and they're just like, "Yep, all right, pull them apart. Let's actually make them effective." And there's some like Adeptus Mechanicus, like tech priest, just standing there, being like, you have no idea the fury I'm experiencing right now at watching you desecrate this holy technology. And it's just like, shut up, Toaster.
Yeah, but they would also grab him to use him for parts for their las gun as well.
Yes,
Like,
yes.
This is fantastic. This is great. And then put him back inside a toaster and be like, be gone with you. We are done.
It's like Uber Eats for parts.
Yeah, just keep calling the Mechanicum or the Adeptus Mechanicus and just getting them to rock up, and we just steal their mechadendrites and steal other bits off them to improve these very subpar weapons that they've handed us. Yeah.
Perfect.
Gold, absolute gold. But the idea of these 1,000 squats, mate, they would that first time they're deployed to battle, you know, the whole cult of the Imperium going on around them, the deployment of Space Marines perhaps near them, seeing the guard tanks roll out. Like, remember, these are Necromunda squats. They haven't seen this. They're probably looking at the tanks and going, that ain't no land train. A land train would toast this entire thing. Maybe they get to see a Titan and they go, ooh, okay, that's now we're starting
not
to
bad.
talk. That's
Imagine
not
if they
bad.
put
That's
some
not-
decent guns on it.
Yeah, exactly. And then, or something like a Lemuros Executioner rocks up, and it's just ripping hell with its its main plasma cannon and plasma cannons on the side and so forth. And they're just like, boys, back away. That thing is going to blow up any second. You know,
Yep.
so
Yep.
they
Like,
barely
that's not
contained
good.
this technology.
Yeah, that's not kin tech. That's human plasma. Let's just let's just go over there. One of these guys is about to roll a one.
Yeah.
And there's some Imperial guardsman be like, roll a what? It's just, don't worry, human. It's a fourth wall thing.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'd love a little bit of fiction on that. That would be so great. The first interactions of like the squats fighting alongside the 8th for the first time, and remembering that all their other knowledge about fighting wars with the humans would have come from their ancestors, from their history and so forth, but being able to experience it for the first time, but also being able to see the cult of the Imperium going off on the battlefield. You know, commissars walking around, seeing them shoot their own people and so forth. It's just like,
And you're like, where's the honor in that?
Yeah.
Like, what are these humans doing?
yeah, exactly. It's just like it'd just be a beautiful phase of interaction.
Yeah, that would be cool. Yeah, well, moving into the next one here. This one is called Hive Death. In a shameful act of betrayal, the Merchants Guild of Hive Dionysus lure a large delegation of Anglish squats into their hive with the intent of holding them hostage against ransom from their holdfast. The plan turns against the hivers when the delegation fights its way free of the trap, descending into the depths of the hive, and using their knowledge of the ancient city to trigger an environmental collapse, dooming Dionysus to a slow and painful death.
tell me, before you say anything, what's an environmental collapse?
I think they would possibly disconnect the heat sink that powers and warms the hive.
Right.
So remember remember during the Aranthian succession when the Cicatrix Maledictum came out and the planet started to cool, and so all the heat sinks started getting a little bit strange, and entire sections would freeze, like entire domes just became refrigerators.
Okay. Yep. Okay. You've explained it beautifully there.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm imagining they go down and they just go, nah, Control Alt Delete, and basically doom the entire hive.
But they would have given them ample time to evacuate, which is good.
Yes, absolutely. They would have done that for the humans they've just seen as, attempting to lure them in to kill them all in, human fashion. Now, I do not blame the citizens of Hive Dionysus here, obviously. This was the actions of the Merchants Guild. But the dwarves, and I'm guessing their data slate of misdeeds that they would be keeping, would not differentiate between the guilders and the hivers as a whole.
Oh no, of course not. No, and probably more than likely the people, the humans of the Merchants Guild who came up with this plan, or who were closer to the upper echelons of it, they're long gone from Dionysus before this painful death happens.
Yes,
they're never actually impacted by this. This is
maybe slightly financially.
Slightly financially, that's it. Never to deal with the squats ever again, whatever the case might be.
Yeah.
Right? But I think, yes, obviously, as is per standard on Necromunda, the regular citizenry suffer the most. But for me, it's the squats also sending a message that when you push, we'll push harder. Don't try and come at us unless you're prepared for what we can potentially return.
You kill our people, we kill a hell of a lot more of yours.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Did they need to kill a hive? No. But just like you've said, it sends a message that everyone can listen to.
Yeah.
If one of us is left alive, none of you will be.
Yeah, 100%. And even when we see them collapse the hive into the ocean, into the sea, that is also a moment of, we need to do something here. Yeah. And this is less about the threat and more about what we're willing to do. We're willing to collapse an entire hive into the sea. And this is about the threat, but it's also, again, showing we're willing to wipe out an entire hive just to say to you, do not come treading on this path anymore or ever again, because we will take it much, much further than you could ever dream of.
Perfect.
Next read. Hergen's Great Machine. The outcast squat inventor, Hergen, builds a massive termite vessel with the intent of reaching Necromunda's core. Almost as soon as the machine is activated, it goes out of control, ploughing through a nearby hive city before vanishing into the earth. For centuries, prospecting parties will follow the twisting tunnels left behind Hergen's machine, though no sign of it or squat are ever found. So they're lost. Have you ever played a game called Terraria?
No.
Okay. Minecraft?
No.
Okay. Well, in these games, you can dig underground. You can keep diggy all the way through, and you can get to like the bottom lava core and stuff like that. But when I played it, I would just dig, and just I wouldn't really create straight lines, and I would get myself lost. And the only way I could find out how I was like to zoom out completely and be like, oh, that's what I am. But the squats who are following this great termite would not have that opportunity. So I reckon they're either being killed, getting themselves lost, or establishing new communities.
It could just be that they haven't stopped following. Like, I love the idea of them setting up communities as they go.
Surely they would have to. Like, if this thing is digging in so many different ways and directions and downward and upward and whatever the case might be, then they would need to have like stop-off points, like you couldn't just continue to follow it for an indefinite amount of time. There would just come a point where you're just like, this is bonkers. But talking about the termite, that is crazy. Like, I just see this thing like traversing. Like, I imagine it has a semi sort of unlimited power source. Maybe it uses, I don't know, maybe it uses the dirt as a power source or something. It has a way to continue to keep itself going. It's like a perpetual machine.
Well,
and
the squats would have had access to incredibly advanced power sources from the Votan.
Yes.
Plasma, like, power generation capability that they have is what they gave to the Tau, or the Demiurge group gave to the Tau to become part of the Tau Empire. So it could literally be a limitless form of energy. Not to mention, this rogue inventor would have been making his own modifications to technology the whole time.
Oh, of course. But this is one of the really cool things that we do see when you're talking about him, is that we actually get to see now a bit of tech or invention that is off chops, doesn't work. You know what I mean? And we don't, when we talk Votan, when we talk squats, we don't really mention that a lot. It's sort of like, no. They're great, they're fantastic. They're always creating the best, always doing the best. And so this is sort of, I guess, shows their fallibility as well. That, yeah, things do go wrong. And that's probably one of the reasons why he's a rogue inventor as well. They're just like, no. You come up with silly things. You come up with, like, I don't know, the square wheel, which on paper is fantastic, great idea, because it fits onto a square bit of paper. But in practice makes zero sense whatsoever. So, yeah, this is an interesting one. It sort of gives that sense that, yes, there is potential problems and issues with squat technology. And obviously the propaganda says no, because that's the better way to run the system. But now we know it is definitely there, and you begins to sort of question it. It was like, how much of their technology is afflicted or affected by anything?
I'm now picturing it as kind of like an underground space Hulk, where
it's
traveling, and maybe there's an AI inside the actual termite that says, I have to keep digging, I have to keep digging, I have to keep digging. And it's traveling, and it's, become this thing that these people are hunting, because it is a form of technology that is obviously so incredibly rare and so incredibly valuable that everyone wants it. But I'm picturing that the crew inside it, that when they left, they're all dead. Maybe the oxygen systems weren't fixed, so they've all suffocated, and people think the crew is still in control and they're moving on a guided path, but in reality, it's just the AI going, nope, too close to the ground level, time to turn.
Yeah, right. I see it as the AI potentially turning on them as well. Just going, well, this is, they don't understand what they're doing, so I'm going to improve this. I'm going to make this better, and I'm wasting so much of my resources on keeping them alive. I will get rid of them. You know what I mean?
I'm just going to shut down this system, and all of a sudden my efficiency went up 1.14%.
Yep. So great thinking from me, Hergen. Like, I understand the point of a crew, but you're a silly bugger, and I can imagine when Hergen eventually does reach the termite at some stage, it'll be like, what are you doing, Hergen? Which is obviously a Space Odyssey reference. I think it's Space Odyssey. Anyway, our next read.
Hal.
That's yeah. What are you doing, Hal? That's what I imagine this one would be saying. But anyway, continue.
So, an age of uncertainty. A new era of chaos engulfs Necromunda, and the squats are not spared its wrath. Despite their efforts to remain aloof from the affairs of the humans, they are drawn into civil wars and bloody trade disputes. The loss of their ancestral core
also forcing the mining clans to change millennia-old traditions if they are to survive this new and savage world.
Pause that.
So, what we need to talk about here is the Ironhead Ancestor Core. So, what? This is not good. In the 36th millennium, disaster struck the Squats when the dark orb Somnus passed close to Necromunda, disrupting the world. Earthquakes shook the equatorial spine and devastated the Squat holdfasts, causing the Earlish core to fall deep into the underearth of Necromunda. So, basically, it was the mother of all earthquakes caused by Somnus. And
Yes, good old Somnus.
and the planet effectively just swallowed their ancestor core. Now, this sucks in a few ways. Firstly, the ancestor core is, for anyone who knows the Votan lore, effectively their living god. It contains the complete collection of all of their information, all of their knowledge, their ability to adjust not only their technology, but also themselves. So the Squats, before this point, were a cloned people. They no longer reproduced in the old-fashioned way. They generated new members of the clans effectively by clone birthing them. And an example of this is when they did land on Necromunda, the ancestor core looked at the planet and was starting to make adjustments to the actual genetic makeup of Squats for the next few generations. It made them hardier, allowed them to deal with the toxins and the lack of good oxygen, etc., etc. And as time goes by, the ancestor core was adjusting the subsequent generations, not only in the form of continuing those existing modifications, but in some cases could make more or less as time went by.
Oh, right.
So,
wow. That's
yeah.
incredible. Yeah, okay.
That's the level of what these ancestor cores did. They weren't just an STC of technology. They were also the thing that was controlling the, what do they call them for the Goliaths, the gene vats or the amniovats?
Yeah. Amniovats, yeah.
The
But
amniovats.
so this... Okay, so what I was saying before about the term AI, I was sort of a bit tongue in cheek about that. You know, going get rid of the dwarves. I don't need them. But their AI is that advanced that it can do
Absolutely.
that. It can just go, I've made a choice here, and I've made the choice as the best thing going forward for the clan or for us as a civilization.
Yes.
Whoa.
And that's the Squats or the Votan or the Demiurge or whatever group you wanted to look at. They believe in their ancestor cores so wholeheartedly that they wouldn't question these decisions.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know this about the ancestor cores. Again, my great deal of lack of knowledge on the Votan. But it's almost a little bit dishonourable in a way that they're just like, well, okay, we just need to get rid of more Squats so as that we can survive. Do you not see it as that?
What do you mean?
Well, it's dishonourable because they're just like, oh, we'll just get rid of them. You know, we'll just move on, scrap these Squats or stop.
No, they're not killing. They're not killing them. Just as they die, they're with the next generations that are being born. They're adjusting their. So, Tyranids. For example, a Tyranid hive fleet comes into a system and sends down a bunch of those drop pods onto a planet. This planet happens to be very cold. And that first generation of termagants that land on the planet, because they don't have enough body fat, they freeze to death. Okay?
Yep.
Cool.
Mm-hmm.
The hive mind of that hive ship then goes, okay, I'm going to make these bad boys fatter, more cold resistant. Fires down the next group. They're fatter, they're more cold resistant. It has adjusted the genetic makeup of those gaunts before it's dropped them, as it's making them.
Thank you for putting that image in my head of these chubby little gaunts. Just
chubby gaunts. Yep.
Chubby gaunts. Get them, boss. I'm sure you will. I'm sure you will. Chub.
It starts sending them down onto a toxic or a forge planet, and it keeps landing these spores down into toxic pools.
And so the feedback that the hive mind's getting is you're dumping them into toxic pools. We need to be resistant to it. Okay, so it will start adjusting the blood or the thickness of the skin or how it breaks down chemicals. That's what the ancestor core is doing to the subsequent generations. They're not basically going, well, you lot are the old model, get in the grinder.
Well, that's when you were saying it, that's what I sort of envisaged. It's like, okay, cut off the oxygen to them. They're useless. They are.
No,
they have
absolutely
dyed
not.
their hair
Absolutely
orange and taken off all their armor. We have a major concern. But so what you're saying, but it's not. How is it getting back? How is it feeding back this genetic information then? Do you know what I mean?
It's being told. It is a learning artificial intelligence. So they're saying
it's on board of the Votan and the Squats to turn around and say, "Oh, it's a bit chilly, ancestor core," and it goes, "I'll sort you out. Our next generation are going to be extra chunky."
Absolutely. In fact, when Votan and I believe to this extent also Squats die, as long as they're able to have their mind returned back to the Votan will learn the entire collected experience of that kin.
So you're saying the Votan can actually like pick the brain of a dead member?
Yes.
I'm very happy to declare them as heretics. They are worse, worse than I imagined. They are horrible. Okay, continue with your ancestor core chat because I've learnt a lot from that.
Yeah. So I think it's called like the returning or. Did you, and this is a real Australian reference, do you remember in high school, did you read a book in English or possibly literature called The Giver?
No.
It was about a society where there was a person selected for every sort of these isolated communities that would have the knowledge of and memories of previous generations passed on from one giver to another.
Okay.
This is what the ancestor cores remind me of. So when you die, your memories are taken and given back to the ancestors or the ancestor core, and the ancestor core takes on all of your collective knowledge, and it learns everything that you've learned about your expansion, your exploration, your wars, your honors, your dishonors, etc., etc. But also, you can just tell the ancestor core stuff. You can say the oxygen is getting worse and worse, or it's getting a lot hotter, so we need to be able to survive higher temperatures underground, etc., etc. And it's back then anyway, it was adjusting it adapted the Squats to face what the planet was throwing at them. And what happens, so all of the information it takes in, it starts to overburden these systems. Because, unlike you and me, computers are very limited in the amount of information they can learn.
Yeah.
What happens with the Votan on a sort of galactic level is they've been around for thousands upon thousands upon thousands of years, tens of thousands of years. And they've learned so much and they've been thinking so much and they've never been turned off. They've not even had a soft reset.
Yeah.
When you leave your computer on too long, it gets really crappy in the performance.
Yeah.
That's what the Votan are doing. And
I have a theory here, though. I have a theory. You said something about how you can just tell the ancestor core stuff. I believe there are grots in the universe who have found an ancestor core and they're just telling it absolute gibberish. Constant amount of nonsense. This poor little ancestor core is now feeding the rest of the ancestor cores, and that's what did it. Just these grots are just like, and then I've got a wart on my fingy. My favourite fingy's got a wart on it, and then maybe if I'm brought back to life again, I won't have a wart. And then my toe has a little prickly bit, but I took it out. But then I put it back in because I didn't have anywhere else to put it. And this ancestor core is just twitching.
Kill me, please. Kill me, please.
This grot has been talking to me for a day.
74 hours, he was telling me about his favourite glove.
Yeah.
74 hours.
And then he remembered it was a sock, not a glove, and then continued, and then went back to the start to tell me and corrected all the story about being a sock. Yeah.
But yeah, so the ancestor core they become slow. And so you'll ask them questions, and instead of being able to give you an answer straight away, it starts taking longer and longer and longer. And then obviously they pass too close to Somnus, the earthquake happens, and the core has sunk underneath the earth of Necromunda. But no one can find it.
Oh, right. Wow.
They don't know where it is.
Yeah.
But because of this, and it literally says this in the halls of the ancient book, since this time the Squats have had to adapt, falling back on more traditional methods of reproduction and record keeping. Now this has also led to a regression of some of their technologies, as they have lost the means to make more sophisticated devices. The search for the lost core is one undertaken by many Squats, known as the Graven Path. It calls to elder Squats especially, though so far none have found hints of its resting place. So, yeah, this is bad for all of Squat kind. So, when a new Votan is discovered, or when a Votan is able to sort of or enough knowledge is able to be given to a lesser Votan computer that it becomes a Votan, it is a moment of great celebration within the leagues. When a core is lost, it is literally like losing a part of not only your national identity, but your cultural, your societal, like, you know that your society is now less than what it was because of that loss.
Yeah, so I think that in a modern sense, it's really hard to, like in a modern world, what that means to us. Like, it's not just the loss of a leader or a loss of a particularly, like, iconic bit of architecture or anything like that. This is stripping away something totally and entirely from how you define yourself as a people. Do you know what I mean? And how you
absolutely.
Yeah, if I can make an Australian reference, like in Australia, the concept of like being a digger and being hardworking and all that and blah blah blah. Imagine overnight they went, oh, actually there were no diggers in World War One, and there were no, there was no representation of Australia in that. That whole aspect of who we are as a people and the way we view and envisage ourselves is now gone, and it just completely cut off.
Absolutely, but it's kind of like I have a lot of friends who are Italian Catholics, for example.
Yeah.
Now, losing a Votan would be to the point of them waking up one day and discovering that Vatican City has just been annihilated.
Yes, there you go. Yep. Perfect.
It's just gone. Yep. And they can build a new church. They can get a new pope.
Mm-hmm.
But we will never be the same, and our people and our culture and our religion and our society will never be equal
what it was
to what it
and,
could
and, and
have
it's let's call it the history, but it's the resonance of that history and what it means to us. If we can talk about it, we can engage with it, and we can do whatever in a verbal sense. But before the loss of our Vatican City, before the loss of our ancestor core, we were able to interact with it. So the lessons and the understandings that were coming from were directly from the horse's mouth. We were able to, if we wanted to, touch this ancestor core or touch Vatican City per se. But now that is all gone, and it's almost like, well, that's a massive thing for a society, because it's almost like I wouldn't say a reset button, but it's definitely a complete cultural shift of who and what you are. And the fact that it takes on board in the form of the Squats, that they need to start changing their technology, their record keeping. Their record keeping thing kind of got me straight away, because I'm like, going back to being dwarves. You're writing books of grudges here. But
Yeah,
and
instead of the, what did I call it before? The data slate of misdeeds.
yeah, that's it. Yeah, but I think the big one that is a massive thing for a change of the society is reproduction.
Yep.
You know, it's like, hang on, we now have to go back to this. You know, like, do we? It's not even a case of do we even know how to do it. Is this in our genetic makeup anymore to be able to do this? Because we haven't had it for so long. You know, is it something
Just
that
like
we can
Yesha.
do? Yes, there you go. Yeah, perfect. There you go. Well, we can't make good males anymore. Why? Because it is just not part of who we are. Can the Votan have the birth rate? No, sorry, not the Votan, the Squats. Can the Squats have the birth rates required, even just to maintain a meager population on Necromunda? Can they do it? No, maybe not, because
We don't know.
yeah, maybe the AI said you don't need that. You don't need, reproductive organs because I'm making them for you. You know, I'm making the babies for you. So, and then suddenly disappears in the earth, and they're like, that's not part of our genetics. So, in the words of, what was his name? Dr. Malcolm, I think it was, from
Life
Jurassic Park.
finds a way.
Finds a way. Yeah, so maybe it takes a couple of generations for the Squats to actually go, oh, okay, we've got a child here, we've got a baby here. They're just starting to dot here and here and here and here and here and there. And then they're seen as venerated figures because they are a young Squats. And if they were able to be born naturally, then consequently they should have the genetic makeup to be able to carry that forth into the next generation.
That's a really interesting question, and it's something I never thought I would be discussing. Like the sex life of a Squat.
Yes.
So do we think that with the sort of movement towards reproduction via cloning and the ancestor core effectively growing new Squats, do we think... I personally don't believe they would have lost the physical reproductive organs.
No, I don't think...
Like, for example,
no,
Goliath. Goliath would have had, when they were created, would have had reproductive organs. They simply may have been sterile on purpose, as we believe.
That's what I'm saying. They're sterile, so they still have the organs. They still, because again, that defines who they are as a people. Do you know what I mean? Like, you can't look at old logs and old pictures of who you were, as what your people were, and be like, hey, there's a dangly bit there that I don't have. What's going on? You know? So the ancestor core goes, you didn't really need that. Yeah, you just piss out your ears. But no, obviously it doesn't do that to them. It says, this is what you need to define yourself as a member of the Squat race, the Squat peoples. But you're sterile, or the majority of you are sterile. It's more a case of, or one slips through to the keeper and says, there's a member who is now actually fertile. They'll probably never have a child because there's no need for them to go off and try and reproduce because the ancestor core is doing it. But then the ancestor core disappears, and they're like, all right, let's get down to business. And the whole
make
squad,
some sons. I like to think that they never lost the ability to physically reproduce, but they just didn't want to run the risk of producing sort of like an inferior child or a child that was not as adaptive as the ancestor core would have required.
Yep.
Which brings us to the concept of squat birth control. And can you imagine being the first doctor who had to teach an entire nation of Squats about reproduction?
Have you heard about birds and bees? No?
Well, we don't really have bees here, but have you ever heard about the rats and the millisaurs?
Rats and the millisaurs, that's the big chat you have in Necromunda. I've had the chat with the young lad today about the rats and the millisaurs. Oh, how'd that go? Oh, it was bad.
How'd that go? Well, he shot 3/4. He did not know what we were talking about.
I was about to say, he's killed a bunch of sheen birds, and he thinks that everything that wiggles is a millisor, so that's going to cause a lot of trouble for a lot of people going forward. But yeah, all right, very very interesting. And that all just comes from the fact that the loss of their ancestor core, again, is what we're saying, is just like it's such a big step away from who and what you are as a people.
Yeah.
Yep. Right, so I guess let's plough on through the next read. There are a few more to go. Well, there's quite a few more to go. An unwelcome alliance. Tired of squat land trains plundering the lands around Scabby Town, the mutated inhabitants form a tenuous alliance with the scions of the Stygian sun, a dark outland cult. In their hundreds, the mutants and cultists assault the crawling settlements of the Troken mining clan. Beasts spawn and giant lumbering horrors all falling before the squat guns or ground under the tracks of their vehicles. So,
awesome.
Many, many years ago, I went to, it's like an end of harvest festival for tomatoes. And basically it's just a whole bunch of tomatoes. You have this huge giant tomato fight, right? I did it once and I was like, not doing that again because there's a lot of weirdos here. And but there was
really, you've just made an enemy out of the entire tomato throwing community. Nice one.
Yeah. They are quite treacherous actually, but they are hated by the Italians and the Spanish, so I'm okay. But basically, you get one of these tomatoes and they're all overripe, and you just throw it at somebody, right?
Okay.
And that's what I imagine was happening when the mutants, cultists, and lumbering beasts and spawn and horrors all started trying to assault a land train. It was just being slapping off the sidewalls of this thing, and just they were the ones that got close. Everything else would just be annihilated with tremendous amounts of, military grade, military scale type firepower. And that is that once in a multi-generation time that they decide to fire one of their macro weapons.
Yes, yes.
We can't even line it up to aim to where these guys are, but we're going to fire it in the general vicinity because the shockwave is going to absolutely decimate the core of their force.
But at the end of the day, we don't need to aim it because these idiots are running at us and we're going to get some of them.
Yeah, exactly. Like their best form of offense is to just try and swarm our land train, which is perfect for us because we want to sit here and shoot out of it. And that's exactly what they would be doing. I imagine the casualty figures would just be like, a squat got injured. How? Oh, he slipped while he was taking a leak while resting his trigger finger because he was sore from that. That was it. Yeah. And the rest is like 1,000
He killed 2,000 mutants that day, and he got a little bit trigger happy and accidentally got his finger caught in the ejection port.
Yeah, there we go. Done. Yeah, there'd be more like repetitive strain injuries. That's what would be happening. Just like the squat physios and osteos would be working overdrive. It's like, okay, another one. Let's hope they don't attack for another couple of days so you can go home, do your exercises, which I know you're not going to do, and then you come back to me in about a week, and then we'll go through the same rigmarole until eventually your body naturally heals this. Yes, I've been to physios a lot.
I was going to say, that sounds really familiar.
So, yeah, this is just ridiculous. But again, it shows that what I was talking about earlier, that greed, right? That the squat land trains are plundering around, out of all places, Scabby Town. Poor bloody... They have nothing. And yet the greed of the squats engineers them to go take whatever they can from those who have nothing.
Because according to their charter, according to the contracts, everything belongs to the squats. That's the way they're looking at it.
I know, but the scabbies have nothing. They are rejected by their own kind, let alone the squatties. And they're stealing from them. They will call it stealing just so it makes my story sound better. They are thieving from mutants and scabbies. Now, the scabbies do the wrong thing. They go to a dark cult and they're like, go on, show us what you got. I'm like, oh well, they didn't let them know, but they later on in the piece it was obviously discovered that they worship Malal, so it was the worst of allies to have.
That's so technically the squats were doing everyone a service.
Yeah, even the scabbies halfway through the battle are like, just take them out. Just
get rid of them.
They're so embarrassing. It's not good. Everything's black and white. Yeah, whoop-de-doo. All right, next read. Roll on, sir. Roll on.
Svardhol's Law. Brutish alien beasts stir in the ruins of the skull, their war parties striking out into the surrounding wastelands. Erst Hagran, charter lord of the Svardhol, passes the Arkhimite law, stating all kin of age must serve in the Holdfast's militia and complete a season in the Skull Watch. It is a tradition that will endure into modern times, the Svardhol squats keeping a constant eye on the ruined Hive City. This is another great example of a squat dwarf stereotype carrying over from basically every form of sort of like populist media. Dwarves, squats, Votan, whatever you want to call them, they always hate the orcs. And especially the squat / Votan of the 40k sort of variety, because they went to war a whole bunch throughout their history. So with the Svardhol being so close to the skull, and naturally the orcs or whatever is now in the skull,
Brutish alien beasts.
Brutish alien orc mutant things.
Yeah.
They are going to be pushing the squats buttons in ways that we cannot imagine. So I love this whole. It's very, the Night's Watch a la Game of Thrones, and you go there, you do your tour, protecting against this almost faceless evil. Like, you know what it is, but at the same time, it may be something different. You're not 100% sure.
Oh no, this screams gang idea straight away. This one is just like absolutely exactly what you're saying. They are Night's Watchy sort of vibe to them. But imagine that you have squats these young Squattians. Like that. Put that in your vocabulary, folks. These young Squattians are being told that they need to go and monitor the skull, right?
Yep.
And they said it's for the good of the clan, blah blah blah, all this. But your service of time could be maybe a short 50 years, or it might go longer. It might be 200 years of service in that particular realm. So they might be looking at that, going, how do I make money? How do I get further? How do I take advantage for myself? You know what I mean? This place, the outskirts of the skull would have been picked dry. So I need to now find other ways to begin to profit. So maybe they go deeper into the skull to actually try and raid the old hive. Very much very much like going into Secundus. You know what I mean? They're just like, oh, I'll make my wealth here, but this is a squat only looting area, and they become specialists in orc killing or big creature killing. So when the Goliath when the Goliath Zerker is running at them down the street, they're just like, oh, look at that tiny little fella. What's wrong with him? Oh, he looks really angry. All right, well, we know what to do here, lads. Like, decimate the ankles, misery style, and then just work on him with shock patterns.
Yep, love it.
So I could imagine this would be a really cool gang to assemble. It'd be lots of, and it's one of those things that we always talk about, how like we hate to see a gang that does this, but I'm going to do it. It'd be lots of high-powered, multi-wound weapons.
Oh, no, this is where I would expect nothing but the Ironhead bolters. Like,
yeah.
Sorry.
Bolters, or just stuff that is just like ridiculously overpowered to be using on a regular, say, cord or a little juve. You just go, why are you that is just an unhealthy amount of overkill. But in the skull, it is the almost like the bare minimum required to take down one of these things. So this gang, it would be a smaller cadre, a smaller group as well, and they would go in because the smaller the numbers, the less noise, the less impact. They almost become like hunters. Ooh, like the old dwarf rangers. They become like rangers.
Yeah.
Right? So you do them all with hoods, maybe not as much armor on and so forth, but they are pack and a punch. Like I remember in Warhammer Fantasy, dwarf rangers used to be able to run like crossbows and two-handed weapons. So if they were shooting at you, they were hurting you. If you were fighting them in close combat, they were hurting you. You know, it's just as a nightmare scenario, and that's what I imagine this squat gang would be like. They'd have really powerful close combat weapons, or stuff like weapons that would have shock. So the 6 hit wounds, you know what I mean? So it represents just a straight hit. Like that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to really brutalize these things that they're fighting against. Yeah, a small little gang like that, orcish trophies, but not lots because they still need to look like they're doing their job. But they also need to look like, but they're also out there hunting for wealth at the same time. So they would have like a goodie bag on the side where it's just whenever they're walking around, they're just finding that next bit of tech or this or that. And a few little tech mites, but the tech mites are all built around the idea of rummaging and digging, almost like little rat-like creatures. Do you know what I'd have in this game? I'd have a little grot that follows them around.
My grot mate.
Yeah, my little grot mite just follows them around, and they use it as a, I don't know, maybe as a piece of bait for when they want to trap an orc or something. But it has this misguided loyalty to them. It's like, oh, they saved me. No, they didn't. They just missed you when they were killing all the other orcs around you. So they would kill it, but every time they go to kill it, it scuttles off into the darkness, and then suddenly they see a flashing light, 100, 200 meters away, and they're like, oh, what's that? And it's little Grotstus who's flashing the light, showing them where another group of orcs are, where there's another bit of technology. Yeah.
Yeah, nice.
I
I
like that
actually
little game.
want to disagree with you on one thing.
Yeah.
I think they would definitely be having some very inappropriate orc-style trophies, very similar to the Armageddon Orc Hunters. Yeah, they have the orc teeth, they have the captured shooters and that sort of stuff. I genuinely think they'd be doing it because I see them as more offensive the way you've described them. I would love to see them going in, hunting the orcs and wanting to come out very much so they've got the orc skulls mounted on the shoulder pads.
Yeah. Okay.
They've got the teeth necklaces. They've one of them's captured a knife, a big chopper, and uses that as a sword. And I would take it further than what you're saying.
Yeah, see, but I see them more as like treasure hunters. I don't mean sort of like wealth hunters. Like they're looking for wealth. But I see what you're saying. Like they come out and they're just like, look how many orcs we killed. We don't need to do this anymore because we have been so successful. Let us go forth and make our wealth and riches and fame and all that we try to make for ourselves. Yeah. No, my idea's better. All right. Expedition to the pole. With a constant polar storm making flight impossible, Greta Grunson of the Skragfried mining clan embarks upon her famous trek to the Ash Pole. A brutal journey spanning the better part of a Necromundan year. She loses companions, vehicles, and allies along the way to countless perils, though eventually she reaches the southernmost point of the planet and claims it for the Ironhead Squats. Great. Really happy for you, Greta. You claim something that nobody wants to go to, nobody can get to, and nobody cares about. There's that greed kicking in.
Yep. But that's the thing. That's exactly it. She's gone there and she goes, we're the first ones here. This is ours. Done. Yeah, but what have you done it for? Because it's ours now.
Yeah.
But okay, but you lost, people and vehicles and money, and you end up in a negative.
yeah, but it's ours.
Yeah.
All right, fair enough. And every squat in the background's just like, she raises an excellent point. It is ours now. And these three Orlocks, she's explaining it to her, is like, you could have just said it was yours anyway, and no one would have cared. It's like, yeah, but it's ours now.
Yeah. Right, Greta.
You just keep saying that, and she gets angry and shoots them.
Yeah. But I love that the Orlocks are just like, you could have, it's okay, because we don't want to go down there. What are you even mining down there? It's ours. Yeah, we get that. But no, so what do you get out of it? It's ours. Sweet.
You keep saying that. What does it mean? And then she shoots them.
Yeah.
The bones of Mortis. With the passing of House Oranthus, Hive Mortis falls into ruin. Among the first to claim the abandoned hive are the Trocken mining clan. Though soon their prospecting parties are fighting plague zombies, Escher gangs, and outland scavengers, all eager to stake their claim. In time, the Escher will consider Mortis theirs, though only through alliance with representatives of Clan Trocken. So, this is a great one thing. You mentioned it before. Every other book has almost refused to mention the squats in the history. You get little smatterings here and there, but every other book has almost denied the importance of the squats and what they've done. Now, obviously, all these books are told from the perspective of their particular group. The Goliath books told from the perspective of the Goliath, the Escher, the Orlock. Obviously, the Vansar is from the perspective of truth, but the squat book here, The Halls of the Ancients, is obviously going to be told from the perspective of the squats. Now, they've admitted when they first got there, they were fighting these zombies and Escher gangs and scavengers. Escher now hold the majority of control over Hive Mortis, but they only have it because they allied with us. We stopped the war to ensure trade continued to flow.
What a dwarven Squattish sort of way to look at it. It's just like, due to our benevolence, you are lucky that we did this for you. That is absolutely vile. This is what annoys me about things like dwarves and so forth. It's like, imagine if we'd kept fighting, we would have easily taken it off you. But you didn't. You didn't the first time, the second time, the third time. However many times you tried to take it, you didn't do it. So don't come to me now and tell me that your alliance is purely based on the fact that you're wanting to give us a chance. And especially against House Escher as well. House Escher would have just been rock and rolling. It's like, I can actually, in my 2 steps, I walk further than you run for 10 minutes. So I could just go, I could just go forever and I'm fine. You can shoot all you want, but you can't shoot what you can't hit. And you can't hit me because I'm always on the go. So, yeah, I just think this is... I was starting to have a little bit of, like, empathy, sympathy, whatever you want to call it, for the Scots. And then we do this read, I'm just like, no, stupid dwarves.
I think it would have been possibly Trocken Mining Clan turning around to them and saying, listen, we will take a step back. We just want to help you get what you get, and as long as we get a percentage of everything that comes out of it, we'll call it even. And the Escher would have looked at it and just gone, yeah, go dig your holes, whatever. Leave us alone.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, they would have just been, you want that part of Mortis, go for your life. We are dealing with the mayonnaise boys, and they are really annoying. Like, they just keep trying to get upstairs, up to the upper echelons, and we're not having that.
That's right, they did, didn't they? They wanted to go up there to get the...
all the info about Oranthus.
All the info, yeah.
All right, the Iron God. Oh, this is about Peter Turbo.
The
Light of the Emperor, a massive troop transport, suffers an uprising within its crew and falls from orbit to crash into the equatorial spine. Yardland's prospecting parties reach the wreck first and are confronted by strange, warped creatures crawling from its hull. Undaunted, the squats fight their way into the ship, plundering much of its wealth before the agents of Helmore arrive. Just...
Brilliant.
These two... No.
Brilliant.
No. Right, okay. So, they found a destroyed Imperium vessel, or a crashed Imperium vessel, clearly with survivors on board. And what do they start doing? Looting and shooting. That's it.
They weren't survivors. They were either possessed or heavily mutated. They were no longer classable as human.
No, kill all them. Kill the mutant, kill the heretic, go for your life. Absolutely. Here's a writ or whatever you need to justify it for yourself. But there would have been survivors holding out. And there is no mention of the squats assisting, helping, or anything like that. They would have just been like, oh, that bulkhead, that's remained shut for the last 72 hours. So obviously whatever's behind there is trying to protect itself. Oh, there might be something valuable behind there. Let's open the bulkhead and then we'll make our way down there. It's going to take us half a day to get down there. Oh, wow. Look at all these freshly dead members of the Imperial crew. Wonder how that happened. Anyway, looting and shooting. Let's do it, boys. Bang, bang, bang. Disgusting.
I think you're probably oversimplifying it there a little bit on purpose. So there was an uprising in the crew, and the vessel was crashed.
Yes, there was a chaotic uprising. Yep.
Chaotic uprising. The vessel has crashed. So already, any of the survivors, by your logic, are traitors to the Imperium because they've allowed their vessel to be overtaken by heretics.
That is not at all what I said, but go on.
That's what you think, though. So that's occurred. So then anyone who has survived is going to be up for summary execution anyway.
So they're just they're doing a favour to the Inquisition and or the Arbites and just saying, well, we're sorting this out for you. We're executing all these traitors early.
Correct. Where these horrible mutant creatures that are crawling out of your ship, we're here. We are able to get rid of them. Sorry, something in my throat. We're able to get rid of them for you. And all we ask for in return is our rightful legal salvage. Because as it is now, on the surface of Necromunda, it is now a wreck on the surface of Necromunda, which, according to our charter, means this belongs to us.
You have lost the plot. No. They would have seen... Okay, according to the charter, yes. But sure... Do you know what? They do all this... Where does it say it? Let me just double check on this. Plundering much of its wealth before the agents of House Helmore get there.
Yep.
So they go steal knowing that House Helmore's coming.
Salvage.
Steal because they know that what they're doing is wrong. And they
know that the servants of Helmore may not be as versed in the legal complexities of the charter as they are, and they don't want there to be any conflict that would cause embarrassment to the Imperial House, and as such, get as much of the wealth as they can before they decide we've filled our vehicle's holds, we've got everything we can carry, we will leave now, and we will graciously allow the agents of Helmore to take anything that's left as our gift to them.
Right, so those particular complex legal aspects you're talking about come down to the concept of looting and shooting.
Looting and shooting, yes.
Looting and shooting, yeah, no, they wouldn't understand what that is, yeah.
No, I genuinely believe that the squats here are just like, well, legally it's salvage. Like, we could probably just take anything we wanted, and we could likely explain it as something that we are right to do. Or we can do it and flee before they get too close and not have to worry about explaining it. Because if it's in troop transport, oh, mate.
It's loaded. It's to the brim, loaded with so much stuff. And again, we've said this multiple times. It may not be stuff that the squats are going to use, but they are certainly going to be shipping that on to everybody who is willing. You know,
They won't use it, but they will sell it.
yeah, 100%, 110%. Yeah, right. It's still disgusting. They should have tried to help the noble servants of the emperor.
Well, that's the thing. I think it may have been too far gone by that point because it doesn't say anything about humans coming out. Just these strange warp creatures.
Yeah, again, written from this perspective of
Oh,
a hairy
very
thief.
much so.
Yeah. Right.
I mean, I would have done the same thing.
Of course you would,
I'm
because you
pretty
are
sure
a
I
hairy
would.
thief. Yep.
Yeah.
No, you're from New Zealand. That's where all the hobbits come from. You're just a grotesque hobbit. You grew too tall. All right, next one.
Okay. Well, this ugly, disgusting hobbit creature is going into the next raid. I'm not a hobbit. I'm 6'7". Like, that's offensive. But no. Okay. A debt
grotesque
repaid.
hobbit.
Chartermaster Uretta Horan of the Urgroth mining clan vows to avenge the killing of her old friend Gilda Harlan Giltmantle. Entering the Underhive of Hive Primus, Uretta takes up the blood warrant of a bounty hunter, earning a reputation as a pitiless and savage fighter as she shoots her way from one settlement to the next in search of Harlan's killer. Okay. I can fix her.
So,
Uretta Horan is kind of my gal crush right now.
you understand what this is about as well, don't you? It has nothing to do with avenging her old friend. You realise that? Don't fill the air with awkward silence.
I don't understand what you mean.
Well, she becomes a bounty hunter because she's greedy. We've established this. Is
Oh,
their greed.
no. I was just like, he's going to link it to some book or something, or it's going to be like a cool reference. No, you suck. Uretta is pure as the driven snow. I love this because she's obviously a squat, and her friend that she is like revenging is a Gilda. Like, this is
Avenging?
purely...
Avenging?
Nah, revenging.
Revenging? Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep.
I don't know.
I don't know. Either. Yep. Okay. Continue. I interrupted you for no good reason. Continue.
Yeah, but she's like, it's literally just a friend who just happens to be a Gilda, and she has just gone schizo and is just settlement to settlement, town to town. You know, I'm here to chew bubblegum and shoot people in the face, and guess what? I'm going to do both.
Yeah. Well, she legitimizes her behavior by becoming a bounty hunter as well. So she becomes like a private eye, you would suggest, in the sense that I can go off and I can do this stuff and I can do my other job, blah, blah, blah. Also, I can get some gold on the side. Oh, what a win. Oh, should lose more friends.
You're just a bad person.
Uretta.
I think this is great.
Uretta's a bad person.
I would love to build an outcast gang around Retta, like her.
Oh, yeah.
Then maybe like some of the members of the Giltmantle Gilda family, like going around her. Maybe a son or a younger cousin that goes along with her as sort of like a representative of the house to almost legitimize what she's doing. Sort of, you know, the local enforcers get involved after she shoots up a bar asking questions. The enforcers come in and going, well, you know, well, what's going on here? Everyone put your guns down. One of them pulls out the Gilda seal and is just like, no.
Yeah.
No, I think we'll continue shooting people. Thank you.
I just... Sorry, I don't know where my brain is in this particular read, but when you talk about the enforcers entering the bar, I just see them like entering in like like old comedy style cops, like oi 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 oi.
Yep, and twirling the baton.
Yeah, twirling their shock buttons and just like hitting random people as they're twirling them, just shocking them on the way in. Zap, zap, zap. But yeah, no, I see this as exactly as you're saying, almost like a band of squats who have come together to hunt down the killer of their friend Harland.
But
Harlan,
not
sorry.
just their friend, but one of their sources of income. Because yes, at the end of the day, they are still squats. They are very greedy.
Don't you dare! Don't you dare work that back after you were so offended. Absolute, you're genuinely the worst hobbit I've ever met. But yeah, so yeah, I like this as a gang idea or as a like I don't know, like a roving band perhaps. Like imagine this in a campaign where you just encounter them and they just like they just want to question your gang, and the best way they know how is to kill a bunch of you till you surrender. So the idea is that their gang is Ureta and her crew are trying to just make you bottle, and then they just capture people, and then they question them. They may let them go, they may not, whatever. But their whole idea is they just want to know more about what happened to old Harlan. So
And somehow it's going to end up being a Skaven.
yeah, exactly. It was definitely one of them rat skins or an actual rat of some description. Right, moving on to our next one. Miners and Masters. As the 41st millennium comes to a close, shadows gather over the hives and wastes of Necromunda. The squats have weathered countless trials in their time and are well versed in the perils faced by the hive world and how to deal with them, shoring up the defences of their holdfasts and delving deeper into the earth, ensuring that when the storm passes, the mining clans will remain unbroken. So, classic dwarven Squattish trope to go deeper into the ground, right? And it's a normal behaviour. Just keep retreating, and then writing down notes about how angry you are that things made you retreat. I'm sure the Imperium. Are you okay? The Imperium Nihilus probably has an entry into one of their great book of, we won't call it grudges, great book of reckonings, we'll call it. Just like, silly Imperium, ruined prophets, must kill warp at next available opportunity.
Okay. Yep.
Yep. That would make sense. But this is, this is not really a point we need to dwell on, but it shows us something that these people, I used a bad word for them, these Xenos have been on the planet so long, they understand what it's like to survive on here now. They're part of the furniture, they're part of the makeup of this planet going forward and from where it's came. And so obviously it shows that it shows how rooted they are in the history of the planet and what, almost like something like that digs in and gets its claws in and just really locks into something. Almost like termites. They're like termites. Yeah, like ticks or termites of Necromunda. Yeah. Bearded ones.
The squats have somehow gone from angry Scotsmen into, tiny, angry, hairy Scotsmen. Oh, it's just a regular Scotsman. Into, you're now comparing them to blood-sucking, insectoid creatures.
With beards.
Like the Welsh.
With what? Gee.
No, I didn't mean that one. That one was just me being silly. No, I don't believe your original point when you're sort of like, they love to retreat. I disagree with that. They are simply preparing themselves for what is about to come. What they can see is coming, but a lot of people on Necromunda cannot see coming.
Do you reckon they posted the bulletins about that, letting them know?
Mate, they haven't posted a single bulletin. They have looked at it and just been like, well, better all of them dying than one of us.
Yeah, there we go. Right.
Because that's, at the end of the day, that is the outlook that everyone has on Necromunda, no matter what house you belong to. Absolutely. Except the Goliath, you can distract them easily enough with crayons.
I don't believe that everybody on Necromunda is just out for themselves. There's certainly no love on Necromunda. Like, never try to do the right thing. I've learnt that from playing games and reading the lore. But I do believe that there are those who would look out for others.
The thing you need to remember, especially when it comes to the squats, and I'm gonna, what's it called when you quote someone but you like change it a little bit? Paraphrase. Yeah. I'm gonna paraphrase one of my favourite characters from The Simpsons here, Groundskeeper Willie.
Yep.
See, you understand it won't last. Squats and humans are natural enemies. Kind of like nomads and squats. Or scummers and squats. Or bad zoners and squats. Yeah. Or squats and other squats. Damn squats. They ruined Scotland. Right, Groundskeeper Willie is actually a very famous Ironhead squat.
He is, yes. Very unsuccessful, though, because the grounds that he keeps are just dirt. So it hasn't been a great result for him.
So we'll jump into another read here. This is Rumblings in the Deep. A season of earthquakes shakes the equatorial spine, causing tunnel collapses and landslides from Skull Road all the way to the Spoil. Worse, the tremors crack open ancient Hellamite nests and force millions of ravenous insects swarming to the surface, until the wasteland teems with the creatures and the ground writhes around squat holdfasts like a storm-racked sea. Do you reckon the ash lion nests got broken open as well, and maybe they swarmed out? Because there's one thing that's scarier than a whole pack of Hellamites. It's those enormous insectoid ash lions.
Well, like, they would probably be okay, the squats, because they'll be up in their zeppelins. So,
boom. It's already been canonized. It's already in the book, mate. It's in the book. Old Jimmy Workshop, as I like to call him, has been listening to the show. He said, that Spamiel, he's onto something.
Yeah.
He tapped down to Specialist Games and said, some of y'all, get some Zeppelins in there. Make them plasma-powered. Ooh, buddy. I am 5 minutes away from the ash lions being... Wait, was I saying they were bugs or lions?
No,
I was saying they were bugs.
Yeah, I was saying they were lions, and
that's right.
The internet reacted quite poorly.
Yeah.
I can't believe I'm drawing a blank on this. What
is
is that?
Time the internet agreed with Spamiel?
The old cat person over here. Yeah, yep. Right. Crazy cat man. You'll just be there with your Necromunda gang and 1,600 cats. Right.
It's heaven.
Actually, I met a guy today who has 9 cats as pets, and I was like, wow, that's interesting.
That's strange. Tell your story.
My story. So, what is the movie from the 90s?
Get Smart. No. Lethal Weapon.
No.
Terminator.
Do you want to live forever?
Okay, firstly, that's Starship Troopers.
Is it Starship Troopers?
That was Starship Troopers. Come on, you apes, you want to live forever?
Yeah,
Johnny Rico. Technically, it was Rorschach. Not Rorschach. I feel like a dummy.
Yes. Get him, your brain.
It was Jeremy Ironside who played the character.
Yes. Renowned for having incredibly tough outer thighs. Yes. Ironside. Anyway, so this is what's happening here in Rumblings of the Deep is Starship Troopers for the squats. So all the bugs are bursting out of the ground.
Wait, did I say Jeremy Ironside? It's Michael Ironside.
Yeah, I was going to correct you, but I thought no, it's too late, it's too far gone.
Oh God.
So this is, imagine like a little squatty just being like, "Hey, do you want to live forever?" Hey, and they're all like, "Well, actually, yeah, we do. We're still very greedy and want our money. So please, let us live forever." But this is what I imagine. This is like Hellamites just popping up left, right, and centre, and it is just it's shooting fish in a barrel. Just pop.
It's basically the scene when they're on the fortress walls and just spraying. Yeah, that would be a sick mission to play.
Yeah, just like an endless swarm of Hellamites and other little bugs and creatures turning up. So you'd have like, just like a regular, like just annoying bugs, and then you would have, and you could just use stats from Necromunda, like, giant rat stats, giant
we have
spiders.
Helamites by themselves as stats now from the Nomad book.
Yep.
We have the little bugs they have.
Oh, we do too. Yeah, they're little snaky thing.
Rats, Millisaurs, Ripperjacks.
Yeah.
That would be sick.
Just all emerging out of the ground and just pouring onto this base. And the whole idea is that you need to survive long enough that you can close the doors to one of the holdfasts. So this is the only one that's being breached. And maybe there's a transport, like the last transport of goods coming in for X period of time, and they're going to shut the doors. So you have like a little vanguard defending. Oh, no, what are they called? No, not a vanguard. That's when you go
Like a
forward.
rear guard.
Rear guard, that's it. So you have a rear guard holding off, and that's the main fight. But you also have squats trying to return to the holdfast as well. That'd be a cool little fight, like just a one-off, and just it's all about survival and how much loot you can generate at the end of the mission. I like it.
Oh, that'd be sick. We should play that.
Yeah. All right, let's get like 600 Helamites. We can do it.
I have...
Actually, I've got a fair few myself, if I'm honest.
I have 12.
That's right, you do too, because you're going to use them as cavalry.
Yeah.
Right. All right. Next read. A lucky find. Chartermaster to Balson of the Snorag mining clan finds one of the ancient vessels of the Iron Lord sealed deep underground. Besting the strange security automata of the long-dead Ironeye's continuity, Balson and his squats strip the void ship for parts, carrying back a planetary governor's ransom in archaeotech to be melted down and repurposed by the mining clan. Tell me your Van Sar heart doesn't break for that line. Archaeotech to be melted down. I need to know which side of the fence, which side of the stupid you sit on this fence, because both choices are wrong.
I declare like generational war against him for this. That kills me. That absolutely kills me. Like, can you imagine? Like, ignore clan loyalty, anything. This is a vessel from quite possibly the golden age of technology.
Yes.
Where already it mentions, okay, security automata. All right. It is a completely sealed void ship.
Yes.
All right. It's sealed deep underground. It doesn't tell us if it's in a cave, in a hangar, if it's just been buried over in a sandstorm, whatever. Mm-hmm. Let's say it's just been buried over in a sandstorm. Okay. Dig the thing out, and you literally have access to a vessel from a point where mankind... It was never at Necron tier level, but it was pretty freaking good.
Yeah, it was excellent. They had weapons in there that the modern 40k would just be like, well, that's witchcraft and heresy, because we have no understanding of how that would work. That's how advanced that technology was.
Ignore the weaponry. Just the information that they could take to give to their ancestor core if they ever find it, to give to the totality of the Votan peoples. You are melting it down to make sporks and ladles and probably like a socket wrench. Like, what is wrong with you?
Or maybe just cups. They're making just
cups.
Yeah.
You're just making cups. That it makes me so angry. And I get it, it's not real. I shouldn't be upset by it, but I am, because this is a story arc that you could build an entire 3-book series around this, of someone finds a vessel that belonged to the Iron Lords, busts that bad boy open, and it's not just old, Aussie Aranthus all of a sudden out there. It's an actual Iron Lord. It is a member of the royal family or the ruling technocracy of the of the actual continuity. Like, Yeah.
Right, I'm totally with you, 110%. They have taken something and just in their utter disregard and disdain for anything other than squat technology, they have just scrapped it, been done with it. Yes.
You know what this is?
What?
This is very Adeptus Mechanicus of them.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No,
yes,
it's
it is.
not.
They look
No,
at the
it's not.
technology of races that are not their own, and they look down on it, and they are happy to destroy it.
That is, I do not believe that for 1 second. I know for a fact the Adeptus Mechanicus, if they see a Necron Tomb World, they are frothing at the bit. It takes them.
Certain members do, but the stance of the Adeptus Mechanicus
Ah, the
is
stance,
destroy it.
yes. Okay. The official stance, I will.
Sorry,
I will
let me
give you that.
rephrase it then. It's very ecclesiarchy.
Yes. Okay. Yes. That or Puritan sort of style of.
Yeah.
But this is beyond Puritan. This is not even like no, because they are annihilating that technology or that structure or belief, whatever, because it is not theirs. They're saying this is. We don't even care if it's better than ours, it's lesser than ours, it's whatever. We're just getting rid of it because it is not our thing. This, I feel like, is worse because they're looking at it and going, we're not even going to investigate it because we know it's worse than what we have. So we're just going to start breaking it down for scrap. They don't even have enough respect to try and understand what it is. Whereas, say, a Puritan ecclesiarchal point of view would be, we must destroy it because we understand it is a definite and defined threat against our belief structure. Or if,
And we suck.
And we suck, yes.
And we suck. We suck a lot.
Especially our Frateris militia. They're horrible.
No. Stop taking the low road.
Right. Look,
Speaking of the low road.
One last point about that. With regard to the Adeptus Mechanicus, the Adeptus Mechanicus would try to, I believe, so if you got a Puritan from there, would also try to understand the tech before destroying it. Because they would try to learn it, to use it. Okay, this is what our enemy uses, let us understand it, then destroy it, obviously, because it's worse than what we have, or it shouldn't be around because it's not what we have. What old Baleson is doing here is treating it with complete disdain. It's like, better, worse, doesn't matter. It's getting turned into mum's new fry pan. So, it's done. But anyway, moving on to our next one, sir.
Yeah. Tomb of the First Charter Lord. Brumbar Erlishson, Chartermaster of the Deep Seven Prospecting Party, uncovers a fragment of the Oculum Arcanum, an ancient archaeo device rumoured to have once belonged to Oryith Ironeye. Using the techno-arcane device, Brumbar leads an expedition into the depths of the Anglish Holdfast in search of the tomb of Oryith, and the riches said to be contained within.
What are they doing here,
I love
Saviour?
this.
What are they doing?
I love this.
What are they doing?
Huh?
What are they doing?
They are going down there to make sure that no one else can get their hands on those riches and that they stay, I'm guessing, in some sort of squat museum in honour of the glory and respect that they feel for their ancestors.
I say this and watch your ears. Bullshit.
No, he wants to get it so he can just be like, check out all this cool shit I found.
Yeah, look at all this cool stuff I've got. I might melt some of that shit down. I might melt some of that stuff down because to hell with them all. Like, I found it. It's mine now. Stick that in your Ironeye, old Oryith. So, again, greed. Greed feeds them. There's no honour in this. They're going to raid one of their ancestors' tombs.
I would raid your ancestors' tombs.
I would raid your ancestors' tombs, but...
Racist. Just continue.
Are we not going to discuss this further? How horrible their greed is?
No, because you're just going to go on a rant being like, yep, see, squats, all thieves. And you know what? In this particular case, I am unable to disagree.
Good. All right. Yardland Defiant. House Halmore abandons the war for Hive Secundus. Yardland remaining alone as a bastion of civilization amid the exclusion zone. The following decades will see the Squats fortify their defences against the Malstrain until their hold is transformed into a great subterranean fortress, its people hardened by constant battle with Xenos horrors. So we go from reading about how greedy and dirty they are to this is probably one of their more admirable qualities of just going, not today, Gene Stealer, not today.
Yep.
And just go, you're coming to get me? I'm going to make this like the worst rabbit warren you've ever been in. It is going to seem like a horrendous termite hive. Oh, funny that. But
This is just another act of them being the rear guard, though.
oh,
This
true.
is what you were talking about before. It's,
Yep.
yeah, we get it. The humans are taking a step back, and for us, that sucks. But also at the same time, this is our land. This belongs to us.
Yeah.
And,
Yep.
you know, Mama didn't clone no quitter.
Yes, exactly that. And even though Helmore is withdrawing, they're not sitting there going, okay, well, we should back off. They probably should have, now that we know the history of what happens to Yardland. But they still decide to hold their ground. And I think this is where the honour comes into place. And it's the honour and the respect of the contract, of the deal that has been done. This is not about greed. This is not about trying to snatch the few remaining scraps here. This is about ensuring that our legacy and our name is held onto, and our deeds and our experiences was what will live on in history.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, Yardland Defiant is a really good point about what the Squats represent, and it's that sense of honour that we don't see across Necromunda.
I mean, they're still mostly thieves, according to yourself. But yes, no,
Obviously,
you're absolutely right.
yes.
This is that classic sort of dwarf. It's ours. You know, you can pry it from my cold dead hand, or just unleash your dragon in my lower levels. But this
That's
is one
exactly
I've been looking forward to. Warnings unheeded. From their skyborn fortress, the squat engineers of the Vasinki mining clan start detecting changes in Necromunda's weather patterns. Expeditions are launched into the lower cloud layers where prospecting parties chase storms to gather information for the Charter Lord, who in turn keeps their findings to himself, though makes plans to move the Holdfast to higher altitudes. Skyborn Fortress.
Okay, so
When a Zeppelin or a stratoplane or, enormous, Imperial fighters, whatever, it's just not enough. You know what you need? You need a fortress that floats through the clouds so you can bomb settlements from above and then rob the remains. I'm not going to lie, I'm a squat guy now.
right. Firstly, are you not reading the information about how they decide to keep the findings to themselves?
Climate change isn't real, so that's absolutely fine.
Oh my word! On Necromunda, you mean climate change isn't real? Yes. Okay, I get you.
It's not real in real life, so it wouldn't be real on Necromunda.
Don't do this. Don't do this.
Make your point.
My point is they keep the information for themselves, right?
Because he doesn't want to cause alarm amongst the rest of the general population.
God. No, because he's a conniving, greedy monkey who is trying to use this information for himself. He's going,
You can't convince me that the changes to the weather of Necromunda isn't completely natural and doesn't happen every few 100,000 years just because the planet wants to. Our industry and what we put into the atmosphere has nothing to do with this, sir. And I will not have this slander sent my direction anymore.
Okay, all right. Absolutely. Sorry, my apologies.
But yeah, he is literally going to watch the entire world drown in like nuclear winds and then just collect everything that's left behind.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. He is just waiting to see what bad happens and where he can take advantage. But I just want to roll back a little bit there to the Sky Fortress. So when I first read this, I thought to myself, what in the great works is going on here? Because surely the Imperials are looking at a Sky Fortress going, what is that? The Eye of Silene should be the only thing in the air that should be
No,
classified.
that's out in space. This fortress would just be.
You reckon this is in the atmosphere?
Yeah, I reckon this. It's in the clouds. It literally says that he floats around, and expeditions are launched into the lower cloud layers. So he would be lowering. He'd be above that cloud layer, above the toxic level, and would just be sending in the what's the word I'm looking for?
Scouts.
Sending in the expeditions to actually go and check
Yeah.
everything.
Right, I still don't approve of it. It still should be shot out of the sky. The only aircraft that should be floating around Necromunda are Imperial aircraft. That is it. Nothing else.
Why?
Why?
Why? What have
'Cause
they
it's
ever
an-
done?
It's an Imperial world. They should have the Scots should have no rights to be in the sky. Stay in the ground or below it where you belong.
I disagree.
No.
I
no.
personally disagree. I think this would be another condition of the sort of agreement they originally made, where they've been able to say, this is what we're doing.
No.
You can't. We are going to live in this manner.
They should not be in the air. Absolutely. That begins to give them a tactical advantage, an economic advantage that they should not have. And this harps back to my very first point. This is why I totally believe that the Imperials were like, we can get them. Whenever we want, we can get them. And now they've just let them get out of hand.
Okay. Okay. I disagree. But
All right.
yeah, I think you're
Fine.
just angry at the concept of an enormous, glorious flying fortress.
No, I'm angry at the Scots. All right, our final read. A Council of Stone. For this first time in a generation, the 12 charter lords of the original mining clans, along with the lords of 20 lesser clans, meet in the great ancestral halls of Tafrakite. Tafrakite. Meet in the great ancestral halls of Tafrakite. News from the rest of Necromunda is dire, and the Squats agree a darkness is coming to consume their world. Though rather than warn the humans, they turn to their own affairs, preparing their holds for what must come. I don't need to say another word.
But you're going to?
No. Defend this behaviour.
So if the Imperium saw a threat coming, do you think they would warn the Elder?
Are the Elder on this sharing the same planet as them?
They share the same galaxy.
If
They saw the coming of a Tyranid Hive fleet towards a craft world, would they warn the Elder?
No, and rightly so.
No.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's okay for them.
You have nothing. You are
towards
talking
themselves.
slowly
No,
because you're trying to think of something.
Okay, if you are on an aeroplane
Yep.
and those little breath masks drop down, who do you get the mask for first? Yourself or your wife or your child?
Oh my God. You've gone
Oh,
off
I'm
the
going low
rails,
blow
sir.
with this.
Yeah, you have gone off the rails. You obviously get it for yourself first, so that
There
you
we
can
go.
assist.
Thank
Now,
you very
now,
much.
now,
Council
now.
of Stone justified.
So, how long are they getting this mask for themselves for?
As long as it takes to get it secure. You
Oh
gotta bring
my.
it down. You gotta put it on the front of your face. You gotta get the straps around.
Yeah. Yeah, they haven't even thought about grabbing the mask. And yet they're still looting and pillaging from the planet. Rather than warn the humans, they turn to their own affairs, preparing their holds for what is to come. They're just like, it ain't worth letting them know there will always be more humans. There can only be one of us. So we will just hold on, wait, and we, again, as your old mate from, what was his name, Baleson? As Baleson did, they are waiting for the scraps and going, cool, we will just swoop in here and take what's left.
I think they're doing the right thing. That's all I'm saying.
I wanted to be so pro squat in this episode, but the more we've read, the less I've become.
Okay.
I will never do another squat in my life. Yes, got another joke in.
Yeah, there's no risk of that, Chief. So that is the end of our reads. Nathan, you have come in pretty negatively to this episode. I want to say out of 10 towards the squats, you've been like an 8 negativity. So how do you feel you are sitting now? Do you think you've gotten angry at them as time's gone by?
It's fluctuated up and down. Definitely has. There's some positivity there. Without the squats, there's no Necromunda.
Correct.
Right? But without the squats, there's also a lot less suffering, and there is the potential of having a fully intact void-bearing vessel of the Iron Lords. So,
but do you think that because they've allowed the planet to get to this point, maybe handing out that suffering is their right?
What? No.
Oh, okay. Just wanted to clarify.
Who thinks like that? Nobody thinks like that.
We are now going to look into sort of some of the bigger named groups within the Ironhead Squats. And thankfully, I have actually been able to have our mate, it was a Gaz, son of Andrew? Our angry Squattish mate has sent us out a little bit of a sort of an intro to each of the clans, and we'll get him to lead us off, I guess.
Yeah, cool.
Here we go.
The 12 great mining clans, the most noble brothers and sisters of Clan Anglish. A curse be upon their name.
All right. Apparently, Gaz is not a fan of the Anglish.
Right.
Started out pretty cool there.
It did sound good. I think the name is too close to English for any Scottish person to be a fan of. So it's just instinct.
Yeah.
Just
Okay. So the Anglish mining clan. The Anglish are by far the largest mining clan in the Western Hemisphere, and it is said they built their holdfast on a mountain made of imperial gilt. And of all of the clans, they have the most of Oryith Ironeye in their blood. Entrepreneurs and adventurers, the Anglish squats have had frequent dealings with the humans of Necromunda, and their prospecting parties are a common sight in the hives of the Minerva cluster, with the Anglish seen as far north as Trasia, and even sometimes Hive Primus itself. Cunning traders, they have a reputation within their own kind as having become too close to the Hivers, regularly making deals with the Guild of Coin, or the clan houses, especially House Orlok and House Goliath, and have as a result lost the purity of the rest of the squat race. To outsiders, many have come to consider the Anglish as representative of the entirety of the mining clans, and even their name is synonymous with the notion of squat or ironhead in the minds of many humans. More than once, a guild delegation or wasteland gang has made the mistake of calling a prospecting party from another mining clan Anglish, only to discover the error of their ways when the squats responded with curses or sometimes bullets. Whatever else might be said about the Anglish, however, their close relationship with the humans has made them fabulously wealthy, to the point that their massive holdfast dominates Essos Peak on the southern edge of the Great Equatorial Wastes, like a great stone god looking down on the wastes of Necromunda.
This is the most classic integration of human and squat sort of behavior, or human and dwarf behavior. Whereas you get, the dwarves help out, they have a particular group that they like, maybe the engineering guild or the mining guild of the humans. They interact and they work with them, and they become woven into the fabric of what is that society. They become what is sort of a naturally accepted phenomenon. So it even says in there, to the point where they say English and they mean prospector, they mean Ironhead. So this is ideally what you want Squattish and I guess human or imperial relations to look like in a perfect society. This is without crazy imperials trying to kill everything that's under 4 foot high. Yep, and trying to kill everything. Yeah, actually, and no need for specification there. So, in a perfect world where the squats respect the humans and the humans treat the squats with, I guess, a sense of dignity and reverence for what they can and have done for the planet, that is the perfect scenario. But it is Necromunda, so that doesn't exist, obviously. Yeah, so as I was saying, this is what you want to see in this relationship. It is almost a perfect synergy of the clan providing for those on Necromunda and having a level of respect and unity with those, like House Warlock and House Goliath, and making regular deals with the Guild of Coin, and then the humans also respecting the squats. So yeah, I think this is ideal.
I think this goes back to a lot of what you've been saying so far, where they are integrating themselves in that people know if you need ore and you absolutely need it, no one else has it, the English will have it. Ask the Orlocks. Ask the Squats. The Orlocks, who are the gang that goes out there into the wastes and does the mining. Sorry, not the gang, the house. They're the ones going out there and getting the stuff that no one else can get. Even they have to make deals with the Squats.
Yes.
And yeah, it's made them fabulously wealthy because they're the ones who are able to genetically manipulate themselves into being more resilient to anything Necromunda can throw. But the part that I really love is that the other squats are really pissed off about the fact that everyone will just call them English. It's that classic, you English, you're all the same. It's like, English. Do I look bloody English to you, mate? Like, I'm not going to do my bad Scottish accent again. And this ganger would be like, yeah, you do. Like,
yeah.
What are you? I'm a Tafakite. It's like, is that just a kind of English?
Did you just sneeze?
Yeah.
Bless you?
Tafakite. Emperor bless you, I guess.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
sorry. I love that aspect to it because you can genuinely think of it at times like, the mixing up Australians and New Zealanders or Canadians and Americans or, Scottish and Irish or, English and Welsh and that sort of like are you from here? It's just like, no, I'm not from here. I remember the first time I went to the UK, I was in Cornwall and I was in this pub and I'm playing pool with these dudes and we were laughing about something and one of the guys has gone to take a swig of his pint and he's laughed at something and it's gone all down his chin, all down his shirt. And I laughed and I was like, don't worry, you English will eventually learn how to drink. And he put this thing down, him and his mates all turned to me and they're like, mate, we're not English, we're Cornish. And I'm like,
what?
I don't even know what that means. I'm a Protestant. Like, is that what we're talking about? And they're like, no, you're in Cornwall. And I'm like, I thought I was in England. Like, no, it's a very different thing. I went, is it though? Turns out it was. But that's how I'm imagining the other squats
absolutely.
reacting when the people call them English.
Yeah. Putting their drink down, just like, excuse me. Excuse me 1 second here. I may look like them. I may steal like them. I may smell like them. I'm as greedy as them. I have no respect for you like them.
But I am not a porn star.
Yeah, but I'm not a porn star, exactly. So, yeah, no, I can imagine this would... and it's that sort of... I can imagine the outlook of the other clans being, the English are doing something that they're going too far. I personally don't think they're going far enough, but it's something that the other clans could quite easily decipher as they are going too far. They're pushing it beyond what we think is right. But speaking of the other clans, let's have a read of our next one.
And Gaz, who do we have next?
The brave and intrepid Tapferkite mining clan. A curse be upon their name.
Once again, it started out so positively.
I'm not one to make general statements here, but I feel like there's a bit of a trend here. I feel like there's going to be a lot of curses on a lot of names.
Those damn squats ruined Scotland.
The Tapferkite mining clan. By contrast to the wealthy English, the Tapferkite mining clan has long followed the old ways of the Squat people. They pride themselves on technological innovation and feats of engineering. Many of the wonders brought to Necromunda by the Squats attributed to them. The greatest of these is the Necromagnium Underway, a vast tunnel network that runs for thousands of kilometres under the equatorial spine and connects Necromunda's two hemispheres. The Tapferkite maintain and control the tunnel. The Merchants Guild and Imperial House dependent on the mining clan for the constant flow of goods to and from the eastern hives. Their holdfast stands like a giant sentinel over the mighty thoroughfare. All who traverse the underway forced to look up into the huge carved foundations of the Tapferkite fortress as they drive their rigs or ride their maglevs beneath it. While the underway represents the centre of the mining clan, their graven seal can be found across the hive world, many Necromundans living in hives or settlements long ago built by the Tapferkite. So this it even says that this is very different to the English, but I think here the key thing is that they're holding true to their idea of we're the engineers, we're the builders. You know what I mean? We will build it. You can use it, but as soon as we want it back, it's ours. I think there would be this ruthlessness about it, saying you're living in that hab block, but we now need it. So, grab your linen.
They're also once again making money from this. The Tapferkite maintain and control the tunnel, that being the Necromagnium Underway, and the constant flow. Sorry, and the Merchants Guild and Imperial House are dependent on the mining clan for the constant flow of goods to and from the eastern hives. So they are literally sitting there charging tolls on everyone to use their tunnel.
So they've got an Eastlink.
They basically, so Eastlink is an enormous freeway here in Melbourne, and it's literally the most convenient way to get absolutely anywhere. And I use it every single day for work, every single day, and I think it cost me like $10 a day.
Yes, and you multiply that by however many, and so let's say it's 10 credits a trip on one of these maglevs, and you're talking a ridiculous amount of, I guess, wealth pouring into the Tapferkite. So I think they're making money in the more traditional squat way of we build it, we make it, we sell it, we rent it, you use it, whatever the case might be. But we're not necessarily going out there and trading with you per se.
Yes.
We're not.
Yes.
Yeah.
We're not trading with you. You are paying us for the privilege of using our service.
Yeah, exactly. So there might be trading on the base level, but not in that sort of industrialized level of what the English are doing.
Oh, no. No. Oh, gang idea. So, squat road wardens. So literally, you'd have them on dirt bikes and like the squat bikes and that sort of stuff, but also these they'd basically be toll collectors, and they'd have these huge, really heavy front armor vehicles, and their whole job is to sort of go up and down the Necromagnium sort of underway. Not only are they maintaining it, shoring up any holes, stopping any illegal entry if someone's tunneled into the sort of underway to sort of bypass the toll points, but they would be just dripping in clear wealth, but at the same time have very classic squat and dwarf weaponry, like that all have very ornate family axes that had been handed down. They have the leader would have like a spyglass that had come down with one of the original 12 vessels.
Yes, that's cool.
All of their technology would be. You'd look at it and go, you can clearly see the influence of the Votan on it. I would possibly even have, what's the word I'm looking for? Maybe an Ironkin style member of them, because the Ironkin obviously being the artificial intelligence members of the Leagues of Votan. I would maybe have one of their gangers be an Ironkin, possibly that was from the original ships.
Yeah, like they have this AI with them, but the purpose of the AI, I sort of had a gang idea, and I was running it around in my head, but you've stolen it. Very close to. So I was ruminating about this as well, is that you have this AI that is able to assess whether or not somebody has paid their toll, or whether or not somebody has got the like they've declared a weightage of their vehicle as 2.3 tons, and the AI is able to make an assessment based on the way it's resting and all these other things, or even just by tapping into the data and going, well, it's not 2.3 tons, it's nearly 3 tons.
It's 2.342. You've underdeclared. You forfeit X percentage of your haulage,
exactly.
or they're looking at it and go, hold on. You don't have enough weight for what you say you're carrying. You're not carrying cargo, you're carrying people. And it goes,
yes.
You haven't paid the toll per person.
Yes, there it is. And they wouldn't even they do not care that you're transporting people. You know what I mean?
Nope.
Maybe if they get a message from enforcers or something like that saying, we're looking for this group of people, they might, if it conveniences them, let the enforcers know. But otherwise, they don't care. They're just saying, well, for this type of cargo, you need to pay for this.
Yes.
If you're bringing this, you need to pay for this. Or even if it's like you're bringing a wheeled vehicle through when you should be bringing a tracked vehicle through. Like
you haven't paid the wheel toll.
Yeah, the wheel toll. It's clearly different to the track toll.
You understand, there is a toll per axle. You have not paid your toll per axle. That is a 3-axle vehicle, and it has 3 wheels on either side. So therefore, you should have paid for 18 wheels. You've only paid for 12 wheels, sir.
Yes, exactly. And then just like rack it up. But if there's ever like a mistake in the positive for the individual, like they paid too much on their toll, then they fine them that exact. Pardon?
It's just not brought up. It's just
I can imagine they would fine them for getting it wrong. Right? And the fine is exactly the variation. It's like, we should be giving you back 6,000 credits, but your fine is 6,000 credits.
Because you caused us to now be in debt by 6,000 credits.
Yeah, by us now having to go through all this process. So just suck on that, basically. So that is a really cool gang idea. And they would have like little engineering tools, just small little things, but a lot of measurement devices, little weights,
lots
and all
of
that
lamps and torches, and all of them would have sort of like the shoulder mounted or the head mounted spotlights. So wherever they're looking, the beam is sort of following their vision.
Yeah, I could see one equipped with a harpoon as well, like where it's almost. But it's a harpoon that you can just like stamp it, like quickly anchor into the ground. So if somebody's trying to get away in a vehicle, they fire the harpoon at it, lock it, anchor it into the ground, and be like, we basically got you. Like all that speed you were trying to have, use Gonski, you're done. So right, no, I like your I like your gang idea. We'll call it that.
Well, who is next up? Gaz.
The indomitable Clan Svardhall. A curse be upon their name.
Right. I thought they were going to get a good thing because they were like the
indomitable.
indomitable.
Yeah.
And there's just no spit.
Yep. The Svardhall mining clan. Long ago, the squats of the Svardhall mining clan fought against an orc invasion of Necromunda. When the Xenos invaders attacked the Calvaria hive cluster, the Svardhall squats joined the armies of the Imperium in driving them deep into the wreckage of the broken hive. In the aftermath of the war, the Svardhall holdfast had been devastated, and the rest of the hive cluster reduced to ruin. The scars of this war still mark the mining clan to this day, and the Svardhall squats are more militant than many of their kin, focusing on weapons and warfare as much as prospecting and mining. The rebuilt Svardhall holdfast guards the ruins of Calvaria, now simply known as the Skull, and the aberrant beasts rumoured to still lurk within its twisted remains. Calvaria is such a cool name.
It's much better than the Skull.
Yeah.
I like that.
It kind of makes sense.
Calvaria.
Like, what was it called before the Skull? Nope, it's just always been the Skull. That was weirdly prophetic.
Yeah.
Okay, gang idea. And it's
Another one.
It's come so simply, and it's a totally original idea. So
righto.
I would have a group specifically from the Svardhall, and what they would be doing is they would declare themselves as seeking a worthy death. Right, and to do this, to commit this death, they would hunt down the biggest and baddest and nastiest creatures they could find, and I'm going to call them murderers. No, slayers. And what they would do is they would shave their head down and they would tattoo themselves with, Squattish symbols and iconography, and they would thrive in the glory of combat. And these Svardhall, quite specifically because they are more militant, make their way in these groups and bands, and they head into the Skull in an attempt to kill the aberrant beasts that are there. And I can imagine some very cool, sort of like really close combat orientated gangs, and the Mohawks, and just like, just chain swords, chain axes, these huge powered blades, the moment where...
This is the most original gang idea you ever had.
This is the most original gang idea I've ever
My
had.
recommendation to you is do not pick up Warhammer Armies Dwarves or any book from the Warhammer range.
Yeah. I've also got a great idea about one of these slayers, as I called them, and he would have this human sidekick.
Oh my god!
And the two of them would travel around to different hives and places and fight big bads. And turns out they were immortal, and then one of them ends up being a god. And yeah, totally original. But the Svardhall in my mind are basically the Slayer Keep. And they're just sitting there looking at the Skull like, we should go fight them. Oh, we should go fight them so bad.
Well, they're the ones who maintain the outpost on the Skull.
Yes.
Where they're just sitting there going, yes, we are the hunters. I could genuinely see them sending groups of squats off to the dust wall, whether it be to test weaponry or to, just simply trade with soldiers on the wall.
Oh,
knowing that we have the best weapons, we're going to do this. And that's sort of the gang idea I had in my mind, where, rather than necessarily being completely just dedicated to warfare, their trading is all about weaponry. So you must have an ammo jack or something equivalent in the gang.
It would have to be,
Yeah, and even the gangers themselves have just got loads of different pistols and so forth on them. They're all no magazines in them or anything like that. They're just hanging off belts. They're on backpacks. They've got all this where they can just on the fly. They could be sitting down next to somebody whilst in cover, going, "You're out of ammo, aren't you?" Yeah. Yeah, I have a class 17 auto gun. It's not gonna replace your bolt gun, but imagine how this is gonna help you the here and now, because I heard that click go off, and I know you're in trouble. Oh, you want the ammo as well? Well, I can trade you the gun.
Getting
for the bolt gun.
expensive now, mate.
Yeah, you are. You're starting to rack up a few figures. Look, I'll give you one magazine. Okay, here's another magazine. Okay, all right. Well, I'll take your bolter and I'll take your boots, and good luck to you, sir. And it scuttles off and finds somewhere else to go trade. So I can sort of see a gang that's being focused purely around the idea of trading, like, on the battlefield. You know, like they obviously a trade in a bar and a trade in a situation where there isn't bullets flying is perfectly fine, but they are also very specialized as when the bullets are flying, when the proverbial is hitting the fan, these guys are more than happy to go in there and start like just divvying up weapons and ammo and whatever the case might be, and they'd be equipped with a lot of like people stopper weapons, so like scatter shotguns or something along those lines, where all they're really trying to do is just clear a path for themselves. So it's like boom, 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 move to the next area, start selling, and they'll even go to the other side, start selling them weapons on the fly in the middle of a fight. Just like real scrappers. So I guess this gang for me as well is exactly what you said, that like Slayer hold type thing. This is the very militant side of the squats, but it's almost like their hands have been forced here. Their blood has been churned. Their blood is boiled from what happened to them, and the classic squat behavior. They're not going to let this transgression just simply slide.
Yes,
it's going to be part of who they are, their culture, their character, their next step forward. You can almost see like maybe when they're being birthed into the next generation, this memory is being implanted with them. This becomes their this becomes their black rage. You know, like, we must hate the orcs. We must fight. We must be on the forefront of being able to defend ourselves first and foremost, because we cannot allow to happen what happened at Calvaria again. So
they've also got that bred in hatred of the orcs because of their history with them during sort of mankind's expansion, during the sort of the creation of the squat peoples. And it's glorious.
I see it as like they would have been very comfortable as traders and engineers and prospectors and miners and all that, and then suddenly war came to their doorstep, and that's when they realised they weren't prepared for a conflict which they should be prepared for. They weren't prepared to fight the way that they should fight, and it has all gone very downhill very quickly, you know. And now it has set them on a pathway of being always have your guard up, always be prepared for combat. Right. Well, I mean, they're the most warlike, so probably the most coolest. But I guess we should talk about another clan. And I don't want to spoil the interruption. I don't want to spoil the introduction. So have we got another message from our mate?
We do. So, Gaz, let's have a look at what you've got for us there. Who is our next house? Clan.
The hallowed brotherhood of Clan Skragfrid.
There
Curse be upon their name.
All right. So I was a little bit concerned about the pronunciation of this name, so I'm happy that he butchered it for us. Skragfrid mining clan. While the Svardvold focus on warfare, the Skragfrid have earned a reputation as explorers and prospectors without peer. From their holdfast on the edge of the spoil, their people have mapped the vast areas of Necromunda, their charter masters having found lost hives, forgotten mining sites, and even entire peoples out in the trackless wastelands of the blighted world. The Skragfrid maps are prized by the Makata Gelt and the clan houses, notably House Orlok, and many battles have been fought out in the wastes over the chance of a gang leader or guild lord getting their hands on such a prize. Maps of the spoil and ever-changing rubbish heap covering thousands of square kilometres, are especially sought after, as it represents the single greatest concentration of chem and material wealth on the planet. So this is harping back to something probably a little bit more akin to the Tafakite, where it's that we prospect and we mine. That's what we are here for. These guys seem like the most straight out of the box for me. Like in terms like you get a box of Ironhead prospectors and you go, well, I want to make them miners and prospectors because that's what's on the box. I'm going to do that with them. It says it on the box. That's what I want to do with them. And this clan seems the most obvious one to go down that pathway. But the cool part of their little read is the fact that they're making almost like an ever-changing map of the spoil, which is so cool. Like it's almost like a live update of the map, just like this has changed, this has been mined, this has been tapped. Cordor now have infested this area, so bring, anti-burn gel because, and deodorant. Yeah. So I really like that idea that they're constantly doing a map, and their maps become these treasured and prized items because they're the most accurate. They're the most the most valuable in the sense that they're going to lead you to the best material wealth, the best material outcomes. So
I agree with you there, but I love some part of that first part of the read. Their charter masters have found lost hives, forgotten mining sites, and even entire peoples. Like, we've talked about this previously where, maybe there's a hive out there that's been cut off from communication. They've managed to sustain themselves. Who's to say that the Scragford haven't gotten there and just been like, hey, how you guys doing? And these hives are sitting there going, where did you come from? They're like, no, we've been here the whole time. We've been here, but but everyone on the planet was killed.
Yeah.
When did that happen? Do you want a sandwich? Like I don't know what. How have you guys been eating? Oh, we've been eating each other.
Yeah.
Oh no. But yeah, I'd love them to sort of. I'd love a little story on that. These prospectors, finding a hive that's been buried, finding a hive that's completely adjusted its way of life to. So it is very. We have to sustain ourselves on incredibly limited wealth. We're growing our food. We're we're recycling our water and over and over and over again because they're convinced that there is no way out. Maybe they don't even know they're in a hive anymore. After a few hundreds or thousands of years, to them, it's just life. They can't get through the walls, and these prospectors come in, and all of a sudden it's just. Or they open one of the doors in the underways that just hasn't been opened in 20, 30, 40, 50 generations. And all of a sudden these hives are like, wait, there's a whole other world out there? I find that cool.
Do you know what I'm imagining? It's like, what was that movie? I think it's called Blast from the Past. Brendan Fraser
where
movie.
Brendan Fraser lives in the bomb shelter underground, and his father is.
Is it William Dafoe? No, it's not.
No,
he's a real mad bugger. He's the one who puts the pocket watch up his butt in Vietnam.
Yeah, he loves cow. He needs more cowbell.
Yes.
I just want to say Matthew McConaughey, but I can't because it's not him. I'm going to say.
This is really hurting my head.
Don't tell me. No, just keep going.
Okay, you come back.
One of us, we'll see who'll remember it first.
Yeah. Right. Anyway, I can see this like a blast from the past thing where they open the doors and like one of the little kids is like, "Ooh, Mama, look, stunties," and we're like, "Ooh." We don't use that word.
Oh my god! So they've gone back to like boomer racism.
Oh, mother, look, there's stunties.
No, we don't use that word anymore.
And that would be the Scragfried mining clan going, whoa, that's a ixnay on the stunte. And then just like saying like really backward nonsense stuff to them.
It's Christopher Walken.
Christopher Walken, that's it.
Yep.
Yes, I kept thinking of his brother, Peter Running. No, that was his alter ego, Peter Running. Was boo to you, sir. Boo to you. That was funny. But yeah, I could just imagine them talking about like Lord Hellmayer and things like that. It's like, no, you've missed a few things here. And they're like, well, thank God Somnus hasn't come past again. It's like, wow,
that is a tough point for us. We lost our god when Somnus came past. God.
Yeah.
What do you mean? There's no gods here. The Imperial Fists fixed that for us, and this random squat sticks his head around the corner. Boo.
Yeah.
And just goes away again.
So I could see this being just like this awkward interaction of the squats having to educate them, and then just being like, this ain't worth our time. Close this one up. We'll find another one.
Close the door.
Yeah, close the door. Let them be.
Go grab some of that gas the Hellmores were using the other day.
Yeah. Lock them up, gas them in. Done.
Yep.
You know,
Done.
it's the Necromundan way.
But Hellmayeth are definitely the out-of-the-box gang, in my mind, now that you've described it that way. Like, they are, prospecting, exploring, just doing their thing in that respect.
They're doing all the things of what the traditional squats were doing when they first came to the planet. It's like, we will find the mineral wealth out there. We will make use of it. We'll make maps. We'll do this, blah, blah, blah. But now, because humanity is so much more well established, you have more, I guess, interactions with, say, House Orlok and other houses who are trying to find these maps. So the nature of the spoil being their territory that they get to control, that they're contracted to, changes, and they become now, almost having to beat back those who are willing to make the journey out, to make the trek out, to tap into this. And they would be trying to control that as well. It wouldn't just be about the exploration. It would be about understanding that the spoil is such an important centre of wealth that we need to protect it as part of our contracts, as part of the humans' obligations to us. Now, they can't control these little batches of humans that are coming to get us, so we'll take it into our own hands to administer justice.
I'm also imagining sort of like a 40k version of insider trading, where they would be making maps, but they'd be releasing them only in small amounts. And then they'd be like, oh, hold on, we've just mined a whole bunch of, iron. We've mined a whole bunch of iron. So we don't want anyone else mining iron for a while. So let's put on all these maps. Let's release the maps that show the areas that have everything but iron. So there's less iron coming into the marketplaces. It drives up prices. They dump their iron on, get the top price. Then all of a sudden, all the maps they release have iron, and it drives it down for everyone else. And then they're sort of mining other things then.
Do you know what that behaviour strikes me as? Like, just instantly? What do you think? I want you to, what is that behaviour like?
That's just a cunning plan to increase profits.
Oh, it definitely sounds like the word cunning. But no.
Bunnings?
No, not Bunnings. No, it doesn't sound like the word cunning at all. But it is very, very greedy, is it not?
Okay. I don't see how you made that connection. But,
anyway, these are the quintessential squats. But yes, let's move on to our next clan.
All right, take it away, Gaza.
The imperturbable Hellmayeth mining clan. A curse be upon their name.
I want to find out what clan he's from. Then every time I hear that word, I'm just going to spit.
Yeah, and a curse be upon their name.
And a curse be upon their name, and he'll be like, I'm from House Electrician. Be like, oh no. You got me there, you cunning stunty. Australian joke.
Yeah, that's
So,
very
the
good.
Halmaeus mining clan. When the ancestor of the Halmaeus mining clan came to Necromunda, their massive bastion ship set down at the bottom of one of its vast sump seas. From their underwater holdfast, the mining clan has made themselves wealthy harvesting the chemical riches of Necromunda's poison oceans. Their surface ships and submersibles journeying anywhere the sump flows, through underground rivers and runoffs into the depths of the hive cities themselves. Not content to be miners, the Halmaeus Squats also have a well-earned reputation as pirates and raiders. Travellers on the toxic seas rightly wary of their ironclad craft and the bands of cunning drillkin who crew them. It's almost like everything is telling me, Samuel, quit your job, get rid of the family, spend your days just making squat sump sea pirates. Like,
I'm down for this actually. I don't mind this.
what's your problem with my family? Why do you want me to get rid of them? See, you fell into my trap. No, continue.
That's also your wife's wedding vows. Anyway. Right. Anyway, I see this as a cool way of running squats because you're not trying to hide the greed, hide the lust for wealth behind any veil. You're just like, we's coming for you. You decided to put something that floats on our patch of water. Guess what? We're taking it, you, and whatever you hold dear. And it is all coming down to us. So, and again, I see the little parrot Technite.
The parrot Technite, yep.
The harpoon guns, like...
Peg legs. Peg legs as far as the eye. Just one guy that's just peg legs.
Arms, legs, head,
Arms,
all peg legs.
He's just a head on pegs.
Yeah, he's actually an ancestor. What do they call the ancestor kin or something like that? The AI robots that work with
The Ironkin.
Ironkin, yeah, sorry. It's an Ironkin, but it's all just peg legs. So, like,
Have you seen Big Hero 6?
I have.
Okay, you know the little microbot he uses for the bot fights at the beginning?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's how I'm picturing this guy. It's that with a beard. Okay, we have several incredibly talented artists amongst our listenership. I need someone to draw that for me. I want that on a t-shirt. just the microbot with a beard. Something, and then above it I'll put something like hand over your treasure and beard oils.
Yeah. That can be official merchandise. Just this thing, like, it clearly looks mechanical, but that's one of our ancestor kin. You know, that's an important thing to us. How dare you judge it? And okay, yes, it's being silly. Yes, it's being silly right now. Yes, no, okay, all right. We need to get it back on board.
We spray painted a smiley face on him, but in our defence, how happy does he look? Also, I'm just going to stick this bolt pistol in your ribs real quick. I would like your pants, sir.
Yes.
Like, you can just imagine these pirates, like they just remind me of the classic Dogs of War. You know, I said it before.
Yeah,
the Long Drong Slayer pirates.
Yeah.
But I'm picturing just the saltiest of sea dogs. And, you know, they'd lure in, because what hive was it? It wasn't Mortis, it was, one of them was, mate, my memory is just so full of all this stuff, and it's all just mixing together. The hive,
tell me about it.
where it had the sea, and there was like the Goliath River pirates and that. I'm just imagining one of these squat ships, like, you know, sets a little fire so it looks like they're in trouble, and the other pirates get real close. They're like, oh no, the Goliath are coming. And all of a sudden, like, 3 or 4 of these submarines just lift up. And there's just you're actually surrounded. So you can all jump in the water, or we will throw you in the water. But your boat is ours now.
Yeah, they would fight though. The Goliath would just be like, "Well, look, you fooled us. You fooled us once. Shame on you. You fooled us twice. Shame on us. This is the 37th full. So, like, I think it's shame on both of us, and then maybe some enforcers. But either way, we're still fighting. Like, we fought all other 36 times. So,
you know, I love a good paraphrase. Yeah. I'm going to paraphrase that ancient squat Lieth hero. You may take our lives, but you will never take our Crayola.
Yeah.
And then he throws his spudjacker.
Yeah,
Don't know why he threw his weapon. No idea why he threw his weapon.
Well, this is why they've been fooled 37 times. Like, this, the exact same spot, the exact same fire. Like, why do you keep coming back?
You don't have anything left.
It's almost gone down into, like, legend. Like, go to this spot, and we're sure, like, this time we know the treasure's going to be there. It's like a Goliath legend, a Goliath myth of this is the most valuable treasure. Keep going to this point. And you know it's spread by, like, that little peg leg AI robot who just feeds the Goliath this information. Yeah. Come here, tasty, tasty treasure.
He's just got a cardboard mohawk on. He just peg legs his way into the bar. It's like, hey, fellow Goliaths. It's like, you don't look like one of us. Do you want to do some gym exercises? You are a Goliath.
Yeah.
I need to make that, son.
Oh, that's gold. Anyway, I actually, this is my favourite, and we've not spent any time talking about them. Right.
This is like I am going to do squat pirates because the Helmaeth just seems so cool. The fact that they're not even mining. They're a mining clan, but they're just like, we don't want to mine. Firstly, they definitely accidentally crashed their bastion ship into the water, and we're just like, we're just going to make the best of this. And now they are like, can you imagine the way they would interact with other squats? Like,
yes.
You've seen Black Sails, haven't you?
Yeah, you're taking an idea of mine, but go on.
But just, I'm imagining this pirate crew coming into like a dockside, or because they lift up into the hives through the oceans and that. You just imagine this hive town or hive city against the Sumpsea and whatever hive it is. All of a sudden, there's just this submarine, and the locals are like, "What is that?"
Yeah,
and these squats come out, and you can just, it'll be they'd be the biggest, they'd be the toughest, they'd be the one with just knives everywhere, pistols all up and down them, and they would look like proper buggers. And they go in, and it's just, because they're at the end of the day, they're still squats. They're like, 4 foot tall? Yeah. And you can imagine one walking into the bar, just climbing up onto someone's table, kicking him in the face, and be like, who's the toughest in the bar? And your Goliath or your Orlok, your Escher gets up, and it's like, all right, shoots them, sits down at their table, and it's just like, oh, they ordered me a drink, and takes a swig, and the pirates are like, ah! Yeah. And the whole bar would just be like, what is going on?
Yeah.
Who are these children?
Well, I like the idea that it climbs up on the table. It probably takes him like 2 or 3 attempts, a little stall or something, and everybody's just like awkwardly staring and like, do we laugh at this point? Do we cheer?
Yeah.
What, like, at some point we need to like interact here, and then he gets up and kicks him in the face. But yes.
Oh no, he shot him in the
That's the bit where we laugh. Yay! This is the best circus show ever. So, but yeah, my idea for this was to hell with making a gang out of this, because yes, you can, and it's such a, I wouldn't say it's an easy gang, but there's so many tropes and there's so many things that you can use. Exactly what you said. Just watch Black Sails. If you don't understand how to make this gang, watch Black Sails, and if you pick even 1/10 of the characters out of there to make a character in your gang, you'll be fine. Imagine like female dwarf pirates as well, like Bonnie and all that. Oh, it'd just be so cool. But I can imagine making one of these as a hired gun. How awesome would this be? Like the old, man-eater ogres from the old world.
Oh,
So,
yes.
like, fully done up in pirate gear, just one thing that you add to your gang as a hired gun, and everything on them has some derivative story, something that's come that they've done. And I can almost see these squats having more backward weaponry. You know, it's very, very functional. It's, scattershot shotguns, flamers, that kind of
Yes,
stuff.
yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Like, it's all about clearing the deck.
But because of where they landed, I also see them as very aloof in comparison to the rest of the squats. To them, they are Helmath. They are not necessarily part of the Ironheads. Like obviously the clan hierarchy, we know the Lord of the Helmath would go to that's Council of Stone, etc. But the majority of them, I see them as very Orlockian. Whereas, it's my gang before my house, but my house before the rest.
Oh, right.
I see
yes,
the
yeah.
Helmath sort of gangs, or I'm going to call them crews.
Crews? Yes.
I would say the
right.
Helmath crews would be very insular.
Yep.
And when they come together, there is a book series by an author named Scott Lynch called about this gang called the Gentleman Bastards. And their second book is Red Seas Under Red Skies.
Yeah.
And there's a scene where these pirate crews come into a pirate town, and they have to sort of announce that they're there. And so this captain takes the biggest and the toughest and the most brutal and the deadliest sort of members of her crew. And that's what she does. She walks in, she looks at like the head table of the whole bar, which is where the sort of most important captain sits, and she goes and she just lays out the other captain and is like, all of you get out of our seats. But then the crews know that when it comes down to it, if push comes to shove, they've all got each other's backs.
Yeah,
Because
yeah,
at the end of the day, they are pirates. They are all pirates. They believe in their clan, the Helmath, for example.
Yeah.
And beyond that, they might believe in sort of a greater purpose, being the squat peoples, for example.
Yeah, yeah.
But at the end of the day, if it comes down to your ship sinking and my ship's... Sorry, it comes down to your ship sinking or my ship sinking,
Yep.
it's been great knowing you.
Yeah. Goodbye, your ship.
Goodbye, your ship.
And I see this as like exactly what you're saying as well. Because they're underwater, they're so much more isolated. Like even more than their other clans. Like, because the communication would be harder and so forth. So you're right in saying that they have this, and I sort of, for me, the aloofness wouldn't come out of we're better than you. It would become from a sense of we work harder than you. We work
Correct.
better than you. We do more than you. To make our lives, we must be harder. We must be better. We must be stronger. We can't just simply accept that we are going to find some material or that is valuable, because we need to get everything we can from raids in the sump sea. Yeah. They are very, very...
I like that.
I really like this clan. I think this is the hallmark of a gang idea for me. Right, before we get into more pirate talk, I am going to hijack this conversation, or board this conversation. You get it. I'm going to take over this conversation, conversation ship. Let's just get into the next one.
Save him, Gaz.
The long, forbearing peoples of Clan Snorag. A curse be upon their name.
Yep.
That dramatic pause. He got me. He got me.
Okay. I have no faith. I'm praying that the last one is just like, these guys are my favourites, and then that's it.
Yeah.
I don't think it will be. Right. Our next one is the Snorag mining clan. Most of Necromunda's natural resources have been stripped away over thousands of years of aggressive exploration. The planet itself riddled with tunnels and artificial caverns all the way to its core. It was in this maze of deep, forgotten mines that the Snorag mining clan made its home. often referred to by those few Necromundas that know of its existence as the Underearth. It extends for tens of thousands of kilometres throughout the world and is filled with horrors that have never seen the toxic skies of the wastes. As the Snorag squats know, however, the Underearth also hides countless lost treasures, forgotten mineral wealth, and untapped seams of ore, all waiting for their deep core prospectors to find. Often considered strange and especially insular even by the standards of their race, the Snorag nonetheless trade with both humans and other mining clans, coming to the surface from their hidden holdfast when the Charter Lords call one of their great clan moots to discuss matters of importance to their peoples. So this is quintessential dwarf mining clan, like just diggy dig sort of thing, where this and they say it, you know, they're quite insular, but this is where I think the insanity of squats / dwarves begins to really shine through. They just continue to go deeper and deeper and dig, and it's like just this never-ending desire to just find what's behind that next layer of rock, what's behind that next wall of rock sort of thing. It's almost like that meme where you see the bloke like digging away, and if he just dug a little bit deeper, there's like jewels or crystals or whatever behind it. They don't stop at that point. They just keep digging.
But the problem is the human gets tired, whereas the squat sends their children in because the children yearn for the mines, Nathan. No, but you're absolutely right. These are your classic dwarves. These are your, well, so you're telling me these useless, pathetic humans say there's nothing else left there? We are going to prove them wrong.
Yeah,
but we are going to get down.
Perhaps it's in Lord of the Rings or Warhammer Fantasy where they refer to dwarves having like a gold sickness. So they just keep digging and trying to find more gold and so forth. And I think that's the way I envisage the Snorag mining clan. They just know that there's another seam of ore, there's this other thing, there's the next thing, we can get it. But at the same time, they're staving off and holding back against the unknown horrors well below the surface of Necromunda. And it's like the battle. I know a fair bit about the battle between the Skavens and the Dwarves in Warhammer Fantasy, and this is, imagine like Skavens but Necromunda, 40k'd, like just not even rat people, but just a whole different kind of beast and mutant, and the Snorag holding off against them, ambles that are just beyond the understanding of what a normal amble is, you know, and these squats would be able to, you know, they feel the tiniest tremor in the earth and they know that something's coming. They can sniff it in the air. They can, you know, they almost smell the oxygen depleting as something that bleeds oxygen out of the tunnels begins to approach them. You know what I mean? Yeah. And they have this trained sense about what's danger and what's, you know, what will probably run from them, but what will definitely come hunting for them. So there's this like a level of eliteness about them underneath the ground, and I could sort of see them once they appear to the surface. It would be they wouldn't be awkward per se, but they would definitely be out. They'd
be very strange.
Yeah, they would be strange fellows who, like, you know, oh, it's too bright in here, and like the lumens are set to like 0 point nothing. It's like, oh, how do you topsiders live with so much light? And it's like, I don't even know who said that. What? I can hear a voice, I can't see a thing.
This is the sort of very similar but very different to the Helmaeth. Like, they would come up and people, they'd be very like, unhinged is the wrong word, but they all the other squats would look at them and be like, brother, you are pale. Yeah. Like, you are you are just a little bit weird. I imagine them almost as kind of like slightly agoraphobic. In the Caiaphas Cain books, it's mentioned that Hive hive welders have this weird agoraphobia. They don't like when they sort of, until they get acclimatized, like big open spaces. I'm imagining the Snorrigs have been underground for so long that if they are having to come out of the tunnels and go onto the surface, they're inside vehicles. They are.
Yeah,
They are. They're in groups. They're sort of. I'm only feeling safe out here if I'm with my crew, like with my family. Like I don't want to be alone out here. It's too big. It's just too big.
Yes, I agree with what you're saying. It's almost like they need a wall within half a foot of them, or they need some solid surface within very close proximity of who and where they are. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They can't just be like, they can't just exist in an open space. They, being inside one of the hive cities is not terrible, but when they look up and they see the high ceilings, they're like, this feels unnatural. How do people live with this much room?
I imagine if they were close to walls, or like they'd. I almost imagine that every now and then they'd sort of, ironically using this word, they'd squat down and just touch the solid stone of the floor.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
It's just like a thing. It's like, I don't know. And I can just imagine it's just, tap the ground. It's like, I've got stone beneath me, and as long as I've got stone beneath me, a Snorrag is always safe.
Yeah,
like, I'm just, agoraphobic, and strange. I picture them as strange, but like you said, I also picture them as excellent I would picture them as better tunnel fighters than regular squats.
Yes,
Because they're
100%.
down there
Yep.
with those ambles. I'm imagining them, they're stripped down into basically like sort of like combat fatigues, boots, and like basically the Catachan of the squat world. And there's going to be chaos cultists down there, and that, and 2 or 3 of these squats are basically just in the shadows watching them, and it's just all right, and it's just hand signals. It's it's in one shoots out the lights, and then the others just get in there, and it is just. Have you seen the movie Snowpiercer with?
Yeah.
Oh,
that
scene with the axes.
Fight. Yeah.
Oh, and I'm picturing the squats going at it with the axes, and it's just they can see perfectly fine because they're used to the dark.
Yeah. I was initially thinking they'd have like shields and create shield walls, but I like your idea better. No, I like
No, I love that because you can the guys come in, block their exits with the shields. And the chaos cultists are smashing at them, trying to get out. But there's two. There's a squat who's got the shield at the bottom, then another one doing that sort of is it testudo formation? The Romans used to
shield
do?
on the top. Yep.
And they got that. So the cultists are trying to get up, and literally coming up from behind them are those two sort of, I almost don't want to say berserkers, but they are angry fellas with the axes, and they're going for spines, they're going for Achilles tendons, they're getting them on the ground, and it's just, you're in our house now.
And I could see them using not necessarily bolters, because in those enclosed areas there's a very good chance you can hurt your own people, but auto pistols, and they just break a small hole in the shield. Shotguns, there you go, and they just annihilate whatever's in front of the shield wall. Just lay it down, lock back up, and then they don't wait until they get like a signal knock on the shield from the warriors on the outside saying, all clear, don't worry about it, we've done it. Yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah, I would love to. I'm trying to think of a gang for this because I think it would be so cool, but given the nature of who and what they are, that it's such a rare thing to see them at the surface. But I might come back with it with a gang idea. But
okay.
Yeah,
I've already got my gang idea ready for the end.
I really want to do something for these guys. I really, really do. But it's hard because then how do they incorporate into regular Necromunda? How do they, how do you take them out of their place of comfort and make them into something that is a willing fighting force? But that's for a chat at the end of the episode.
That's for later. Nathan.
Exactly. Let's move to our next one.
All right. What do you got for us, Gaza?
Clan Trocken. A phlegmatic and calm people. A curse be upon their name.
Gaz, you one day you're going to have to be nice to one of these clans.
Yeah, especially this clan, because they had on their bastion, it actually said, if the clans are trucking, don't bother knocking.
The Trocken mining clan.
Oh.
Dead hives dot the surface of Necromunda, their fates forgotten and even their existence often erased from maps, along with memory of their inhabitants. The northern reaches of the planet are especially thick with failed hive clusters, and it was here the Trocken mining clan set down its bastion ship. Once deep space salvagers, the Trocken kindred took to stripping the wealth from dead hives, much as their ancestors once did from derelict void ships. Rumours of cursed hives or lurking monsters are of little concern to the Trocken, their prospecting parties tracking into regions which even the ash-waste nomads avoid. For their troubles, the mining clan enjoys a hoard of archaeotech and ancient imperial war material, plundered from the lost armories and storehouses. Firstly, shout out to my boys and gals of the Immortal Cult. Why
are they involved here?
Secondly, there's no such thing as northern hives.
Yeah, exactly.
So, Trocken, don't come a knocking. There's what you are doing. What you're saying is wrong. There's nothing up there.
Yeah,
you were about to make a point before I interrupted you.
Okay, my first point about this is squats with conversion beamers. That's what I see. So this is a cool clan straight off the bat for building a gang. Like, I'm not really going to touch on their lore, but I just envisage this as a gang straight away, just loaded out the nines with just ancient bits of tech, and you get like rogue trader issue weapons, and you go back into 30k, you go to old squat weaponry, and you put it on these miniatures, because they're getting old stuff that just doesn't make sense, and they're still using it. They're like, yeah, we sort of rigged it up to, it has a power source, it knows what it's doing, we're just going to go with it. So like, I think there was like the 25th anniversary Space Marine or something had a disintegrator, so put a disintegrator on one. I don't really know the squat weapons that well, like the old stuff from back in the day, but you'd have that kind of gear on them, a power glove, not a power fist, a power glove.
Yes.
The old school type, and make them look old, like even a little bit rusty. Like they've tried to bring the weapon up to the modern age, and they've cleaned it up and everything, but time has still degraded their technology or their weapon, whatever they've been fleecing and taking from the archaeotech and imperial artifacts, make it look like, yes, they have this, even have one with an old like Mark II pauldron, or
I was going to say, what about looted gear from the Imperial Fist for when they actually attacked?
Yeah, like, I always fail the pronunciation of this, with the Catafree Terminators.
Terminator plate.
Cataphracti, yeah. Have one of those little leather tabardy things hanging off it. This would be such a beautiful game to do aesthetically, because each miniature would be a hired gun of their own report. They would just, each one you could see just being so individual, so charismatic, still holding on to their squat origins, because they're obviously very proud of where they've come from, but at the same time still being able to really go into that. These guys are digging around the ancient vaults. That's where a lot of their money comes from. It's pilfering archaeotech, maybe melting it down, who knows, but also have the presence of their history as well. So the artifacts and heirlooms they've captured from destroyed and derelict void ships. So any kind of void ship, yeah? So when we're talking about their past, this is before they came down to Necromunda. So there would be a few little elder icons and totems that they would have, maybe a Necron totem, some even some orcish stuff that they, the gang leader maybe displays on some sort of totem pole as a reference to his family's lineage. So these are all the things that have defined us. These were the great battles that defined us. These are the great treasures we took from fallen enemies. And this is this would be such a fun thing to do, because you could just go crazy. You're not trying to, it's not like the, who did we say, the Scragfried. This is a lot more like just look at the past of the game and pull those things out. And when we're talking the past, we're talking like anything from like Horus Heresy and before. That's where you want to be tapping into your weapons and your materials.
I agree with everything, except in my opinion, you missed one key feature about this game.
Okay.
Melter weapons.
Melters?
Melter guns, melter bombs. Because how else do you strip through void ship armor plating or the outside of a broken down hive? You melt a freaking big ass hole in it and get through that way. Like
laser cutters.
Or laser cut it. Oh, perfect. And I'm picturing this as an ash waste gang. Lots of vehicles with lots of loot and that sort of stuff there, and just these constant, almost these constant caravans going back to the sort of the holdfast, and they would also, because obviously with the Immortal Cult, making everyone forget the Northern Hives existed because they never existed. I imagine if they come into contact with people, they're basically, listen, you aren't material to us. Just leave. Just leave us alone. Like we're going this way, you go that way. But you're going that way with my house. It's like just go that way. Like don't make this something that you're going to be upset about.
Yeah, exactly. Because those whirring noises that you're hearing in the background, that isn't our engines revving. That is all manner of esoteric and ancient energy weapon powering up. And do you know what the thing is? We don't really know what happens when we fire it, but we're willing to test that.
We are willing to learn.
Yeah, so we're willing to learn. All you got to do is just keep running your mouth, sunshine, and we'll see what happens. So
I love your idea about the salvage power armor, though.
Oh, that would be so cool, wouldn't it?
Dude.
Even the front mask of a marine helmet, they just grabbed it and they go, this sort of fits. We jerry rig that, put that on. Yeah, it works. And do you know the pauldrons with all the studs on it have even half of one of them that they've sort of re-engineered, or even because they're squats, they could use it as a front plate on their body. So they cut a part of the shoulder pad down and they put it as plates on their actual chest. They would look so cool. Yeah, they would look really, really cool. I'm
picturing them as looking very ad hoc as well. Like they would have, none of them would look the same because they would be harvesting this material from different things, and part of their particular groups, it is, you can choose one thing from every haul for yourself. The lion's share goes back to the clan for the betterment of all of us, but every single one of us knows when we find something, when we load it back up, that's mine.
Yeah, 100%, 110%. So it's like have a little dabble, have a little grab, but the stuff needs to come back to the holdfast because this is our wealth. This is how we make money and survive as a clan, and correct, this is what we're contracted to. So having a few ornaments and trophies for yourself is all well and good, but the majority needs to come back to the clan hold.
Perfect.
Yeah. Right. Let's move into our next clan, which is... Oh, no. I'll let Gaz...
Gaza, what do we got?
The hard and implacable people of Clan Vosinki. A curse be upon their name.
I'm shocked. I am shocked. I did not see that coming.
I'm shocked that I'm genuinely convinced every time. He likes this one.
The Vasinki mining clan. While most of the mining clans delved into the earth for their livelihood, the Vasinki squats looked instead to the skies, converting their bastion ship into an atmospheric sky fortress. They took to harvesting the chem-laced winds of Necromunda. From the decks of their specialised sky mining aircraft, their prospecting parties navigate the toxic cloud layer that hangs over the ash wastes, especially above the equatorial spine, where storms blow incessantly around the mountain peaks and the air is thick with dust. However, they are not the only claimants to the blighted sky of Necromunda, and stratoplane pirates, winged rippers, and flying Halamite swarms all threaten their kin. Stop, Sam. No, stop, Sam. Stop. I believe what we read there encapsulates enough about the Vasinki clan that we can move on to the next point. Do you agree?
I do not agree.
Get it out of your system, sir.
Stratoplane pirates. Oh, remember all those times you're like, shut up, Samuel, there's no stratoplane pirates. And this is the third time in this book that they've mentioned them.
They listen to the show.
Nathan, you big nerd, you can suck it. Sorry, continue. Give your thoughts on your read. Sorry. Stratoplane pirates, you can suck it.
Stratoplane pirates, boring, uninspired idea, probably will be dropped by the time we see another Necromunda release. Winged Rippers and Flying Hallowats, awesome, great idea. But really, the whole read is brought low by the Stratoplane reference. So, no, I'm personally, I don't think I've been that negative about the clans because they're very exciting and thing. I don't really like it, if I'm honest. The idea of it is cool that they go and strip the skies of any sort of residual minerals and resources that get left in the atmosphere and all that. Yes, I get that. That's cool. That's fine. They have some great in-the-air battles with the pirates and the rippers and whatever other menacing creatures, people, or whatever may be in the sky. I still think, and I mentioned it earlier in the episode, that the Imperials should just shoot all this stuff down. Like, we accidentally fired our lancers in that direction. Sorry. Boom.
That's the problem, though. I
Bastion.
genuinely don't think they could. I think the Vasinki Bastion ship is most likely outguns anything the Imperials have on planet.
On planet, I'm talking about getting the Imperial Navy in and just doing some test fires roughly in their region and going,
At which
oopsie
point
doopsie.
you declare war on the squat people and imagine what's that going to do to their economy?
Yeah, but it would be an accident. You'd just be like, yes, the apprentice hit the torpedo button multiple times. Like, what can I do? Yeah, on different ships. I would love for it to not have happened, but it did happen. No, I like the idea of it. I still just don't agree with them having air power. You know, it just feels like they get a certain level of power and dominance over Necromunda that they most certainly do not deserve or need. It feels more intimidating than any other clan that we have talked about. The most threatening, the most able to affect some sort of result or some sort of outcome against Helmor or Oranthus, whichever one you want to talk about.
So, there is a band by the name of Ailstorm, and ironically, they are Scottish, all right? And they have a song it's called Heavy Metal Pirates. And there are some lyrics from this song I would like to read out to you because it, in my mind, describes this clan so perfect. Well, how I view this clan so perfectly. Yeah. We are heavy metal pirates. We sail across the sky. In our battleships of cosmic steel, we're the terror up on high. We are heavy metal pirates. Our cutlasses are true. So give us all your treasure, or soon we'll come for you. To me, that is the personification of the Vasinki mining clan. They say they are a mining clan, but they are fighting sky pirates, and I picture them as going in and attacking the upper levels of hives or settlements and that, and basically robbing the rich and giving to the poor members of their crew.
You got me. You did get me. I was like, bullshit. There's no chance they're giving this money away.
This ain't Robin Hood. We are Robin the Hood.
Yeah.
All right?
So, look, I mean, attacking the upper echelons of the hive is a dangerous game. I could see them potentially being like, contracted to do it. So, where a noble family is up in the upper reaches, somebody contacts the Vasinki and say, pirate yourselves up, make yourselves look non-Squattish if you can, and go attack this particular noble family. Really go kick them in the teeth.
Yeah.
And then they just wipe their hands off it. And when the nobles try to react, they're like, oh, well, that was the Stratoplane pirates. What can you do? We'll contact the Vasinki to double their patrols or do something, to really get onto these Stratoplane pirates. But there's very little we can do. We lost a particular member of the noble house who was going to report on the gas dealings on the planet. Oh, well. What a pity, never mind.
I really love the idea of them being almost mercenaries in that respect.
Yeah. Like they can, and this is what I'm talking about, the great amount of power you have by being airborne. They can get almost anywhere, except to the bottom of like the sump sea and whatever the hell Mayeth are doing, but anywhere on planet, they can go. And it takes them half the time, half the travel time, whatever the case might be. All they really need is some sort of edict from House Helmore, or they probably don't even need that. They're just being squats and they're having their little charter. They just go, we're doing this, blow it out your nose. Like, yeah, we're coming for this hive, we're coming for these people, blah, blah, blah. But the other thing about them is they wouldn't probably be able to deploy resources the way that a ground-based squat bastion would be able to do it. So their ships, their whatever, coming out of orbit, well, not even out of orbit, but out of the atmosphere, you got more limited crews. So they almost would have to be better fighters, or really, really mission focused. Play the game, play the mission, not the game, sort of thing. So come in, kill a particular target, steal whatever, do whatever, and then get back onto their whatever craft it is and zoom back up to their bastion sky fortress, because they would not have the opportunity to have protracted and long-lasting fights.
Damn it. I'm kind of changing my end of episode gang idea.
Good.
So that was the last of the particular clan houses we're talking about. Now, Nathan, you probably noticed we only talked about 8 clans, but there are in fact 12 clans on Necromunda.
And 4 of them are incredibly boring. So we just
4 of them are incredibly boring, yes. Kind of. So when the Earlish League became the Ironhead mining clans, and it's ironically believed that the word Ironhead comes from crude low Gothic translations of Earlish, or perhaps to honour the squat lord Oryith Ironeye. The clans actually settled the 12 holdfasts on the surface of Necromunda, but this is where they deviate. The 4 largest clans, the Anglish, the Tapfikite, the Svardhol, and the Skragfrid, made their holds in the lands surrounding Hive Primus and the Palatine cluster. This is where the mineral wealth was richest and the trade with human was the best. The next 4 largest, the Helmaeth, Snorrig, Trocken, and the Vasinki, took the regions surrounding these, the Helmaeth and the Vasinki taking to the subseas or the toxic skies respectively. But the last four, less is known about them for one simple reason. They set up in the Eastern Hemisphere.
Oh, right. Okay.
The vast majority of our game is set in the Western Hemisphere of Necromunda.
True. Yes.
We don't know what's going on in the East. We don't know if these four clans are prospering, struggling. We know they have come to the Council of Stone, for example, but beyond that, we know nothing about them. Since then, obviously, we don't have just the 12 great clans. We have a lot of splinter charters. And in fact, over the millennia, many charter masters have taken their place and piece of a mining clan's charter and founded their own clan. Now, while it is not a common practice and one that requires a squat to break with their birth clan, it has given rise to a number of new mining clans. Some of these splinter charters have grown to rival the size of the original 12 clans. Among the largest of these are the fiercely independent Rygoth, a splinter of the Tapfikite, known for their weapons manufacture, and the mad genius of its charter lords, or Yardlin, who until recently stood defiant in the shadow of Secundus. And I think this is that sort of classic Games Workshop idea of we will leave a very big blank space for everyone to create their own idea.
Yeah.
And sort of how they grow from that.
Yeah, because it's... let's use a Spaceman reference here, and we're talking 8 clans. You don't have to come from one of these clans, these chapters. Nope. Do you know what I mean? Your gene seed has been used across the galaxy. Go for your life. And so the simple line of saying that the Squats are breaking from their birth clan, suddenly you don't have to be what is already preordained or predetermined. You can go create something absolutely bonkers. And that's what we're all about on this show as well. Like, if you've got an idea, go for it. And that's the Chaos Dwarves.
Chaos Squats.
Chaos Squats, just big, long, loopy beards and, giant top hats. Yes, fantastic.
Melter guns.
Melter guns, half-ball centaurs. Yeah, no, fantastic. So yeah, this gives you the opportunity just to play around and just go ham, go wild with and not having to sort of wedge your idea of what your squats look like into the matrix or the personality of a particular clan.
Yeah. So typically with these episodes, one of the things we talk about is the actual territories and sort of business of the clans. Like when we talked about the Escher, we talked about the drug trade and sort of the furs and that sort of thing. The Orlocks, we talk about mining and sort of the scavenging and the abuse of drudges. With Goliath, we talked about forging and you don't take fish to the forge. Grandpappy still says that. But when it comes to... No fish in the
forge, that's it.
There's no fish in the forge. But when it comes to the Squats, their territories are a little bit harder to mention. So we've talked about them a lot so far. But Squat territory is basically whatever they want, wherever they want, and in any way, shape or form they can take it. If there's something they can harvest from it, they will be harvesting it. Don't get me wrong, they do have their own settlements and the holds and everything like that. Like there are these 12 enormous fortresses across Necromunda, the void ships when they've landed. But each hold itself then has underground cities underneath it. In fact, the holdfasts of the Tapfikite, Scragfed, Svardhol and Anglish actually all have tunnels and underground roadways connecting each other because they sit under that Palatine cluster.
Of course. Yeah. Yep.
And it's how those 4 clans are able to trade so rapidly with each other. Now, the problem being, and this is one thing I wanted to touch on, is we're not going to touch too much on Squat territory because we've spent about, 9 hours talking about it so far. But this is actually a little bit heartbreaking. As wondrous as the holds are, they are often lonely, haunted places, inhabited by but a fraction of the mining clan's kin. The Charter Lord leaving only enough of their people in place to maintain its systems and man its defences against attack. For much of the planet's great cycle, the clan's prospectors will be ranging out across the wastes, riding in the bellies of their gigantic tracked mining vehicles, seeking the remaining mineral wealth of their world. So these fortresses are, in my opinion, just a place for people to come back to. So they have a place they can call their own. And it's really...
It's a place where they're born, a place where they come back to, but it's almost not like a home. It's just it's more of a marker point. It's a reference point for them. Yeah.
Yeah, perfect.
It's their home in their heart, but not in their soul, because their home in their soul is ranging out, going off, being on a pirate ship, being in some sort of skyborne vessel, being deep underground, being deep in a cavern. That feels more like home than the actual bastion would.
Yes.
Perfect. Yeah, right. Yeah, okay.
The obvious, in my opinion, the other option for what we would call their territories would be the lagers, the way you mentioned before, the land trains. When, they're moving out, and we talked about it, they link themselves up into the circle, they set up defences, and then immediately they start building a new settlement because they don't know how long they're going to be there harvesting that material. So, yeah, there's not a lot to talk about in regards to squat territory, but they do have 2 characters. Now,
yes,
we've gone over both of these pretty in-depth, and I believe the Ruins of Yardland
it was
episode.
Ruins of Yardland. Sorry, yes, it was Ruins of Yardland, because they are both from Yardland.
They are both from Yardland.
Yeah.
So why don't we just read over them one after the other and sort of just do a single sort of chat about them? Yeah.
Okay, cool. Well,
Who do
first
you
one
wanna take?
is Oren Grimjarl, last Charter Lord of Yardland, which kind of gives you an indicator of what happened to Yardland for those who don't know.
Yeah, it's a prospering and thriving community.
Full of gene stealers, yes.
Full of gene stealers.
Oh no, it was the nomads who wiped it out?
No, it was nomads. It was
the nomads. It was the nomads.
Yeah, the gene stealers killed a bunch of them, and then the nomads came in through the other door.
Yes, yeah, and then they really did a number on them. This is revenge from day dot when that first bastion touched down. Where he's getting you. During the Great Darkness, Yardland's holdfast was destroyed by the Shungar, and only a handful of Yardland squats remained. Among them, the outcast engineer, Oren Grimjarl. Many squats, so shamed by the destruction of their people, would take an oath of vengeance and spend what days they had left hunting down the enemies of the mining clans. Not so Oren, determined that Yardland should not fade into history like so many clans before it. He vowed to restore the ancestral home of his people, no matter the kinds of allies he must make to see it come to pass. A brilliant, if somewhat eccentric engineer, Oren has created all manner of bespoke war gear and weaponry for his own personal use. The most unusual of these is without doubt his fractal pulse beamer, a negative energy laser weapon made up of dozens of opposable lenses.
It's a big mirror gun.
It is. It's a magic eye that can hurt you.
Well, let's back him up with someone who seems somewhat familiar in comparison to Oren. Urson Grimjarl, the Yardland nomad hunter. It takes a certain kind of squat to live the life of a nomad hunter. Urson Grimjarl, older brother of Oren Grimjarl, long ago left the Yardland holdfast to wander the wasteland, hunting nomads for bounties. Nice. In the decades he has travelled the great equatorial wastes and beyond, he has earned a reputation for having an uncanny ability to track down and kill even the most cunning nomad raiders. This has made him a target to the wasteland tribes, and more than one nomad champion has sought to make their name by hunting down the ornery old squat. usually with fatal results for the nomad. Years ago, Urson was offered the stewardship of Yardlin by his and Orin's father, Harrow Grimjarl, when the elder squat sought to take the Graven Path, joining with the elders who tend to the Ironhead ancestors. Ultimately, Urson rejected the running of the clan, passing it on to one of the other squat families of Yardlin. Even when Urson learned of the destruction of his ancestral home, he merely spat in the dust and carried on with his work. Must be a mate of gases. It was only after an encounter with Orin that Urson decided to help guide the younger Grimjarl and his companions back to their holdfast, perhaps as a last favour to Harrow, or maybe because, like Orin, if he was to be the last of Yardlin, he might exact some vengeance from those that had ended his line. An exceptional hunter, Urson is a dangerous and canny opponent, and one does not survive long as a nomad hunter in the ash wastes without the ability to get the drop on one's foes. To this end, Urson carries a powerful Yardlin long-shot hunting rifle. The grizzled old hunter is also never without a pair of Techmite oculi, the small mechanical companions held aloft on whirring fans with an array of picked lenses for finding hidden enemies, even in the midst of billowing ash storms. So, two things.
Yes.
One, both of these two should have shaved their heads into a mohawk, taken off all of their armour, and headed straight to the skull.
Yep. Totally agree. We should be referring to Orin Grimjarl as the Slayer King, but he is a coward, obviously,
Yes.
and has decided not to take the only honourable path available to him. But I mean, these characters are great for the modern history of I don't know, the squat. It sort of goes against a lot of what this episode's been about, though. Like when we read about them in the ruins of Yardlin, we're like, yeah, boom, these are really important. They're taking the idea of where the squats have come from, and we're driving that further because of what's happened with them and the Ashwaste nomads. But there's so much rich depth and history that we've read about in however many hours this episode's been going, that these two just seem like on the tip of an iceberg, that it just seems that it's almost like their story has been told. You know, Yardlin is destroyed. And all the knowledge that we have of the squat seems to just go against what they should be doing as a people. You know, it just feels, I don't know. I would like to have seen a character with a bit more history, background, something that's not necessarily related to Yardlin, something that they brought in that was like, you know, this is an Anglish hero. Yeah, I would have liked to seen another character come in, an Anglish or a Tafakite or something like that, that really embraced that deep, rich history that we're talking about. You know, like almost holding up a charter, just sticking it in the face of the Imperials. So, and when we read about them in Yardlin, I love these two characters. Yes, they were great. They were really cool, especially Urson Grimjarl with his two little Techmites. They're so awesome. They look so cool. Great looking miniatures as well.
Both the miniatures are absolutely fantastic. The whole squat range is far too good for what for what they are. You want to do just an entire army of them. Like, oh.
Yes, and the thing about them is there's such a definitive aesthetic change from them and the Votan, which is so important. But both characters are awesome, and they're in the modern world of Necromunda, in the modern history, they're very relatable because of what happened with Secundus. So we know the destruction of Yardlin. We know of the rise of the nomads and the Sungar and so forth, and these two will, I believe, become more important and integral characters as we progress with the story of the Aranthian succession, because that hasn't come to an end. But both characters add a beautiful flavour as well. You have the Lord who wants to rebuild what has been destroyed, what has been taken, and make it better. and then you have the hunter who understands that his brother rebuilding will be a way for him to encourage the squats to pursue that idea of vengeance, of that hatred, especially of the nomads.
I kind of want to see both of them come it back. Like there's going to be another campaign book. We know that. I want to see. What's the word I'm looking for? I want to see what happens. I want to see where the clan Yardlin goes. So we know the brothers have gotten there. We don't know what happens to the end. They sort of turn left. Everyone else turns right. I would love for this to be like in The Hobbit, where they go back there, they kill a bunch of Eldar, they ride some pigs, and then like they fight a dragon, and then all of a sudden they claim back Yardlin. Like, I would love that, especially the pig fighting. But
I don't want to interrupt what you're saying here because it's really good value. I don't believe you read The Lord of the Rings. I think you've read something that your son put together for you. But anyway,
I saw
continue.
the movie in The Hobbit where they have the squats are on the pigs and they fight the elves, and there's one of them's riding a deer. In The Hobbit.
Okay, well, yeah, okay, that was at the end. No, I can't discount that. I thought you said Lord of the Rings, but you did say The Hobbit. So continue.
Yeah,
Great point.
Same thing, bro. Same thing. You've really got to learn more about your what is it, Yakov Smirnoff novels. But I would love to see them pull it back together. I would love to see Yardlin become a place for those squats whose clans have either been destroyed or whose clans have turned them away. Mm-hmm. I would love for them to be a sort of a place of refuge for squats who don't have a true home anymore. Only for, 30, 40, 50 years from now for them to dig too deeply and awaken the Balrog. And, the Balrog in this case being the Malstrain patriarch.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, I really like your idea there, actually, because it just instantly got my brain thinking about, you make it as a place where squats who become disassociated with their own clan or lost, or, some great terrible cataclysm has happened to them, and now they become wanderers and loners and whatever the case might be. And they have a mission to reclaim Yardlin. So Orin gets them together and says, okay, you're part of to regain your honor, to attach yourself again to the squat race. Part of that is reclaiming Yardlin and reclaiming the fallen brothers, sisters, the technology, and that is what we become now, where we every moment of the day is fighting for our home, to reclaim it inch by inch, eventually to create Yardlin come new sort of thing.
You realise we basically just created Squat Australia, right? We just gave a homeland for the Squazzies. Because the Squazzies are basically outcasts and criminals, and we're saying they should all be shipped off to this different place to live together with a bunch of Scottish people. And all right. So we've just created Yardlin is now. Yeah, it's to join you got to scull a keg of Fosters.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
and punch a drop bear.
Drop bear.
Just have like the 10 squats dressed up as drop bears, and just be like,
yep.
You got to brawl one of these and win, baby. That's the only way you're getting in these doors. So here, have the keg. Good luck to you.
Yep. As you were saying it, I'm just like, no, what have I done? I think it's great. I would love to see more come from it. But I personally am more interested in finding out. I want to find out more. Like you said, I want to find out about some of these. Like, who was it? Vabrock Goldhands, the Charter Lord of the English.
Yeah.
Gudnar Svardson, Charter Lord of the Svardhole, Vorgan Kitenson of Tapfakite. Like,
Yeah,
all of these, they're such cool characters.
and there's a wealth of history behind them.
Yep. Give us
And
one
it
of them.
doesn't have to be a Charter Lord. Give us some, second tier hero or something like that. Give us something that doesn't necessarily have to be part of some giant cataclysmic event. It can just be something that has happened to a particular individual or whatever. But yeah, that don't get me wrong, both characters are really awesome, but I think they sort of missed a little bit of a beat here by not adding another one in who. Look, I mean, I understand as well, because it's hard to attach them to one of the clans, because then it isolates them away from another clan and whatever the case might be. But just do it. Just throw them in there. Let it be.
Yeah, 100%. So let's move away from that. Let's look at some of the weapons and gear of the squats. Now, we have talked about the squat weaponry a fair amount in some of our previous episodes. The Open the Armory's Bolter episode, I believe we talked a lot about the particular Ironhead bolt guns. Obviously, they were all rapid fire. We've talked a lot about them. One thing I did want to mention particularly was the power pack weaponry, but we'll talk about that in a second. Let's talk about, first off, probably the coolest and most interesting piece of equipment that the squats have all together. I want to talk about the tech mites.
Yes. Just look, for those who haven't worked it out yet, I love little cute creatures in Warhammer and Warhammer 40,000, but unfortunately my definition of a little cute creature is a goblin or a grot. I'm like, they're misunderstood. So tech mites just win me over. I could just see them as these, like, they want to interact. They're trying to find ways to communicate with their masters, and so it's like little head bobs, little arm shakes, stuff like that. Almost like R2D2s is how I see them. There is some sort of communication and language there, but it's not clear and defined enough that somebody outside of the squat people would be able to understand it.
I agree. The cute little buggies are, in my opinion, one of the best things. And when the original squat stuff came out, you could only get the oculi. It was oculi with one of the. I think it was Orin or whatever his name was.
Yeah, right.
You could only get one or two of them. You could get one with the claim jumper. And they were just so cool. But then with the new kits, you've got a bunch of different tech mites. And it basically is just create a cute little robot helper as long as he's got like a big eye.
Yeah.
Which is where my pirate guy is going to come from. But why don't we? There's a bunch of different types of tech mites, but it specifically says the Ironhead Squats are naturally adept with technology, often creating robotic companions called tech mites to assist in various tasks like hunting and mineral detection. These robots are typically named based on their specialization or origin, such as the Jortlin K12 Oculum bot or the Squattish Mark III Auto Shifter. So there's a bunch of different tech mites, and my absolute favourite, and hopefully this isn't the one you want to read. Actually, I kind of hope it is the one you want to read, because I love me a fighty robot. Now, the tech mite Excavators 078Bs are hardy and robust robots that aid the Ironhead Squat prospectors' exokin in their deep core mining duties. They come in legged or wheeled variants that are equipped with 2 mining tools and encased in ferromite armor, which makes the 078Bs more resilient than Techmite autovators. If called upon to do so, the robots will fight beside the exokin to defend the Ironhead's many claims on the Hive world. All I'm going to say is they are just fighting to defend their friends like good, like like battle cats. They are in there like battle cats.
Yeah, like a good guard dog.
Like a good guard cat. Exactly.
Exactly.
Like a battle cat.
Like a Squat's best friend, a Tech-mite dog.
You'd give him a saucer of milk and he'd chase around a bunch of Necromundan giant rats.
You throw a little ball at the enemy and it knows who to attack because it chases.
That's a grenade.
Down.
You've just blown up your tech mate.
You build another Tech-mite, you throw a ball this time, and it knows who to attack and also returns the ball because they are loyal, dedicated servants, much like a dog. Right, I'll get into our other one before we talk a bit more about the Tech-mites. So the other one that I really like was the Tech-mite oculi. Tech-mite oculi were developed to provide aerial surveillance for outriders and claim jumpers, helping scout new dig sites or potential threats to mining clan lagers. Their agility and resilience make them valuable in navigating harsh outland winds, desert terrain and hive interiors. Equipped with advanced sensor arrays, oculi can identify threats and guide munitions to targets, leading to their widespread adoption by squad engineers, chartermasters and drill masters. So this is the real, like, hey buddy, you're my little flying friend. Yeah. Like, I need you to go find stuff for me, locate this person, pick up a bag of chips for me, that kind of stuff. They're basically like a modern delivery bot where you can just go, I need this from here, here and here. Also go look in on them. I'm also not 100% sure that my missus is being completely loyal, so just have a quick look into one of the lagers for me. Just tell me what's going on, and then just come back. And if I'm crying, pat me on the shoulder from your lofty position there. So these ones are like little cute sort of like batsy type things. And then there's the, there's the auto-veyors as well, which are, they're sort of like the do-it-alls of the Tech-mite range. So they've got multi-use tools, and they're just used for just, I guess, where the oculi is more of a scouty type information gatherer, and the excavator 078B is, let's face it, a bit of a brawler. Yeah. The auto-veyor is, I guess, something in between there without the ability to fly.
Yeah.
It's a general purpose one. But these are, like, forget what they are in the lore and forget what they do in the rules. Just the miniatures themselves are just so good. Such tasty little things that you just want to paint up and just have around your gang.
But they're so eclectic. Each of them is completely different. Like it says, they can have wheels or tracks or legs or little fans like drones and that sort of thing. You could make them out of any sort of mechanical pieces you want. They are what servo skulls wished they were.
Heretic. Yeah.
Yes. But I love them. I think they are probably the coolest part of squat technology.
I'm with you.
Except for the part I'm about to read next.
Righto.
When you think dwarves, what's one of their favourite pastimes, do you think? Like, you always see dwarves doing this.
Okay, let me think dwarves. Hate them, hate them, hate them. Shave their beards. Hate them, hate them, hate them. Shave their beards. Burn
all
their
holds.
Birds. All their birds, yes.
Yep.
Shave their beards and burn their holds. Yeah, no, that's what happens when I think dwarves. Okay. I forgot your question. So
the squats have a piece of technology called a respirator pipe. So... Yes. Visitors to Necromunda that have the misfortune of travelling into the ash wastes struggle to understand how anything at all could survive the atmosphere below the planet's toxic cloud layer. Humans native to the world have adapted to a certain degree, but even hivers need to keep respirators handy in case of especially bad air. The Ironhead Squats, modified as they were by their ancestor core, can operate outside for extended periods of time, though even they find that the caustic air dangerous if breathed for too long. To combat this, they To combat this issue, they fashioned their own kind of respirator in the form of ornate pipes. Not as cumbersome or crude as conventional respirators, a squat prospector will keep his or her pipe on their belt, occasionally taking a puff should the air become too thick with toxins. Respirator pipes are also a chance for squats to show off their skills as craftsmen, most works of art, and handed down from one generation to the next. So they're literally hitting their vape, which is full of like purified air.
Yeah.
And they would have spent a decade building it and like creating the mold and making it all really nice and getting it done that way. And in reality, they've just made a super fancy vape.
Yeah, 100%. And I totally believe it's flavoured. Like,
100%.
There's
100%.
the very, very much unpopular cornstarch flavour, but then there's, cherry and grape and,
Haggis.
rainbow sunshine. Haggis, there's the haggis flavour.
What you do is you take a grox, right? And you gut it. You take the liver, the kidneys, the intestines. You squish them into the stomach. Then you boil it. All right.
Yeah.
Then you stuff it with jellied millisor.
Yeah.
That'll put hair on your ass.
That'll put hair on things that you do not want hairy. Your eyeballs will get hairy from that.
The poor Vansard Juve that the squad is explaining this to is just staring at him like, please just kill me.
Yeah. Please, like I don't care. I don't need to hear this anymore. But yes,
Shut
I
up,
definitely,
toaster.
Yeah, I totally see their respirator vapes being some sort of weird flavour or something along that line, or
it's
triple
whiskey?
distilled. Yeah, I was about to say triple distilled whiskey is one of them, and they just like offer it up to a quarter or something, and just like floors them. It's like, can't handle his fresh air.
It'd be whiskey, haggis. I'm sorry, but Grok's haggis, in my opinion, is now completely canon.
Yeah.
What other flavour is there?
Oh,
Hard work.
Hard. The other one would be iron brew as well. Yeah, of course it has to be iron brew. Yep. And have a hit of iron brew. Thank you very much. Yeah, yeah, that's
Perfect.
cool. Yeah, I love it. So that's sort of their more like individual and more ornate bits of technology. There, obviously, we've got the bolters and the flamers, but I think the main thing we need to learn from all of that is just roll that extra rapid fire dice and make your opponent hate you.
Yeah, just roll as many rapid fire dice as possible.
Yes.
But the one other sort of piece of their equipment I really want to talk about is the power pack weaponry.
Yes.
So the squats are obviously miners. Not everything, but the vast majority of their equipment comes from their history as miners and salvagers. And we're not rules guys, we're not going to go into it. But the power pack weapons, it's basically just an electric backpack that has an extra piece of mining equipment, be it a laser or a claw to grab ore and minerals, or a tiny melter weapon. All of those sorts of things can be mounted onto the back of these power packs. And it just shows the ingenious nature of the squats, and over however many thousands of years that they have adapted mining technology and their everyday working technology into effective weaponry. I actually just think it's great. It fits in with their lore so well.
Exactly. Yeah, like they go, yes, this can cut through iron, this can cut through rock, this can cut through whatever. Why can't it cut through an obnoxious human? Well, who says it can't? Well, all right, let's get it going.
Come here.
Yeah. Yes, oh mighty squat that has dead. It works perfectly, lads. Perfect. Everybody have a hit of your respirator vape, and we're just going to kill the rest of these Orlocks with nothing but power pack weaponry. Oh,
See if
what
you
a
can cook that
novelty.
entire grox into one giant haggis.
Yeah.
But don't eat any of that meat. Ugh, yuck.
Yeah.
Give me
Why
that
would you go near
stomach.
Maybe some of that yum, yum, yum. So delicious stomach. Tastes so awfully yum.
Awful.
Yeah. So I'm with you. This is, and it's not a great jump necessarily, or not an unexpected jump to take your powerful weapon, well, your powerful tools and equipment, and to go use them in a gang, or use them in a combat situation. But the fact that the technology and the capacity of the squat mining and prospecting gear is so powerful that when they start using it as weaponry, it generally outstrips most standard weaponry that other gangs are running, and becomes this incredibly deadly weapon, a bit of equipment, just something just god awful, So, but I'm all for you with the power pack weaponry. I think we should see more of it. Vansar deserve more of it.
Vansar do need more technology and fancy anti-cancer medication things.
Yes, most definitely.
So why don't we look at the gang composition now? Guys, we've been at this a long time, this episode so far. We're not going to keep it too much longer in regards to the gang composition. We're not going to talk about the charter master. It's your gang leader. Like, we're not going to talk about the stuff that every single gang has. We really want to focus on a couple of those sort of the sort of things that make them unique in this respect. And for me, and you might agree with me, Nath, it would be probably the Exomasters, which is the sort of the stuff that's coming with the new book, the Exokin, the Scout bikes, and I guess the Vardigan Exo Driller.
Yeah, definitely. Look, the Exomaster, Exokin, like definitely throwbacks to old squat-looking technology and equipment and gear. The Scout, the Scout trike. Yeah.
You just hate it because it's a trike bike.
It looks. It doesn't. It's just silly. I can handle Escher flying around on jet engines before I can handle that Scout bike. But one of my and definitely the Exo Driller, beautiful miniature, like really intimidating miniature. Actually, I've come up against one in a fight, and it was across the table from me. I'm like, I don't even know where to start with that thing. But my favorite,
they're ridiculous.
Yeah. Oh, even more so than the what is it? The Enforcer.
The Lorekeepers.
Lorekeepers. Like, I saw that and I'm like, I look like I can handle you. But the Exo Drill, I was like, ugh, what trickery is it going to pull? Yeah. But for me, the Sculvian Explorator, what a model. Oh, I was only just looking at it recently, and it's just something about it. It's so like unique, and I don't know what it is. Like, I can't pinpoint it, but it is. There's something beautiful about it. It looks like a bit of mining tech, but at the same time also looks like a family's caravan that they're going away on. Do you know what I mean? And like,
yes.
And you just see this family, this crew, this squat inside there, fighting and defending this thing, whilst all the time working out the next way to make a bit of money, the next way to find the next big ore deposit, or whatever the case might be. But I love it because it merges those two things together, of like looking like not just a squad's vehicle, but like a family, a gang, like close-knit, huddled away, being able to tucked away from all the danger and the elements, but at the same time quite easy to just get out on those decks and just start guns are blazing sort of thing. And at the same time, looking like an exploration vehicle. So that by far is my favourite, followed very much closely by the Exo Driller. Mainly because I just, it's one of those few models that I'm genuinely intimidated by when it gets put down on the table. It just has a presence about it. It's like, when somebody puts one of those new Marine Dreadnoughts on the table, it's so goddamn big and it's got so much stuff on it. You're like, what do I do here? And I feel the same way when an Exo Driller is put on the table across from me. I'm just like, this is a nightmare incarnate.
Well, so we'll knock through these the gang back up there. Obviously, you need a charter master. Get yourself a charter master. They do it all. Your two types of champion being the drill master or the exo master. They are your shooty champion and your punchy champion, respectively. Their stat lines, ironically, are exactly the same. Except the weapon skill and ballistic skill swap places. For the Drill Master, it is weapon skill 4, ballistic skill 3. For the Exo Master, it is weapon skill 3, ballistic skill 4. For some reason, the Exo Master is 25 credits more expensive. And ironically, the Drill Master, the long range version, has access to more close combat weapons. I don't understand that.
Squat logic, mate. You'll never get it with your pathetic human brain.
But the part I want to read here is the exokin. So exo suits have long been a staple of the squat armories. Based upon the ancient void suits used by the ancestors of the mining clans, they provide unequaled protection against environmental hazards, something Necromunda has in abundance. While exokin, those drillkin trained in the use of these specialized suits, are equipped for deep core mining, either in the depths of the wastes, far underground, or even on the bottom of the sump sea, they are equally adept at turning their drills, claws, and saws against any hostile wildlife or aggressive gangers they might encounter. This is exactly what you said before. This is the classic squat armored suit. This is that Mark III power armor adaptation we talked about a few hours ago. And they are just straight up juiced up to the eyeballs on weaponry. Like they've got buzzsaw hands and giant power fists and storm welders, and it's like a fully encased armored suit. It genuinely looks like Mark III power armor mixed with Cataphracti Terminator armor.
Yes.
Like you can see, and dude, what you were saying before, slap the Cataphracti shoulders on this, have some chainmail coming down, like sort of like harkening back to sort of like an ancient style, like warrior culture that they've developed for themselves. Just give it to me.
It's about representation, not about functionality now.
Yes.
This is not going to stop a bullet or anything like that, but it shows my past. It shows where I'm from and what I'm about. Yeah.
When I step into a room, everyone notices, and those who are against me immediately realize this is their day.
Yeah. We's coming for you. Yeah. No, I'm very much a fan of the exo armor, and I think a note needs to be said to, the actual execution of the miniatures themselves. They just look formidable. They look good, but more importantly, they look functional as well. And the exact same thing that I was just saying about the Explorator is it looks like something that is workwear, but at the same time can be very adapted to combat very, very easily.
Yes.
So they in these suits, and you go, yeah, actually, I can see them just using this as a mining suit, but at the same time, it would take very, very little to turn into a killing machine.
Yep. But yeah, I think the way all of the Ironhead Squat stuff looks, it all just fits together so well. It looks clear. They all look the same. They all look like they match each other, but they don't look like the Votan. They don't look like the The old squats they kind of do, but you can see but they sit halfway between both of them. But then you compare them to anything else on Necromunda, they are out of place. They are they are on the wrong planet, and that suits them so perfectly.
Yep, I totally agree. The only thing obviously is the trike. But anyway, moving on.
Well, moving on, I'm going to talk about the trike. So the Venator Scout trike acts as a fast recon vehicle for the Ironhead Squat prospectors. With its high speed and maneuverability, it is able to roam out ahead of the mining clan lagers and eliminate any lightly armoured enemies encountered with its twin-linked armaments. Easiest way to look at it, when you first get it, you can be like, hey, I can give you twin-linked Ironhead autoguns. Yeah, that's cool, I guess, maybe. I would much rather give you twin-linked Ironhead bolt guns.
Yep.
Like, you've got a Movement 8 vehicle that just happens to have twin-linked bolt guns on it. Like, if you were having a bad day before this trike showed up, it's okay. It's all right, buddy. Your day is about to be much shorter.
You are going to get a rest.
Man. I love these things. I know you hate them, but it's just the future is now, old man.
Oh, look, I want to be impressed by them. I want to like them, and everything is really, really cool. Except it just looks like a toddler sitting on a really, really small bike. That's all I see.
No. Did you like the original Rogue Trader era squat trikes?
I'm literally looking at one now, and I'm looking at a comparison between the two of them. I like the original one more than I like the modern one. And I get criticised all the time by my mates about how I'm just like a little bit of a fanboy. I'm like, oh, that's the new stuff. That's the best stuff. You know what I mean? This is one of the few occasions where I'm like, man, the old one looks better. I'd run that over the newer one. So, yes, I do like them. You're making it awkward.
I'm not making it awkward. Well, we've already talked about the Scalvin Explorator and the Exo Driller. So we're basically wrapping this bad boy up. So we will close this here with gang ideas. So you've been getting quite cocky all night. And
No. I want to hear yours first.
Okay, so...
Yeah. I want to hear yours first because you said, I've got this, it's changing, blah, blah, blah.
Yep.
I have
and
something...
It actually changed again.
I have something that I've been ruminating about, but I want to hear your gang idea. I think I just need like an extra 2% of inspiration to carry my one forward.
So, when was it Horror of Yardlin? The Horror Grimjarl, the father of the two Grimjarl boys. Yeah. When he was about to step aside, it's because he was going to take the Graven Path. Now, the Graven Path is actually when typically much older squats can't decide they've had enough of life, and they actually go down to look for the ancestor core. It's known as the Graven Path. All right, so it's when they basically go the wanderlust and the need to find the ancestor god takes them over, and they basically forsake their earthly trappings and head on down underground to see what's going to go on. No one's come back, right?
Yep.
Do you remember my Chaos Squat gang? What did I call them? The Unforged? When they were...
Yeah.
Remember we were talking about was it the Hex Iron Blades?
Yeah.
But I'm picturing basically sort of like a group of older squats who have all maybe heard a Piscean style call where it's they go to so they've met up, in the base of one of the holdfasts, and they've sort of come together, and they'll be from different clans and different styles. You'll have a pirate, and you'll have a merchant, and you'll have like your dwarf thunderer type guy, with the long, ornate blunderbuss style rifle, and you'd have all of your dwarf archetypes.
Yep.
And they would be off to walk the Graven Path, and it would be a gang that had been this would have been decades ago, and so they've spent decades and decades and decades underground on Necromunda, traveling beneath the hives, looking for information, because they feel that someone has the ancestor core, and they think that someone might be House Van Sar. So they're making their way towards Primus, trying to find these rumours, specifically hunting Van Sar, because they've realised the Van Sar technology is far too advanced for what these filthy humans should be having. And yeah, that's how I do it. And I'd have them all basically, like you said before. Each of them would be a character. There'd be an exokin, but it would be someone who's been in his suit for a century, and he's very stinky, but he's modified it, and he's got that cataphracti armor, and he's got the welded plates that he's then carved squat and Votan runes into it. You'd have I'd make them outcasts, not outcasts, Venators, and they'd obviously all be squats. But I'd make one of them a psyker, and I'd make him almost like the what are the Votan called that speak to the that actually speak to the Votan? They are the Grimnir.
Oh right,
Grimnir?
yeah, okay.
Yeah,
I think
Grimnir,
so. I'm not well versed on that, so I'll take your word for it.
I'd basically use one of their Grimnir model, like he's got the robes and the beard and the hood, and I'd have one of them to be in an Ironkin, where I want to say they found him underground, and it's just sitting there, and they walk up to it, and it's just, I've been waiting for you. Who told you to wait for me? Mother. What mother? Mother told me to wait for you.
Yeah.
And then it's like, yep, gets up and just walks with them. And this artificial squat starts to evolve and grow with them, and becomes more in that respect. I think that would be a cool thing to get all the different squat or the dwarf archetypes from the hunter and the berserker and the your
the
Gimli
ranger.
and the ranger, all of that,
Yeah,
and just do one of each of them.
Yeah, no, I think it's a cool gang idea, and I love the calling. It's like all these old souls have been called together and brought around, and each one has an untold amount of legendary stories that they could just reel off around the campfire, and whatever the case might be. Just a ridiculous amount of experience and knowledge, but they're all driven by a single calling, an idea, and it's like the calling understands that it's the old souls who need to be sacrificed upon this altar. They're not necessarily going to die, but the young will need to go forth and continue the work of the squat and that attachment. It's almost like that calling you say with the Grimnir and so forth. That let us bring the old souls together. It's kind of like remember the...
Are you a Star Trek fan?
Yes-ish, yep.
Okay, so there was an episode of Deep Space Nine where a bunch of old Klingons came together. They were chasing this alien known as the Albino, and it was Kang, Koloth, and Kor were the Klingons' names.
Yeah.
And they got together, and it was these three old Klingon warriors who'd been friends for decades, and they were going to avenge the murder of the son of one of their sworn brothers. And they were all old. They were all beyond their sort of prime, but that's how I vision this
Yeah.
this gang. Like, yeah, it's the old fellas going out, like, we know we're going to die, and we're going to die soon, but maybe we can do something that saves our people before we do.
Yeah, I've
and
got
also
one
become immortal.
Yeah, I've got one last great mission left in me.
Perfect.
You know, one
Yes.
last great saga that I wish to fulfill, and you know they go into it with gusto and desire that you know they can't keep it up, but for the handful of years that they're expected to do it, they will do it. They're not young men anymore, and they can still keep.
Yes.
But they just burn the candle right down to the nub, sort of thing. So yeah, no, I like it. It's a really cool gang idea because actually it's funny that you've hit on a point about dwarves that I really like. I really like longbeards. Out of all of the dwarf units, longbeards I've always liked. And nothing else really appealed to me, but there was something about these grumbly old dwarves who would still be hard as nails, fight like demons, sort of thing. But they just do it a little bit slower, a little bit like a bit wilier when they fight, and that's why I envisage this gang as well. They you know, the fighting doesn't necessarily always come down to how much firepower I've got or how quickly I can move. Sometimes it's just about letting the enemy overstretch and then just knocking them on the back of the head. That's it. Nice, easy win. You know, so this is like a Longbeards gang for me. Beautiful, love it, love it. I did steal a little bit of part of your game, actually. I was waiting for that nugget of inspiration. So I'm going back to the Snorag mining clan. I've made it a purpose in my head to create a gang for them. So, and for those who have forgotten, the Snorag are the deep down under earth diggers and miners and so forth, and the ones that fight all manner of horrible creature. So what I can envisage for this gang is having a couple of actual squat members, and then the rest is all ironkin. And the reason for that is they're so deep and far underground that they're actually using automated bodies, basically, so that they can continue to fight, and they're more sensitive to hearing the little nuances and little giveaways that there is threat and danger about. And when they need a fight, they can fight in that very organised, very regimental sort of drilled way that they need to. That will mean the difference between saving a life and losing a life underground. So they become, you know, they create a shield wall in a matter of seconds, or matter of moments, sorry. They're also fully understanding their opponents that they fight. But this particular group have been requested by the heads of the Snorag mining clan to go deep into a hive, to go hunt mutants and scavies and chaos cults deep down in like the bottom parts of a hive. And they're sort of saying that everything is overgrown, everything is corrupted, and so they're taking these ironkin in there because they don't have the soul for the chaos corruption to get to them. And so over time they learn how to fight in deep in the hive. They learn how to fight against rat skins. They learn how to fight against all these other horrible mutations. And each time they're learning. But at the core of the group, there is only like 3 or 4 of them who are actual squats. And their main role is not necessarily to fight, but just constantly generate data. Constantly assessing the information and the mission and funneling that through. And it reminded me of a skill that you can get for one of your leaders, where if they're within, and I'm paraphrasing here, probably getting it wrong, but if they're within 6 inches of a member of their gang, they can also gain experience when that gang member gains experience, or it's something along those lines. I'm trying to rack my brain here about what it's called. It is mentor. That's
Mentor.
Right.
I was.
Mentor.
I don't know why I had. I just had the word leadership in my head over and over and over again. I'm like, leadership.
Yeah.
Leadership.
So when a friendly model gains XP, I think, I don't know, I can't remember if they need to pass a test or something. They also, the leaders gain XP. You know what I mean? Or the leader in this particular case. So that's where the whole gang would sort of tie in on that. Is that the leader sits in the center of this, processing data, has like tech knights and all these things that work for him, so that he's almost like controlling like battle automatons, even though they interact and do the normal things of the Squattish AI. They all actually are learning from each other all at the same time. But their purpose is they've been requested by a member of the actual Necromunda nobility to go into one of these hives and recover a lost family member or a lost heirloom. And so they begin to operate in the hive as though they were underground. So they begin to dig their own pathways. They begin to set themselves up in camps, and the way they defend themselves is it's like they're preparing for a next ambush and so forth. And they become figures of like both fear and admiration in the hive, because you can hear the digging and the scratching and so forth. You're like, well, let's clear out from this area, because they can hear the snorag moving around. And the Snorag gang becomes synonymous with like a quick death almost. Like if you go interact or move against them, they'll be on you in a heartbeat, and they fight with this scary, robotic, cold discipline that just destroys whatever chance you have against them. I
like that.
That is my gang idea.
I like that.
I liked it too. That's why I said it.
I like the way you've sort of said they are becoming the that almost boogeyman aspect to the hives of we can hear them. We can hear them. We know they're there, and the people go up against them and they just disappear.
Yeah.
You can't come up against it. Yeah, I really like that.
Yeah. But the key thing is for me is that they're no longer in their comfort zone of underground, and so they're having to learn and process data all the time. What's the next thing we need to learn? What's the next thing we need to learn? Do you know what I mean? How do we maintain our technology? They're on the back foot from the very get-go because of the scenario of being in the deepest, darkest parts of the hive.
Yeah. I'm imagining them basically just raiding every tech enclave and marketplace they can find as well.
Yes, but attacking from like the most unseen location as they would underground, waiting for a particularly like less than obvious blind spot to appear. They'd been watching for it, and then they just suddenly appear from that location, and they are just butchering their way through to whatever. But they do it in that. The key thing is that cold efficiency of being AI. There isn't this barbaric roar of being a squat, or there isn't this like brawling and screaming and like creating such a ruckus. It's just this efficient chop and kill, whilst the other squat members of the gang are just processing more data. Okay, we've taken an injury. How did we take that injury? And just processing, because they need to learn about the hivers as well as completing their mission, because they are out of their control, out of their comfort zone, out of their normal area of control, which they know so much, but they need to change that knowledge now to match where they are.
Yeah, that's sick. I really like that. Mine's definitely better. The Stratoplane Sky Pirates are definitely better.
Boom.
And undersea sump pirates, squat marines. All of that is better than all of that. And cats are better than all of that. So I think that is basically the end of our episode. And
it feels
Nathan,
complete.
Holy shit. We have not had one like this in a while.
No,
I don't know what time it is. I don't want to know what time it is.
No, this is definitely feels very old school for us. We haven't been around that long, but this definitely feels like something that we definitely haven't done in a while. So it's been fun. It's been good, and I think the squats are such an important part of Necromundan history now that they deserve this episode.
I need to get up in a few hours to take my children to swimming lessons. I've just realised.
I need to sleep in, so I'm good.
Yeah, this is less than ideal. But, okay, now, because I know you hate it, closing thoughts on the episode. He's just giving me the finger. I don't know if you can see it. He's just giving me the finger. No, that's fine. That is absolutely fine. Your thoughts on squats. Coming into this episode, you were about an 8 negativity. Mm-hmm. How are you feeling now?
6.
6? You like them a little bit better?
There's particular clans. It was the clan reads that pushed me lower. Yeah, I'd say a 5, actually. I'm about 50-50. And looking at the Explorator again, that pushed me down to about a 5, maybe a 4.5 on a good day. Okay. So the Explorator and particular clans, especially the Snorag and the Helmath, they're just really fun things. You know what I mean? They're fun clans to think about and how they interact on the planet and their lore and so forth. Yeah. I'm a little bit more Squattish these days. Probably more Squazzy.
Yeah, definitely. In fact, I'm looking forward. The gang idea. Hold on, the Squazzy invasion of Yardland.
Yeah,
just hunting drop bears and punching darts and breaking hearts.
Yeah, sinking tinnies. Yeah, going the whole way, mate.
And I still really want someone to send me an image of the Techmite murder machine. I forget how I described it. What was it? The pirate. The Techmite pirate that was just made of peg legs.
Just entire peg legs. Yes.
Entirely out of peg legs. So, okay, that's it. We are done. I am tired. And we have to close this bad boy off with a quote. But, Nathan, my beloved friend, I'm not doing the quote this time.
Right, okay. Well, neither am I, so thanks very much, folks. Hope you enjoyed the episode.
We got a quote sent to us by our good friend Gaz. I'm worried because I'm not sure if he's going to spit at the end of the quote.
I can guarantee he probably is.
He probably is.
Let's see.
So, we've got a sign-off quote. So, from the rest of us, from myself and Nathan, good night, everyone.
See yous.
The Charter has been ratified. Our future is guaranteed. The Urlish League shall make their home here on Necromunda forevermore. Oryith Ironeye, the Confederation of Urlish.
And that was our latest episode of the Underhive Lorekeepers podcast. I am Spamiel, and on behalf of the Lorekeeper team, thank you for listening. Please follow us on our social media pages available in the show notes, and don't forget to follow and review us on your preferred podcast platform. As always, if you have questions, complaints, corrections, or if you're interested in mine and Nathan's patented Grox Haggis recipe, please reach out to us at underhivelorekeepers@gmail.com. Thanks.